results take with a pinch of salt. Now I'm joined here in the studio by my young colleague, Gen Z, Dorab Zopariwala. Somebody said say old colleague, but he's not old. The young RP Bajpai and the Gen Z, Nidhi Razdad. And also welcome Vineet Goenka. Thank you very much. Former spokesperson of the BJP, and now you are an author of the highest. Mr. Bajpai has been on our election shows for years. We are really, really honored to have with us N. Ram, joining us from Chennai. Ram, thank you very much. You've been just a brave and incisive voice and a great analyst, and you've been with us for many, many years. Just great to have you with us today. It's very, very important. Thank you.
And out in the field today, we have our team of experienced independent journalists who've been tracking these elections closely for several months now. And of course, elections in India for decades. So it'll be terrific to talk to them and get their insights over the next few hours. Shikha Trivedi is with us. She's been tracking the elections in Orissa. Remember, it's not just the general elections today, but assembly elections in Orissa and Andhra Pradesh that we'll be tracking as well. Shikha, great to see you here again. Monideepa Banerjee, senior journalist and analyst, joining us from Kolkata. Will Bengal spring a surprise today as per the exit polls? Yes. Let's see how true those end up being. And Maya Sharma joins us from Bangalore this morning. Good morning to you, Maya. Maya, of course, has been a veteran in tracking elections in India now with Dr. Roy and his team for years now. So we'll be going across to all of them.
She started in 1989 when she was 6 years old. She started elections then. You started when you were 3. Sorry?
5 years.
5, sorry. Very sorry. Okay, so this is the moment. There's been so much talk about the turnout during these elections. It's really explosive. Let's have a look at what turnout this time has actually been about. This is what it looks like. Turnout in 2024 has been only slightly lower than 2019, just about 1.1%. 67.4 and this time 66.3. So not that big a difference that we should all get in a fuss about. But moving on, how is that turnout broken up? Which are the states where the turnout has risen or fallen? Jammu and Kashmir has gone up 14% since 2019 and Telangana up 5%. A lot of people are expecting major differences and changes in Telangana. Surprisingly, turnout is down since 2019 in Kerala and in Gujarat. 6.6% and Gujarat down 4.7%. Now, which are the states with the highest turnout and the lowest? Well, West Bengal is normally the highest, but today is going third. Assam 80.9 and Andhra 80.6 turnout. West Bengal little behind, 78.4. Delhi, lowest turnout. If you look from the bottom, Bihar 56. Bihar is the lowest turnout. Uttar Pradesh 57% and Delhi 58.5. These are the sad states where the turnout is not. Bihar could be because of migration. Now, men versus women. Men turnout actually has not dropped at all between 2019 and 2024. But women down 0.6% and is now, unlike last time, slightly below men, but just 0.4. This is just a small difference, nothing significant. Moving on. Now, the top states where women turnout is higher than men. The highest is Bihar, again perhaps because of migration. Jharkhand 4.4, West Bengal 2.7. Women of West Bengal much more active than the men. Orissa 1.2 and Kerala, women's turnout is 1.1% higher than men. And which are the states where the men's turnout is higher than women? Gujarat, many more men turnout than women, 7.1% higher. Madhya Pradesh 5.4, Maharashtra 4.4, Jammu and Kashmir 4 and Haryana 2.5. Amazing how these differences happen. Dorab, so from this you can tell who's winning, no? Yeah.
So simple.
No, but turnout, they say if it's a big drop, cadre-based parties benefit because they get their people out.
That is always the case. But I think when turnouts hit 60, 70%, then the cadre-based party thing, but if the turnouts are really low, say 50%, 55%, that is when the cadre-based parties do better because their people turn out and the other guys don't.
So Ram, if we get your views on turnout, it's not that big a drop this time, but what is still a bit worrying is that women's turnout has dropped a bit more than men, and there are certain states where men's turnout, like in Gujarat and Maharashtra, men's turnout is much higher than women.
Yes, I think the pattern is if the turnout is high, it foretells a change. Not always, but perhaps. And when it's down, I suppose it favors the status quo. Although you know better than I, Prannoy, whether that kind of generalization holds.
But one
But
thing,
but women are catching up.
yeah.
Politically, that's the big message of the last several elections.
Yeah, I
Lok
mean,
Sabha.
they were, I think, in 1962, since the men-women turnout was first published by the Election Commission, 1962, women were 25% lower than men turnout. And last time they were actually higher than men's turnout by a small 0.5%. That's a huge growth in women's participation.
And what about eligible voters, Prannoy? Eligible voters?
Yeah, that is a big problem. We have found that last time there were 21 million women who were eligible to vote but did not have voter IDs, and they would go to the polling station and were not allowed to vote. We went to the Election Commission, we went to the Supreme Court and said something has to be done. Very little has been done. This time the missing women turnout, missing women voters is 18 million. And that is a lot of people who should be allowed to vote and not allowed. And Dorab, on this missing women, which we have been...
I think, the numbers are coming down. So at least that is a good sign. They need to come down faster.
Yeah.
With the availability of Aadhaar cards, even if you don't link them, you now know these women exist. So put them on the rolls. And, it's not that.
Right.
You got 5 years to do it, and we waited 5 years to get it down from 21 to 18. We must get it down to 10.
Baj, if I could come in on this, this again sort of puts the focus back on the Election Commission, how it has conducted itself, and these elections in particular. You have women missing from the voter list. You also have, there have been reports, for example, of Muslim voters missing from voter lists as well in UP and other states. What does that tell us about, how we're conducting elections despite decades and decades of actually doing it pretty well?
Actually, also young people, they didn't manage to get a large proportion of the young people who have become new voters, if you like. They haven't joined the election space this time. It's lower than the average certainly for men. And as far as turnout goes, I think the most disturbing fact was the fact that there was such a long delay in the first two phases in giving the final turnout figures. Getting people on the rolls is as much actually a duty of the people to get themselves on the roll.
Really, that is partially to do with it, but in our analysis, certain categories are very poor, but a lot of people just go and don't get their names registered even though they have Aadhaar card. The trouble with an Aadhaar card is even non-Indians can get an Aadhaar card. So you can't use that instead. So there's a bit of an issue, but it needs to be focused on. What do you feel, Vineet?
Good morning, Doctor, and thank you for calling me.
It's great to have you.
To see you all here.
Author and intellectual.
So I was just telling Dorabji that I've grown up looking at him on the Asian counting day every time.
You can, from now on, you can call him uncle.
Dr. Roy is as young as me. So we both started together. One issue would be there always with democracy, is voter registration and voter education. I would like to congratulate the EC for doing the best, be it use of the electronic media or other ways to encourage voters to get registered and then to come. Yes, this will be a flip side. People not having proper identification. Then with this new market economy where people keep transferring their jobs, they keep making new voter cards, and they are not aware things which you see in this generation, where engineers or other knowledge workers, they keep changing. And when they keep changing their jobs and they're in a new city, then they miss the voting part, A. B, as you rightly said, there is a certain section of society always suffers because of education or not awareness. But I would doubt whether anybody deliberately eliminates a name. Yeah. Third, there has to be an education of the elected officers. So we also have one problem. We don't have permanent staff of EC. So those who are on the duty that day, many times, are professors, teachers, or other government employees who may not be well aware of the alternate identification cards. So the officer may object, and also the polling agents there. So there is more to be done. But overall, I think we have been mature democracy all
Just
throughout.
one question to Ram. Ram, one of the issues is how do we solve this problem about registration of women in particular? Partially, as Baj was saying, there's a reticence in certain communities, but also there is definitely an overall problem about really reaching out to them and getting them registered. Any thoughts on how to solve? And I'll ask you one more question on turnout after that.
I think you need a lot more public advocacy, and this issue has to become more visible in the media, including social media, and organizations, democracy. I think equal rights to be active and speak. It's going to take a while. That's the only way I can.
Yeah, and I think it should be door to door, meeting everybody, making sure you've ticked everybody, every person on the census. It's quite feasible. It takes a little time and a little effort, but it really needs to be done. To go from 21 million missing to 18 million in 5 years is not a great achievement, but it's better than nothing. One of the things, sorry, go ahead.
Historically, there's an interesting fact. In the first Lok Sabha election, many women in Hindi-speaking states were out because they would not give their names. You know that. They would say wife of so-and-so or daughter of so-and-so, and unfortunately, the election commissioner at that time couldn't resolve this issue. He did a great job the first election, but on this, I think the election commission failed because they could have been more flexible. They wanted the full name and so on. And this is, I think, since then, there's a huge change. So we hope that.
Bureaucratic, yeah. One of the things which I'm going to just throw at you for turnout, we're pretty high at 66%, 67%. But we've even been to the election commission and said, look, you take 7 weeks, you spend so much money, why don't you have voting on 2 days or 3 days? Then, you know, somebody has to be out of town or has to be in hospital for surgery for 1 day. They can at least have another day, and that could increase turnout by 10%. And people can come back from, the migrants can come back. What's wrong with having voting over 2 days?
I think it's a very good idea. If they can manage it logistically and in terms of security, I think it's a very good idea. And it should be taken seriously.
Right.
The 10% is a huge number in a country with 970 million eligible voters, or something like that.
Yes.
Look what's happening in America. The Democratic Party, the Republican Party, they're sending out people. For instance, the blacks are under-registered. So the Democratic Party and the Republican Party both go out through the years, not on one day.
Right.
To register people, you go house to. You got 5 years in which to do that.
Exactly.
Go door to door. The political parties also have a role to play in helping registrations.
But how come in the Parsi community have extra voters than the population?
Because we are worth 20 votes for each Parsi. That is the way it is. That's what the constitution. That's what the constitution says. Each Parsi has 20 votes. You can divide them or give them to one party.
So we've got Yamini Iyer joining us, and she, of course,
Thank you very
is
much for joining us.
one of the best policy analysts in the country. Was heading CPR, the Center for Policy Research, till recently, and
Yes,
is
it's an honor having you. Thank
it's
you.
really good to have you.
Thank you
And
for having me. It's a privilege.
Yamini, you've written extensively. Actually, what we were talking about just before you came in was the participation of women, young people in elections. The fact that you actually had, as Prannoy pointed out, 18 million women missed from the rolls time. But just overall, in terms of what the increased participation of women generally over the decades means politically, If you could sum that up for us, it's actually been a huge boost for the BJP in particular, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I think what's really important over the last decade or so is that women have kind of emerged as a voting class, so to speak, of their own. And wherever you look, political parties are vying and wooing the female voter, increasingly so across the country. Just in and of itself, this is no small achievement, especially for a country where on every other conceivable indicator, women do far worse than any other country at comparable levels of GDP, most importantly, labor force participation rates. What is also interesting, and we don't have good data, but like all of us have been out and talking to voters, and I think many of us have come back with this consistent feeling that increasingly, especially young, educated women, are making voter choices that often enough are different from the household voter choice. This itself also is a very, very important shift and tells you a lot about what's happening to intra-household bargaining power. However, at no point has any of this really translated into a political articulation of women in terms of rights, in terms of overall female empowerment. It's become very much about my cash transfer versus your cash transfer, with the female voter as a sort of passive beneficiary that can be mobilized whenever needed from an electoral point of view.
Which
and
is why
that's
everyone's
worrying.
talking about free bus rides or LPG
The free
schemes.
bus rides, though, I like. Because really, genuinely, if there's one way in which you can shift what a public space looks like, a genuinely empowered society is one in which women are just everywhere. And when you have free bus rides, women claiming public spaces, that's a huge starting point. But it's in the articulation of giving that I have a problem, because this is not about political parties or politicians giving to women or any voter. This is about voters demanding their rights from the state. And that's what we should be talking about more.
One major change we've noticed over the years is that 25 years ago, you'd say, ask a woman who you're voting for, and they'd say, whatever my husband tells me. Now it is completely different. We say, do you listen to what your husband says? And he's standing right there. He said, no. In fact, I think he listens to her now much more. It's really kind of women coming up strong on participation in elections.
See, I have seen one change, and that is that they started deciding for themselves. And rather, you see in many places, they take the lead. And you rightly said that many times they take the lead in the house and they tell, because they are the most impacted. So be it be the kitchen where the inflation hits, or be it be other policies of the government. And that's why you see in the last 10 or 15 years, the policies are women-centric. And especially in this era of 2019-24, you see many schemes and policies which were around women. And that's why I think the numbers which we have seen are quite encouraging. So I see it very positively. Yes, of course, more women should come out, they should participate. Only thing is, one difference I have with Yamini ji is that when the state gives you everything and you are being seen everywhere, that does not mean they are empowered. So we'll have to encourage them to participate. The number of candidates which are there, women candidates. And one of the indicators which no channel speaks or no media speaks is number of independent women candidates, irrespective of the party, where they get a certain sensitivity. If I don't get a ticket from any political party, I will stand independently. So that is very, very less, and this indicator has not been discussed.
The cost of standing in an election today is outrageous. So, you can't expect, there were 35 odd independents in the first parliament. In the current parliament, there are 2 of them. The question is, the election commission says there are 94 lakhs is your limit spend. Constituency has 30 lakh people. As Baj says, postcards don't exist anymore. But in the old days, you could send a postcard. You can't even send a postcard. I mean, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister of this country, says, I will not stand for election because I cannot raise the resources. And you want independent women who are getting free bus rides to stand for parliament? We have to be more realistic about these things.
Good point, actually.
So this challenge would always be there, the cost versus, the pointers. So if women stands, irrespective whether she has resources to match with the political parties or not, it will make a statement. So we should encourage them.
But look at this, the one bipartisan moment we had in these last 5 years in Parliament was over the special session for the Women's Bill. And then each one of the political parties that so robustly came out saying, here we are, look at how they distributed their tickets. I mean, that's we don't really disagree in that women are being treated as a voter class. They're not being treated as rights-bearing citizens who are equal bearers of everything. So parties will say as a voter class, yeah, we're going to do this, 2029 and whenever it is. But when it comes to distributing tickets, there's a very different set of choices that are being made.
All parties, true about every single party.
All parties, that's the irony, right? You have, in a very fraught political moment, you have one bipartisan moment, and that was such a fraud on the women of this country.
Okay, let's have a look at what the exit polls say. Maybe the last time we look at exit polls. It might be the last time we look at them. Let's see what their numbers say. We look at the poll of polls, an average of all the polls. This is what it looks like. Poll of polls, NDA 367. Remember, that's way, way above the halfway mark. India 142 and others 34. So 367 means 9 above last time, 2019. In India, 23 above and others 32 below.
No, one thing, we are comparing the new alliances.
Yeah.
The old alliances got 351, but we are now looking at what the current alliances got last time.
Yeah.
It was 367.
358 it was last time.
Okay, well, no, I actually have many people asking me this question, which is that what does Prannoy Roy think of the exit polls? Do you believe them?
Have you ever known a journalist to answer a question? Then you're not a journalist. I'll never answer. I'll only ask questions. Well, what do you think?
We look.
Don't answer.
In our previous avatar, we never did exit polls for a reason, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, maybe 20 years ago.
But have a look at the exit poll, let's say state by state. In Andhra, this is interesting. Chandrababu Naidu, Telugu Desam, 19 seats out of the 25. That's a huge, huge majority. And the YSRC, Jagan down to 5, down 17, and Chandrababu Naidu up 16 seats. A big change. Should we go to Karnataka and then we can go a little... Okay, Tamil Nadu. Let's go to Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, the BJP plus PMK plus others, 4 seats, of which I don't think the BJP may be getting 1. DMK plus Congress plus others 34, that's down 4 since last time. ADMK -1 and others 1. Ram, if I can just ask you, does that ring true for the results of what you feel on the ground in Tamil Nadu?
I think on the ground it looks like a clean sweep for the DMK-led alliance. And that number that's up by 4. The BJP and none for the AIDMK is a bit skewed, I think.
Right.
Of course, the problem is converting share of the votes into seats. It's an old issue. It's the formula. There's a certain amount that gets guesswork, so on, unless they go very deep with data. So I would say that 34 should be higher, going by what we learn from the ground.
Seems underestimate. Okay. Quick look at Karnataka, and then you can actually bring some life into the whole thing.
Let's look at Karnataka, because this is one state that the Congress had hoped it would do well, because it of course won the state elections in Karnataka last year quite decisively. If you look at the exit polls, it actually shows that the BJP is only down by 4 seats. I think the Congress's internal estimate was that they'd be down by some 8 to 10 seats. As per the exit polls, that is not happening. Baj, that of course would then be, would you say, quite a disappointment for the Congress? A surprise that, the BJP is still able to retain so many Lok Sabha seats?
I think the Congress hoped to get double figures, but I think the BJP was very clever after the assembly elections. They realized that things were wobbly in Karnataka. They went for a tie-up with the JDS. So immediately that makes a rather large alliance if votes are transferred. And if the exit polls are correct, yes, the votes have been transferred. The Congress is then standing alone against two parties that got more than 50% in the assembly.
One of the big surprises is that if you look at all elections over the last 75 years, if there's an assembly election held within 1 year of the Lok Sabha, it is a very good indicator of who's going to win. Whoever wins the assembly wins the Lok Sabha. So this is a complete change. Congress wins the assembly, less than a year later, they are projected to get thrashed in the Lok Sabha.
But that happened in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh also in 2019. The Congress won in December of
but by
2018 and then
large,
lost
overall,
2019.
it's about 85% of the time it's the same.
But is that changing?
Balakot and,
The main thing was the whole
But are people
Pulwama.
then voting differently in state elections and differently at the national level?
Actually, good question. If they are for once, if they're held simultaneously, the difference is 1% only, except Orissa, where the difference is 6 to 8%. But every other state, just 1%. If they had apart, non-simultaneously, assembly elections, the national parties do 10% less than they do when it's simultaneous.
Now we know why one nation, one election is a
Could be.
much on the cards.
yeah.
But I wonder whether the fact that we have increasingly this dominant national party that looks very different to regional parties, so the shift out of the coalition era into this single party dominant moment is making this split ticket voting a more visible thing. And I think Orissa was a really good example of that, that subnational questions, identity, service delivery gets expressed very differently in a state election to when you have national elections, because the state party doesn't really have a role in national decision making anymore.
If you look at the way the national parties have done over the years and state parties have done, state parties now command almost 35% of the seats.
In the state?
No, in the Lok Sabha.
In the Lok Sabha, yeah.
Versus, say, 2 or 3% in the first few parliaments. So regardless of what the national parties do, they have been moving up. The question is, when the elections are separate, they move up more. When they're together, move up a bit less. But they do move up. So many states are now ruled by regional parties.
Yeah.
Right. Well, just to let everyone know, it's 7:59, so the postal ballots will begin counting in just less than a minute from now, and the EVMs will be counted at 8:30. There was controversy over this as well in the run-up to counting, with the opposition demanding that the Election Commission make it clear that postal ballots will be counted first and will be done with in the first half an hour to 1 hour before we move on to EVMs. And the the CEC clarified yesterday that that is what they're going to do. So the counting officially does get underway in less than a minute from now. Senior journalist Nalini Singh joins us on deKoder this morning. Nalini Singh, great to have you back with all of us today. We were just, talking about a very interesting point about single party dominance versus regional parties. If these exit polls were actually correct, would you say that there is, in a sense, a warning sign to regional parties, including the BJD in Orissa, the TRS, the TMC, that it's changing, perhaps even at the state level, that, their dominance is under threat, and it is going to be perhaps an era of single party dominance?
Nidhi, wonderful to be on your deKoder, and congratulations to Prannoy too.
Thank you.
Just to go back to your question, that I do think that for regional parties, there is a huge warning. There should be really the temple bell should be their icon now, to say that, look, your time is kind of now limited, because you see what's happening in Orissa. Naveen Babu, you see even in TMC, and of course BRS is a classic example. But there are so many others along the coast, and then more also seen what happened in what's called the Hindi Patti in the mainland of the subcontinent. I would say that this is something which these parties have signed up for. Jagan Reddy had in many ways, he had supported BJP and the NDA, and at the moment, and then there was a flip with TDP, and now Jagan Reddy finds himself in a real corner. So TDP then finds themselves in the lion's den of the zoo. So I would say that these are really big signs. And as I heard somebody say, that this one party or one election, one party, etc., or one election, that is going to be some which will foretell what will happen in the future. But one thing I'd like just to bring to your attention is that it is said that when institutions are undermined, the opposition stands up. Now, in this case, has the opposition in the political parties stood up? We will know during the day. Or have the people of India, in some pockets, are they standing up? So this is something which I'm watching very carefully, because we do know that institutions have been undermined to a lesser extent, and that this has caused a lot of alarm also. Now let's see what happens about that, and whether the people of India, as was said earlier on, that the people of India have taken this election in their hands. Have they, and is it showing?
So while we are talking about Orissa and the difference between the regional party vote and the national vote, Lok Sabha vote, why don't you tell us what were the exit poll results for Orissa?
Well, the exit poll results for Orissa are very interesting. If we can just bring those numbers up, because, in Orissa, we saw the BJP was actually doing better in Lok Sabha elections, and this is actually one election which is simultaneous. But Naveen Patnaik was really holding his own as far as state assembly elections are concerned. And this is the poll of polls for the 21 Lok Sabha seats, and you can see, of course, a complete sort of dominance by the BJP there in Orissa. I think it's the assembly election exit poll which is actually even more startling for Naveen Patnaik Baj, isn't it? The one I saw, which was Access, it was 50-50. But I believe there are a number of seats in Orissa where it's a very, very narrow contest.
Yeah, last time in the assembly elections, BJD did really well in areas where the BJP actually did well in the Lok Sabha. So, and there are a lot of seats there. There are about 58 seats in the assembly which have a margin of less than 10,000, and 35 of them are with the BJD. So these are potentially seats that they could lose if there's a huge movement towards the BJP.
So Shikha Trivedi, senior journalist who's been tracking Orissa very closely, joining us this morning. Shikha, what do you make of the exit poll numbers for Orissa?
When we were traveling on the ground, we did get the feeling that the BJP was poised to make huge gains in the state, more in the Lok Sabha elections than in the assembly elections. But this assembly election is all about Naveen Patnaik, whether he'll be able to work his magic once again and get a sixth term as CM, which makes him the longest serving chief minister in the country.
Don't forget that Orissa is a state where more than 80% of the population is rural, one of the most rural states in the country. Now the question is whether they have been influenced to move, because for them, Naveen Babu.
Just a second, this is a very important lead that's coming in Bangalore rural, where these are still postal though, so one has to be careful. Bangalore rural, the Congress held a victory margin of 13% and the BJP is leading now, but postal votes.
That's DK Suresh's seat, the brother of DK Shiv Kumar.
Right.
That seat.
If he is losing, that'll huge turnaround.
No, so I'm saying that it is a very, very rural state where this is in Orissa, as we discussed earlier. Orissa, it's a fight of two titans, Narendra Modi and Biju Patnaik. I'm Naveen Patnaik. Is there something else coming?
A lot of early leads coming in.
Yeah, 15 bad, but they're all postal.
In fact, in Karnataka, there are about 7 of them, and BJP is leading in all 7.
All 7, and many of them are turnarounds. So that's postal votes, but good news, good postal vote news for the BJP in Karnataka.
But explain to us what is different in the postal votes, just like if anyone watching doesn't
postal
really
vote
know.
is totally, completely non-representative. It's a certain category of people like the army or officials who can't actually be present. So they just don't represent anything. And look, historically, they're not a good indicator of what's coming.
Only one non-postal voters come in from Gujarat. Non-postal. The BJP is leading. It was holding that seat.
Yes.
It is still leading. But all the others are postal. One non-postal.
How is that possible? I thought the EVMs only open at 8:30.
Perhaps, Gujaratis, we don't serve too much in the army, so there aren't too many of us having postal votes.
No, that's very true. Gujarat is the lowest of all states in the contribution towards the army of Jawans. The lowest.
Now I'll go and double it.
You can double it.
But if you could
One
just
of the
go...
few states which does not have regiment. Like if you see Maharashtra, it has Mahar and Maratha. Rajasthan, it has Rajputana and Jat. One of the states which does not have any designated headquarters of any regiment.
In the old days, Saurashtra, which was a separate state, contributed a lot to the army. The second chief of army staff was a...
Yeah. Currently BJP leading in Varanasi.
That's Mr. Modi, yeah. You're surprised?
Victory margin. But look at the other, actually we should keep a track on this. Here, Rampur, BJP is gaining that from the Samajwadi Party, again, postal votes. And if you look at Barabanki, Congress is gaining from the BJP. That's a turn-up. That's the first one that's really gone the other way.
That's
Postal, all postal, yeah. Madhya Pradesh, Ujjain, BJP holding, huge victory margin last time. Maharashtra, Nandurbar, BJP holding, victory margin was narrow, so that Congress hasn't got a 4% swing. A 4% swing is needed for to overturn a 7%. Uttarakhand, BJP leading, it held by 34% last time. A lot of postal votes coming in, I must say.
Non-postal vote, Kerala, 2 leading, UDF, holding, no change.
Holding, okay. No
and
change.
Rajasthan 2, no change, BJP.
Okay,
So we expect this to accelerate after 8:30, right, Dorab?
Yeah,
Once the EVMs open, then...
When postal votes, hopefully, except for those who wake up late, should be counted by then.
Do we have Monideepa with us? So let's go across to Monideepa Banerjee. You just saw the first postal leads coming in from Bengal. Monideepa, do you believe what the exit polls are saying about Bengal? Is that what's really reflecting on the ground?
I have been thinking about it ever since the exit polls came out, and I have found a convenient middle ground answer. I don't know if it will work for you, but basically I feel mathematically, perhaps, the results are possible. Simply because I have badgered Mr. Bajpai on this, there are 18 seats that are kind of marginal. There are 18 seats in which the margin of victory in 2019 was less than 1 lakh. Those 18 seats, in 6, the margin of victory is less than 50,000. And there are seats.
5,000. Public 1,800. Z 1,300, we are 21,000. 4 times India today.
1,500 votes and so on. So mathematically an upset is possible. But, elections are also about chemistry. And if you go by chemistry, honestly, the exit polls seem very, very inaccurate by chemistry. So I'm not sure. I'm keeping my mind open about this. The Trinamool has been putting up a great fight. The campaign that Mamata Banerjee has run, honestly, I don't know how anybody like her can campaign. She is a senior citizen like me, and the kind of campaign she has conducted, I have lost count of the number of public rallies and padyatras she has held across Bengal. Given her kind of campaign, and of course, Mr. Modi has been into Bengal about 20 times, I think, and even held road shows. But Mamata Banerjee has outnumbered him and outnumbered BJP's, major leaders campaigning in Bengal. So, given the kind of campaign she has had, it's a bit hard to see the numbers turning against her in such a major fashion. Though, of course, there's no question that there is also anti-incumbency. Mamata Banerjee has been Chief Minister for 2 terms. She's a 3rd term Chief Minister. Assembly election coming up 2026. So certainly anti-incumbency issues do exist. So Mamata Banerjee must be keeping her fingers crossed this morning, and also the BJP.
Right, of course, and a series of scandals also hitting the TMC over the last few years. The BJP's focus has been on Bengal, the RSS's focus has been on Bengal and of course the South, and hoping to offset any losses in the North, whatever they may be. Will it be as much as the exit polls say? Will it be so massive? I think that's what we have to wait and see. But Doc, what do you think about the leads coming in now?
Actually, let's have a look at the summary of the leads overall for all India and then state by state, if you can bring them up, the leads tables, because they are there at the bottom. All India, and the NDA is 52 to India's 52 to 29. India is up by 8 and NDA is down by 6. Again, postal votes, we have to keep saying that, you're right. If we just bring up the tables on the leads, then we can actually go through it in a little more detail, state by state. That would be great. So here it is, all India. NDA 52, India 29. NDA down 6 since last time, India up 8, and others 3 down 2 since last time. If we can go to 1 or 2 of the states, it'd be interesting to see any differences in trend. Andhra Pradesh, nothing in yet. Any others? Have a look.
Kerala, you can.
Assam. We should try and choose ones which have got something that's come in.
Kerala.
15
have come in Kerala.
Yeah. Now Madhya Pradesh, BJP 4, Congress 0, but BJP is just holding. It hasn't. Well, they actually won almost every seat last time. Now here's interesting. Yes, BJP plus Shiv Sena 8, down 3 since last time. That's down 3 out of 12. Oh, hold on there. We just were just going through that graphic. That changed a bit quick. Telangana 1. Rajasthan down just 1. Congress up 1.
By 1.
7 to 2. So
another state where the BJP swept last time.
Swept last time, exactly.
But look at Karnataka.
Wait, it's coming up.
Oh, sorry.
Bengal, Trinamool Congress 2 up 1 and the BJP down 1. And Karnataka, BJP plus JDS 12 up 2. That is in line with the exit polls. Again, postal votes, so you're not sure. Congress down 1. Kerala, UDF 8, left 7. That's very different from most exit poll forecasts. And many of these, Dora, are actual, not just postal votes, actual voting.
Yes. Not too many, I think, but let's see.
I wanted to go back to Kerala. Gujarat
for the Congress
down 1.
Up.
Very unusual for Congress up to gain there. Kerala, now BJP leading in 1, which would be along the lines of the exit polls, although, but 9 to 7 is very different. The UDF, my gosh, left doing better than the Congress. Again, mostly postal vote, but some actual votes as well. Okay, great, very interesting. Ram, if we can bring you in there, this the Kerala votes is very. Here's also Tamil Nadu, DMK Congress 6 and the BJP PMK 1, 6-1 at the moment out of just 7 out of 39. So Kerala is very different from what the exit poll was saying, Ram.
I didn't expect this at this moment. 10-9, that's radically different for Lok Sabha.
Right. Again, health warning about early stage, first round counting, postal ballots, etc. But if that is a trend, it's totally different, right?
I find it interesting because postal ballots have, correct me if I'm wrong, have generally tended to favor the BJP. And if you look at the overall lead right now, the opposition alliance is gaining 16 and the NDA is down 13.
Let's get the all India figure again. That's actually a very interesting point.
You haven't got UP in Bihar yet.
No, sure. But I'm just saying, just based on postal ballots and previous trends now, the EVMs will tell us the real story.
Here's the all India.
This is what it is at the moment.
By any chance we have the numbers been, the postal ballots has been casted? So what is the percentage of?
They don't tell you that
They don't,
right at the
yeah.
end. Yeah.
It's negligible, almost negligible.
It is negligible.
But this includes UP and Bihar's
So it can be
postal
0.1%.
ballots, the
It
India All India
includes,
number?
UP, Bihar, I don't think anything has come as yet, but
It includes UP?
yeah.
That's
And UP shows some
Yeah,
gains
look at the
today.
UP. Just one second. UP 16, down
And
3.
9.
So down 3 out of 25. And if you multiply that 3 times, it's only down 9 or 10. But down 9 or 10 since 2019, where they got overall BJP plus got 64. So that brings them down to around 54, which is again very different from the exit poll. Let's go across to Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, it's showing very different early trends in Uttar Pradesh, but again, exit polls are one thing and postal ballots are almost as unreliable. What do you feel on the ground at the moment, Saurabh?
Absolutely, Dr. Roy. Very good morning. And very interesting early trends from Uttar Pradesh. And in fact, when I was talking to a lot of reporters on ground, in fact, I was also there for good 12, 13 days. This time, I think in rural part of Uttar Pradesh, unemployment is a major issue. And especially when we talk about Western UP, there are some seats where BJP had a clear edge and BJP had won in 2019, seats like Muzaffarnagar, seats like Meerut, for that matter, seats like Bulandshahr. These seats, I see very close contest in all these things, in all these seats. Just before polling Thakurs, the major upper caste in Uttar Pradesh, they held Mahapanchayats and they have decided not to go with the BJP, as they were saying that BJP has not given enough ticket to the Thakur voters. And apart from that, and now if we move towards little east-west, where the seats of Mathura, the polling percentage in Mathura was very less. Dr. Roy, and we all know that Hema Malini is member of parliament from there. And the polling percentage, according to Election Commission of India, is almost 54%, which is almost 4% less than 2019.
Right.
So in West UP, I think the polling percentage was less. There was definitely some anti-incumbency, but I personally feel that alliance with Jayant Chaudhary, RLD, will help BJP out, but we will see some gain for opposition in the seats like Muzaffarnagar, where Harinder Malik is opposition candidate against Sanjeev Balyan, massive anti-incumbency against.
Saurabh,
Yes,
if you just look at the graphic up right now of the two maps, 2019 and 2024, it's the north, the area where it was the first phase where the SP plus Congress are gaining the most at the moment. And that kind of reflect, everybody did say that the BJP didn't do very well in that first phase. Is that right? And why would that happen?
Absolutely, Doc. Doc, this first phase, the West UP, we have seen in 2014, after you remember Muzaffarnagar riots in 2013. So this West UP was very polarized after Muzaffarnagar riots. In 2014, BJP almost swept West UP, and 2019 also, despite the lines with Mayawati and Akhilesh Yadav, BJP did well. But in this time, I have seen in the ground there's massive anti-incumbency against the BJP candidates. As I have pointed out in Muzaffarnagar, Sanjeev Balyan, he is contesting for the third time. Massive anti-incumbency against Sanjeev Balyan, his Jat. And opposition smartly fielded a Jat candidate against Sanjeev Balyan. His name is Harinder Malik. His son is MLA from Samajwadi Party, is ex-MP. And if you move towards a neighboring seat of Muzaffarnagar, Kairana, BJP did not change the ticket. BJP gave ticket to Pradeep Kumar, and Samajwadi Party fielded young Ikra Hassan. Very interesting. She is 28-year-old law graduate from London. Her mother was MP, her father was MP, but a very localized campaign. She was on the ground. So I think there is massive anti-incumbency against the candidates of BJP in West UP. And we did not see that excitement within the voters.
One thing, Saurabh, they just showed the results compared to, the leads compared to 2019, and it looks as the SP for Congress is going up, but mainly because BSP votes have switched to them. The BJP has not come down that much, just come down by 2 seats, but BSP is 0 right now, down 7, and Congress is up 9, 2 from the BJP and 7 from the BSP. And one more thing I wanted to ask you about the Northeast and the Northwest and the Western region. We met a lot of Rajputs who said they're not going to vote for Modi this time because if Modi gets too powerful, and they had panchayats about it, he'll get rid of Yogi, and they love Yogi. So the West now seems to be going more towards Samajwadi Party. Could that be part of it, that the Rajputs have, for the first time, not voted for the BJP, or is that too speculative?
Doc, we have to see, because definitely Thakurs in Uttar Pradesh initially, as I've said, as you're also pointing out, they held massive Mahapanchayats in Saharanpur, in Sardana, where Sardana was one of the major center of Muzaffarnagar riots, and it was highly polarized. Sangeet Som won from that seat in 2017. And we know Sangeet Som very well, that he is very famous for his statements, anti-minority statements. But in the heart of his constituency, in Sardana, Thakur held Mahapanchayat saying, Yogi tujhse bair nahi, Modi teri khair nahi. Or that's what, and they, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal took that line from those Thakurs who held Mahapanchayat in West UP. And those Thakurs were saying that as BJP removed Shivraj Singh Chauhan from the CM post in Madhya Pradesh and Vasundhara Raje also in Madhya Pradesh, same thing they will do in Uttar Pradesh after winning Lok Sabha election. They will remove Yogi Adityanath. Yogi Adityanath is our leader. He is Thakur. So Yogi tujhse bair nahi, Modi teri khair nahi. But we have to see that I think in Uttar Pradesh, Thakurs are 7%. But they were totally with BJP in 14, 17, 19. And in 22 as well. But this time I've seen in West, especially precisely in few seats, Saharanpur, Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, and part of Bagpat and Bijnor. I've seen Thakurs drifting towards Samajwadi Party. And most of them, in fact, I've seen Dr. Roy, they have voted against BJP, and few of them did not vote also. They said that if we are not going to vote for BJP, then we will not even vote. So that was also a case in the ground.
Right. Let's just take a look at some of these numbers are actually really very interesting that are coming in. Many of them actually. Look at Delhi. 6 out of 7 leads, at least for postal ballots, all of which show the BJP leading at the moment. Of course, it is postal ballots. Delhi will, of course, be important because Kejriwal's arrest, the pact with the Congress, did it have an impact at all on the AAP's votes? That will really determine the future of the party as well, and how it does it.
West Delhi is one of the 2 seats in the country, Valsad and West Delhi, which have always gone with the winner for the last 12 elections.
Bellwether.
The Bellwether.
Okay, let's have a look. Actually, Maharashtra is fascinating. Yeah,
I was coming to that next. The Maharashtra numbers are interesting because once that comes up, you'll see that the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, Congress, NCP, Pawar alliance, Sharad Pawar alliance. Yeah, look at that. That's, I mean, again, just based on postal ballots. And Vineet Goenka, you want to just quickly comment, because Maharashtra, of course, is a very, very key state for the BJP if it wants to come back with big numbers.
I come from Mumbai.
Yes.
Generations from Mumbai.
Yes.
So this is the first time we are going to see that who is the opposition, who is together. So it's a very confusing.
But there was a lot of discontent when we went around about, one was the ban on onion exports, and the prices had fallen, the farmers were really upset, and this Maratha movement, they want reservation. 2 factors which were resonant, and they said we'll never vote for a government that bans exports. And they kept saying Pakistan benefited.
So of course, onion is a big move there. But Maharashtra also benefited a lot. If you see the NHI passing through Maharashtra, number of kilometers been built in Maharashtra, the connectivity which has been done, and the transformation of the cities and the other area. For example, if you go to Nagpur, so I have been regular to Nagpur, and the way it has been transferred, it is phenomenal.
One other thing I want to ask you about, is there sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray because Shinde has moved away? That's what a lot of people...
Especially in Mumbai.
So, very honestly, there are 2 set of people. One, whose loyalty is with Bala Sahib, irrespective, and as the loyalty is with Bala Sahib, the son may benefit. So it is not the Uddhav who is the factor, it is the son of Bala Sahib.
Bala Sahib factor.
Right.
So, and on the other side, there is people who are rational, who say the legacy of Bala Sahib is not with Uddhav. That conflict exists there.
We have the Congress's official spokesperson Nizam Fauzdar joining us this morning on deKoder as well. Nizam Fauzdar, your first reactions. It's about 4 minutes to go for the EVMs to be counted, but just based on these postal ballots so far, are you smiling a little bit?
Yeah, I'm one of the most optimistic persons. I think we have done a real good job through the last few days during the elections. I think we are going to do really, really well compared to the exit polls, the kind of ballot paper, the trends that are coming out. I feel we will do far, far better than the expected numbers by the media that came in the last 2 days. I think we did a very positive campaign. We stuck to the people's, issues. We worked on the issues that the people can benefit from. We looked at how the lives of the people be bettered and how it can create, a future to the country. And in terms of, the economy, in terms of jobs, in terms of price rise, in terms of various factors that was affecting the people, right? I think we have done a really, really positive campaign. We didn't get into, mudslinging. We didn't get into hitting below the belt. We worked really hard in terms of connecting with the people. I think we have achieved that.
Right. Just again, the numbers are changing pretty quickly as we speak. Again, Doc, if you just look at, for example, a state like Rajasthan, which the BJP completely swept last time, the Congress is showing a gain of as many as 3 seats.
Where the actual voting, first round of voting, Baj just pointed that out. Baj?
Yeah, in the first round, Congress is picking up 3 seats here. The other interesting state is Kerala.
1 second. The first round, how many of them?
Meaning 14 seats have come.
14 seats, and it's 10 to 4, according to your figures.
Yeah.
Right. That is not postal vote. So that's a little bit more of a, first round is first round.
But this is true also Kerala, where it's 8-8 between UDF and left front. So Congress is not doing so well there.
Right.
Anything from Widener?
I haven't checked that constituency, but we can.
Right. We have Asif Bhamla, BJP spokesperson, also joining us this morning. Asif Bhamla, good morning to you. Your first thoughts on the numbers as they're coming in? Looks a little bit closer than what the exit poll suggested.
Well, let me begin with a very good line that Loktantra के इस महा उत्सव में सबने बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया है, and let me tell you, this is going to be a mandate of a pro-incumbency, and the country would witness this for the 3rd time, having the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji back into power, taking up the reins in the interest of a better future, and it's his outreach. He's managed to achieve the unachievable. Right from the Mahilas to the youth, the over enthusiasm in the voters was something which we saw on ground level while campaigning as well. So this would be a large vote for Modi ji, and of course
it may very well be that, but it might be a little closer than what the exit poll suggested, a landslide win. At the moment, it appears to be that the opposition is doing better than many people expected, and therefore I'm asking you specifically on that, on the current trends so far. How do you see that?
You see, well, I mean, this is not a trend at all of what the outcome is. I mean, we're going on the ballot votes, etc. But going further, when the 2 rounds, are unveiled, will be the real, will be a little reality check that we will come across with. But I mean, you see, when there are exams that have approached, and if you've worked thoroughly, day in and day out, you see, so you have to, so you definitely envisage a result that's definitely going to be very, very positive. That's going to be in your favor. So what the opening is, we're not worried because our arrangements have been done. But the sad part is that the opposition is in such a tizzy that what it believes is that if we don't if we don't win, then the EVMs are wrong. But if we win, the EVMs are right. You see the kind of fatwa that has been released by the Congress party and the opposition leaders yesterday, that all guys get ready. हमें एक तरीके से एक तरीके से एक जलोश करना है. अगर ऐसे कुछ हुआ तो अगर यदि परिस्थिति अलग रही तो चुनाव. This is not a democratic way of handling a situation. You have already declaring yourself to have lost before the even results are being out. Come on, you BJP
whatever they may be. Sorry, let me just get the Congress to respond to the accusation that you're making there. Mr. Fauzdar?
I think BJP is
please show some respect.
Mr. Bhamla, just give us 30 seconds.
Machinery that has been working.
They are always,
day out,
the mood of attack, and always of this, the sling and the slang and ranting out whether whether we are doing well, not well. I think BJP fits in the opposition side because they constantly make this, the remark that the opposition, the Congress party is against the democracy, they are against, EVMs, they are against the process. I think the BJP needs to come out of that kind of a negative thought process. They need to more look at what people need. And they are constantly that, Mughal ke waqt se leke Ashoka ke waqt se le jayenge, pre-medieval times. I think they need to come to the present and the future rather than, just constantly attacking the other side of democracy. What we are simply saying is the BJP has failed to deliver. They have, the ILO says 85% of the youth are unemployed today. And I think really address those issues. The kind of price rise, kind of problems that the farmers are. I think we need to look at that rather than keep continuously saying that the Congress party or the opposition is blaming them. We are attacking Pradhan Mantri. Agar Pradhan Mantri has, he has to be brave enough to take the decision that we will raise it. And I think that's the sport of a government and ruling party. Today they are on that acid test, and I'm sure the people of the country will answer to those questions and say that
There. A second, sorry, let me just interrupt you because I want to get N. Ram to give us an overview of what's happening at the moment. Ram, these are really early days. These are mostly postal votes. Also, although many states, including Rajasthan, have started first round of counting, but 212 down 33 since last time. The change is the crucial. That if you look at the All India leads figure, if you look at that table, it's actually the NDA is down 35 at the moment, and India is up 51. That's a bit different from exit polls. Things may change because this is really early days. But do you feel there's a trend happening or too early to say?
I think this is quite significant because, these numbers do suggest that the gap has been narrowed, that the India bloc has delivered to a certain extent. We don't know that extent yet, but that it's coming together of parties with different programs and ideologies has to limit the BJP's dominance, I think, has worked to a certain extent. That, I think, can be at least provisionally asserted. And I think I think many people felt that the exit polls had overstated. I'm not alleging anything against these exit polls, but it's very hard to translate trends you pick up, share of the votes, popular votes, converting into seats and so on. So we did feel that many people felt that the exit polls had overstated the gap. But Prannoy, on a different note, I want to congratulate deKoder because through the corner of an eye, I've been watching a leading television channel. deKoder has been consistently ahead right from the start in reporting the leads. How you do it, election after election, changing platforms and so on, beats me. So you got to answer that. But I want to register that right at the start because I've been keeping an eye on that.
Pure fluke.
You are much quicker on the draw. Maybe like Virendra Seva.
No, thank you
Really
very
great
much.
to hear that. Let's just go across to Akshay Marathe, the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Doc, who's joining us this morning. And it's of course still very early, Akshay Marathe. But I mean, I just want to look at the Delhi leads and Punjab. Punjab at the moment, 9 out of 13 seats showing the Congress in the lead. And of course, you fought against the Congress in Punjab, but in Delhi you had an alliance. And at the moment, the leads are showing all seats in favor of the BJP. Of course, it's still very, very early. But your first thoughts this morning, Akshay?
Good morning to all of you, Nidhi. My first thought is that there is a sense of comfort in seeing all of you doing this program in an otherwise dark election campaign. It's great to see Prannoy sir, decoding the elections for us. I've grown up watching you, sir, and it's great to be on your program.
Since you were in kindergarten.
Most likely. But honestly, the entire opposition had our backs against the wall this election. We started off with 4 of Aam Aadmi Party's top leaders being in jail for the last several months. So before coming to the actual trends that we are seeing, I want to point out that let's set the tone by seeing that this was by no means a normal election. We had a crazy disbalance in the playing field, where one set of political parties that was opposed to the BJP had, they were gone after in every way possible. The Congress party had their accounts frozen. Aam Aadmi Party had our chief minister in jail for the most part. When Gujarat voted, where we have 2 of our candidates contesting, Mr. Kejriwal was still in jail. And he got just 20 days to campaign in Delhi and Punjab. You compare that to Mr. Modi, Amit Shah, Nadda ji, they all campaigned across the country for, they did 200, 300
Akshay,
rallies.
Sorry to interrupt you. Aren't you a little worried? I'm just asking about your party. The fact that the leads at the moment show that, the AAP is not doing well in Punjab, where you won a very big mandate in the assembly elections. And Delhi, as you said, Mr. Kejriwal has been under arrest. He's back in jail now. He came out for 20 days to campaign. But at the moment, all the leads in Delhi are going to the BJP. What does this mean for the AAP?
Nidhi, I would not want to make the mistake of taking any of these numbers at face value. We have all covered, we've all seen several election cycles now. I think before 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., it's really early to say anything. So I want to, not get into any kind of speculation on what will happen. We know that on the ground, we had a fantastic election campaign towards the end. We saw that there was a almost complete vote transfer in Delhi, which honestly was looking very difficult initially. There were a lot of hiccups early on in the alliance, but by the end of polling, we got reports across the city in Delhi, especially, that the vote transfer was in fact very good. And we are hopeful that there are at least 3 to 4 seats in Delhi where we will be comfortable. And the rest of the 2 or 3 seats, there may be some, tough battles, but we are confident even today that we will do very well in Delhi. Punjab, we are extremely confident purely because of the governance record of the last 2 years. We've been able to deliver on a lot of our promises. The rest of the parties in Punjab have been thoroughly discredited. I don't want to make an election speech today. The voting is already done. But I can only report to you that internally our assessments show that we are winning a large number of the seats out of 13 in Punjab. My internal assessment.
It's a fair point that it's very early, and you I think let's have you back on in an hour. It might be a little clearer what's happening in Delhi and Punjab. We might get those leads in much faster, Doc. If you want to take us through, look at the All India numbers now. Now that we're well into the EVMs now, right? In the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and actually some of the states are really quite interesting. Here's the overall, which shows the NDA down since last time. Now, last time the NDA got 358 by the new alliances, so they're down 38 so far. There is, of course, the winner's bump still to come. And largely postal, but a lot of it is now first round of counting. Delhi, BJP 7, this is actually in line with the exit polls, but again, very early days. Andhra Pradesh, again in line with the exit polls, Chandrababu Naidu doing very well compared to Jagan Reddy. Assam, almost in line with the exit polls, perhaps BJP doing a little better than the exit polls suggested. Moving on to the next state. Bihar, that is quite a huge drop for the BJP. Out of 23 seats, they've dropped 9. But it's a combination of BJP
And this is
and
against
JDU.
the exit poll trend, actually, in Bihar.
That bigger drop is against the trend, exactly. Why don't you carry on with the others?
Well, Chhattisgarh, it's the status quo, as you can see.
Another person not doing any work is Yamini.
On it.
She's watching the leads very closely. So Chhattisgarh is pretty much status quo. It's some of the other states actually where it's more interesting, where you're seeing sort of unexpected changes. Look at Gujarat. Dorab, the AAP Congress there up for the BJP has been dominant in Gujarat now for what, 30 years?
That is a surprise.
In Saurashtra, well, there has been a intra-party problem. So that is, but 4 does look rather high. We'll wait early rounds. We've got to wait a little.
But you Gujaratis, you always have intra-party.
We always have intra. That's why we are Gujaratis.
And eventually they get over it. So I think, hold on. The dominance isn't changing.
This could be the last countdown in Hindi, English. The next one will be in Gujarati. Gujarati is the national language.
Oh God.
So let's
Bengali.
move on. Next state.
No chance.
What do we have coming up? Okay, so Jharkhand, again, you can see gains for the Congress, JMM alliance there. Jharkhand, important. Hemant Soren being jailed ahead of these elections. How much of an impact that has had will be interesting to see. And then, of course, Karnataka, where...
Still doing well, the BJP there.
Yeah,
very well.
Yeah, not as badly as the Congress had thought the BJP might do.
I think one interesting thing, the Delhi number, frankly, was set in stone. If you look even at past trends, Delhi has always preferred BJP as far as MP elections are concerned. But against the backdrop of what happened with AAP, and when Arvind Kejriwal was jailed just on the eve of the campaign, the absence of large-scale mobilization on the streets has remained a big puzzle. And I think the real question for AAP, regardless of the outcome of this election, is going to be how does it take its very centralized party leadership to really remobilize on the ground, because that was the party's strength. And the visible absence of that mobilization is something that AAP will have to consider, especially going into the state election very soon, if there is
Exactly. I mean, a number of their Rajya Sabha MPs just kept quiet. One of them was missing for the longest time. But I think Punjab, that way will be more significant, because Yamini, they are in power in Punjab. So if they don't do well there, that would be interesting to see what it means in terms of AAP's own political...
Karnataka. In the BJP knew they'd lost the assembly elections. They put in real heavyweights. 2 ex-chief ministers, Prahlad Joshi, they got guys from everywhere to fight in Karnataka to ensure that they held those seats.
Okay, so let's quickly move on from Karnataka, because again, the numbers are showing some very interesting trends from other states also. Look at Kerala, Doc.
Wow. That has changed quite a bit. It was going, that's how postal votes and early rounds can be misleading. It was like 10-10 earlier, now it's 15-5.
And BJP back to 0 for the moment.
Yes, correct.
And Rahul is leading.
Rahul is leading, is he? Okay. Round 1.
And Shashi Tharoor is not.
No, Shashi is
now leading.
Now, so BJP has gone back to 0. That's,
right.
Let's see.
Right. Madhya Pradesh, BJP sweeping.
Yeah.
Who are the others, I wonder, in Madhya Pradesh?
We should find out.
Now, Uttar Pradesh, this is interesting.
Wow.
You can see there a gain of 11 for the Samajwadi Party Congress. The BSP is an interesting story, down 9 seats. We have Sharad Pradhan, senior veteran journalist from Uttar Pradesh, joining us this morning. Sharad Pradhan, great to connect with you again on counting day today. UP is turning out to be rather interesting. What are you making of it?
Well, this was the situation on ground, and as a matter of fact, from what I have seen, the situation for the alliance, for the India alliance, should improve. Even as far as BSP is concerned, it's no surprise, because BSP has been going down simply because Mayawati allowed herself to be known as the Team B of BJP. In the manner in which, and what really sealed this impression was when she showed the door to her nephew Akash Anand, whom she had a few days earlier anointed as her successor, simply because the young boy blasted the BJP in an election rally. So I think that is a major factor. And the second thing that has gone against the BJP is Congress picking up this the issue of reservations and the constitution very intelligently. The issue was taken up when BJP leaders went to town, stating that the 400 plus was why they wanted 400 plus was they
Sharad,
wanted to change the constitution.
Sharad,
It
I
was
just
Rahul
wanted to
Gandhi
ask
who picked
you,
this up, that they want to change the constitution because they want to do away with the reservations.
Sharad, I
And
just
here
wanted to
Mayawati
ask you about
being
just one second.
standing.
I wanted to ask you about the BSP. It's being wiped out at the moment. A lot of people did say that was happening. Is that the end of the BSP?
They also partly drifted away to the Congress. So, in any case, so that has made, I think that could be a game changer particularly in the Hindi heartland, where this message has gone down deep that BJP is out to do away with reservations in this country.
So, can I just say
Yeah,
a couple
Yamini.
of things from the time we...
I would be
Just one second. Yamini wants to say something. Just one second.
Situation in UP.
Just one, sorry.
So just from the time we spent in UP, to answer your question about the BSP, I think what's really heartbreaking at some level when you talk to voters, especially traditional BSP voters, is that they actually are still waiting for Mayawati. And it's the vacuum that she's left behind that caused last time the swing to the BJP, and now very effectively, remember when Akash Anand is sacked, Samajwadi parties, Akhilesh Yadav takes to Twitter to say the Jata voter and the Yadav voter will come together to save the constitution. So it also created that momentum, which I think is being reflected here. Don't forget that the voter margins in 2019 were out of whack. So these early trends may not necessarily translate into seats as much, but it does show that the margin is closing a bit, and that will be interesting as we go forward. So I think something very interesting is happening here, and the vacuum of Mayawati is what is causing these shifts in trends.
Right. Sharad Pradhan, just on this issue of what we were discussing earlier with Saurabh Shukla also, the Yogi factor in Uttar Pradesh, the fact that there's been all this speculation about his rift with the Home Minister, that the BJP may look to replace him after the elections, even if he does well, as has been the trend in other states. How much has that played in to the way things are going for the BJP in UP?
Well, I don't think that could have really impacted adversely for the BJP, but yes, this story has been doing rounds for quite some time, that Yogi's days are numbered if Modi comes back with a huge majority. Because Yogi seems to be the biggest hurdle in the path of Amit Shah, whom Mr. Modi would want to anoint as his successor. Though I personally feel that the type Mr. Modi is, he is not going to have any successor appointed in his lifetime. So this story, but yet the fact of the matter is that Yogi's popularity and because he appears to be a bigger Hindu icon, since BJP's entire campaign has been more about Hindu-Mussalman communal divide, there Yogi fits in better, is in a better position than the Delhiwalas, because Yogi is a living embodiment of Hindutva, and he projects himself as a hardliner, a bigger hardliner than Modi or Amit Shah. So if that is the case, this rift is bound to continue. How long and how it culminates is a matter of time.
Right. Some of the other states coming in now, Doc, if we could bring up Maharashtra again for a moment, because now there are major changes happening in Maharashtra. Look at that. That's the first, that's the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, Congress, Sharad Pawar, NCP, again of 21 seats. Mr. Bhamla, Asif Bhamla, BJP spokesperson, joining us at this point. Mr. Bhamla, what do you make of these numbers now? Ab to 9 bajne wale hain. I can't see. Yeah, so 8:51. So we're progressing as far as trends are concerned. What do you think of the Maharashtra numbers? Mr. Bhamla, you have to unmute your mic, please. Unmute the mic, please.
I think we'll have to come back.
Go ahead, please go ahead.
firstly, I'm very thankful that I'm having a chance to debate in presence of Dr. Prannoy Roy. I've been a great admirer of Dr. Prannoy Roy. Namaskar to you, Dr.
Namaskar,
Saab.
sir. Don't say that. You
I've
may get
watched,
into trouble.
I've, I've watched you since I've grown up from the second standard to here.
Oh,
So
wow.
you've been a
Second
major source of
standard.
inspiration, and for me this is a
That's so
proud moment to
unfair.
be on a channel with you, a great admirer and a very fan moment
Oh,
with
thank
you.
you. God bless you.
I've had a
God bless
couple
you.
of
Thank you.
photographs with you on a number of occasions. So, but
Thank you.
here
Thank
on
you.
so a great admirer. Thank you so much for inviting me.
No,
So
you're
coming back to
great to
Maharashtra,
have you.
what are your trends showing, Nidhi? Sorry.
Well, Maharashtra is showing a gain right now of 21 for the Uddhav Thackeray Congress Sharad Pawar combined, and so it's 22-21. BJP Shinde Sena down 21-21 at the moment, and 45
Well,
leads
this
are
is
in.
the
It's still early, but 45 leads are in.
But they're all
Yeah, these are the initial leads, and I'm
All postal even now?
because I was actually virtually on the ground, at least in the entire city of Mumbai, on all the 6 seats. Definitely, let me tell you that for the progress of what the Mumbai city has taken up in terms of infrastructure, the Mumbai's coastal road project, in spite of the stiff opposition from the entire left. The academia, the environmentalists, the urban planners, still, we had a Devendra Fadnavis who stood strong, who curated a situation where all this could be dealt. And but let me tell you this, that as India's first universal tunnel from Worli to Marine Drive, which takes 4 minutes, so people are realizing that in a state like Maharashtra, there has a development agenda that has happened. You see, it has a vision. If you talk to me about a Sena which was ruling 25 years in the past, what vision plan did it have? And where is the development of the city of Mumbai, which happens to be a commercial capital of the city? So let me tell you that people are not what seems to you is not what's going to be reality. It's going to be pro-incumbency, and you will see that a large section of Mahilas.
If I could just ask you, at the moment, if you look at the breakup, actually the Shinde faction of this Shiv Sena seems to be really taking you down. They are down, I think, by 10 seats, if I'm not mistaken, as far as the trends at the moment are, showing. How do you, again, read those numbers?
Well, these are initial numbers. It's a lopsided arrangement. कभी वो आगे तो हम पीछे, तो कभी हम पीछे तो वो आगे. तो ये तो चलता रहेगा जब तक कि आपके चौथे पांचवें राउंड तक थोड़ी सी परिस्थिति क्लियर होगी. लेकिन हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो है तो इस गठबंधन को जरूर समर्थन देगी. Because देखिए आज के on today's date, it is the work that speaks more. And if you ask me, in reality, in this bank, you see, we suffered a great loss. The state suffered a great loss for the 2.5 years, even while the COVID was around. And we, after having won a mandate from the people, if you know the last election, today they're crying, they're going gung-ho about us. But let me tell you this, what was our fault? We got a mandate from the people of Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party to come to power.
Mr. Bhavla, let's see. You're right. Kabhi hum aage, kabhi koi piche. That may change in the next hour or so. We might have a better sense of things by about 10 a.m. between 9:30 and 10 in the morning. But we'll come back to you at that time. Let's just go back to Karnataka for a moment, as well. As we've been saying, the BJP not doing as badly as the Congress had hoped it would. It's actually only down 3 seats. Maya Sharma is joining us from Bangalore this morning. And Maya, what are you picking up from there with these initial trends and some of the key personalities and how they're doing?
Well, clearly the Congress government, state government, had really hoped to do better. They're talking about double figures this time around, and they're very confident about it. They're still saying that they are confident about this. They are, of course, the government power. They won the assembly election last year, just last year, with a thumping majority. And the fact that this election was held so recently, just about a year before the Lok Sabha polls, gave them hope. The 5 guarantees of the Congress were received well. They've been largely implemented. Those free bus rides for women that were discussed earlier have been a very popular scheme, getting women out into the public space. And they are still insistent that they will reach double figures, that is at least 10 seats out of Karnataka's 28. Of course, they are very likely to do better than last time, because last time they only got 1 seat. That is the seat of DK Shivkumar's brother, DK Suresh. The BJP would be hard-pressed to really do as well as it did last time. It got a massive 25 out of 28 seats. But early leads do see it still above 20. You can see 20 seats leading right now, which is a loss of about 5. But of course, the JDS, which has contested 3 seats in the state, likely to win the seat of Prajwal Revana in Hassan, the very controversial Prajwal Revana, accused of terrible, terrible sexual abuse crimes. He is likely to win that seat. The Congress, though, still maintaining at this stage that it will get double figures. It will reach 10. Right now, showing, of course, about leads in 4 seats out of the 28.
Right. Okay. So that is as far as Karnataka is concerned. We have Mr. Ram with us, I think, as well at this time. Mr. Ram, again, as far as the leads are concerned, at the moment, the BJP has crossed, the halfway mark technically. The NDA has 276, but it's down 45. The India Alliance up 69 seats. We are now well into counting with the EVMs. What do you make of these numbers so far overall? It's certainly not looking as one-sided as the exit polls suggested.
Yes, Nidhi, absolutely. And that was the sense of many journalists who were following things on the ground, that the gap has narrowed, and the exit polls may have come as a shock to many of them. So I think it's more in line with how journalism and others who followed these trends on the ground sensed what is happening. So I think that's the exit polls are, it's early days, but if the gap is as much as it is, then the exit polls have to do introspection. The people who are behind it have to do introspection to see what went wrong, if indeed they went wrong. But early days, but not insignificant. The gap is narrower, and I think in areas like Maharashtra, West Bengal, I think the exit polls massively overstated the gap. It's a fight. It's not one-sided, as you said.
Some degree of maybe early certainty. Early certainty with all the caveats.
We are probably certain, is it?
Well, the gap has narrowed, and it squares with everything that we got in terms of ground up feedback. It was the exit poll that really pushed us into thinking differently, perhaps. But the gap has narrowed, and it's showing already. How this translates into seat shares, we will still see, and it's narrowing in places where you expected it to narrow. UP being a great example of that. Maharashtra, even though it's still postal ballots, looking a little neck and neck.
But Kerala, again, the BJP is getting 2 seats.
Yeah, and Tamil Nadu too is showing 2 for BJP.
When we look at
those were the 2 that were most in contention.
When we look at UP results contest, we should bear one thing in mind: that out of the 64 odd seats that BJP and its ally won, 9 seats were won with a majority of less than 2.5%, and another 5 with a majority of less than 5%. So
there is
it's a very close run thing. A 2% shift here,
and it shifts.
And that shift.
I think 9 seats to see is Rajasthan. They have now up to 20 seats, which are first round, second round, third round.
They meaning
no, Rajasthan. The counting is in the second or third round in most constituencies, and Congress seems to be getting 5 to 6 seats there on a round count, not a postal ballot.
I think that is significant. Nalini Singh with us as well. Nalini Singh, let's get you in now that you've had some time to look at the overall numbers. What are you sensing from this?
Well, the the first thought that came to me when I was listening to Maharashtra, I was offline before that, is that there is the assembly elections will come into play now, because from what I saw, the MVA, the Aghadi, seems to be doing pretty well. So will we see a merger of the breakaway factions of the Shiv Sena with Uddhav and of NCP with the Sharad Pawar group, regardless of what happens in Baramati? But I think that so the assembly elections of Maharashtra, certainly, if I was to look at your figures again, certainly to me appears to come into play. In UP, it is pretty evident, I think, that the BSP vote and let's say the Dalit vote seems to have shifted to the alliance, which is to Samajwadi Party, to the Congress, which is so that means that that when we say the Dalits will never vote for so and so, the Yadavs will never vote for so and so, nothing is written in stone. And also, when we look at the so-called the final figures, I mean the All India figures just now, it does appear that very venomous kind of campaigns and going against communities is not going to help. This country is not wired to permanently shift to saying that we are only this type. We are plural, and I think that these figures, now you look at this, you have approximately, let's say, vaguely about 400 seats more, almost 500 seats actually. And you can see that it's about 40%, if you take the others also, that's going to the non-BJP camp. So doesn't that show you that even if you take this 40% and you take the Chief Election Commissioner's statement yesterday that 64 crore voters voted, so 60%, about 36 crore may have would have voted for BJP plus, but another 25 crores have not voted for BJP. So we should take that into account very humbly on all, whether it's the BJP plus or the Congress Alliance plus, that this is the way the country is. And for the moment, yes, it is giving a third term to the BJP plus, but I think it is asking for changes that 5th June onward, that the country will demand another kind of governance. Also, Nidhi, if I may say, just take you people. You are on YouTube, if I guess right, and look at the YouTubers who opened up space. The other YouTubers have opened up space for what is called in Hindi, it's a lovely word, which is alochna, which is not criticism, which is actually taking a point and saying that you may be wrong about this, debate with us. It doesn't mean that anybody is hated in this country. It doesn't mean that. And so I think you will not be able to put the genie of the YouTubers back into the bottle. And also, I think the voters of India have also demonstrated by voting in low percentages what they think of this atmosphere of creating differences between communities.
Let me just get Vineet Goenka to sort of come in at this point. If it ends up being a closer election than what the exit polls predicted, which it appears at the moment to be, even if Mr. Modi is back as Prime Minister for the third time, if the opposition has better numbers in Parliament, does that change things, you think?
Yeah, I like your optimism.
No, but I mean, doesn't it matter if the opposition has 30, 40 seats more?
So it's just 9 o'clock. The postal ballot would have been counted by now. One or two EVM sets would have been opened. But if you see, Bharatiya Janata Party already has one seat, which is unopposed seat, which is there. And if you see the official, Surat. And if you see the website of EC, yeah. So if you see the official website of Election Commission, it says BJP is leading in 91, and Congress is just leading in 33. So if I go by the official website of Election Commission of India, I see the number of 330 been crossing. Because this total number which has been counted till now is not even 172. Out of 172, if it is giving almost around 91. So it speaks volume. So a real result, or to
That's
make a
just
comment,
over
will
half.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
400 par.
Yeah. So I did not want to go into that, but we all know that the first set of votes are being casted by one particular committed voter, which can be for any party. So these numbers which are coming up from the first set.
Committed voter, the first set?
It can be BJP's committed voter.
No,
It can-
anybody's committed voters. I'm saying, no.
Those who are the early ones who go to the booth and try to vote.
No, but these are,
I'm sorry, that's not the way it's done.
I understand. But I'm
that's not
saying,
the way the counting is.
It's done.
yeah.
But Nidhi, just very quickly to your point, I think regardless of how many seats the opposition gets in the end, the fact that
Sorry, Yamini, I'm just interrupting you for 30 seconds because we have Pawan Khera, Congress spokesperson, head of the Congress's media cell, joining us, and he's being pulled in different directions right now at the Congress headquarters. So we're going to go to him very quickly. Pawan Khera, good morning. You're smiling. What do you make of the trend so far?
I'm smiling for two reasons. It's nice to be back with Prannoy Roy and Nidhi Razdan, and the other reason is, of course, the trends, the early trends.
Thank you. Why? What's in the early trends? I mean, early is the key word there, right?
Yeah, it's too early, but I am sure that this smile will only increase and expand.
No, but Pawan, if you just want to look at some of the key states, forget the exit polls for the moment. Maharashtra, for example, it's looking, neck and neck. It's showing gains for the Congress and the AAP in Gujarat and gains in Haryana, in Rajasthan, very importantly as well. How do you look at all this?
So this is more or less on the lines that we had anticipated. And this will only increase as and when the machines are opened. So we're the government, but as the day progresses, we'll see better results also.
Right, and what about Uttar Pradesh? Also, again, a very interesting trend. There are 75 leads in from UP, and it shows the SP Congress doing much better, but Karnataka not so great for you all.
Well, let's see. We are hoping good results from Karnataka also, and we are sure that what we had, what our own internal surveys pointed out, we'll reach that number.
All right. So I guess we'll come back to you. Can we come back to you maybe after 10?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Yamini, you were saying.
I was saying, just look at the nature of the electoral campaign. March 2024, when it all began, it looked like total dominance. BJP was setting the narrative. And through the course of the last 2 months, as the feedback loop from the voters started getting generated, the BJP started having to shift quite significantly, and sometimes in the most polarizing and the most divisive way. But that shift was a response to what they were hearing from the ground.
I just want to interrupt you 1 second. We're at a key moment right now. BJP is down 42. They had 303 last time. They're just at the halfway mark if that minus 40 had to happen. Sorry.
If that stays. Feedback loop. Look, the last 2 weeks of the campaign,
Actually,
what did they
under
have to do? They spent their entire time and rolled everybody out to say, we are not going to change the constitution. Where did that come from? It came from the people. So I think that there is a big question about the democratic legitimacy of our democratic institutions, but the checks and balances of the voter are going to put constraints as we go forward.
So can I say something? Karnataka, only 1 seat is non-postal. The rest are postal.
We are
In
still
UP,
at postal.
only 7 out of 85. And Maharashtra, none are. All are postal. Nothing. Maharashtra, I don't know what we're doing. Mr. Goenka and I are here. That's why perhaps the voting counting has stopped. We should go
That's
back.
why Maharashtra has become the 10th state with GDP dropping.
No, that's a very important point, because if you look at even Bengal, how it's changed. The TMC was doing very well, BJP very badly. Now the BJP is caught up. It's like only a 5-seat difference. So things are changing. And if very early, if you look at the trend so far, if you look at the swings, where the swings moving from which party to which, in Bihar, it's roughly a 6% swing to the RJD and Congress. 6%, which is quite a lot. Delhi, to 1 seat only, but won that with an 8% swing. Gujarat, a 10% swing to Congress, but the BJP had such huge margins of victory that 10% won't change too many seats. Haryana, 12% swing to Congress. A lot of seats are changing hand. Maharashtra, 8% swing to the Uddhav Thackeray group. In Orissa, 3% to the BJP. In Punjab, about a 5 to 6% to the BJP. I'll just come to these graphics later. Just let me go through these. Telangana, minus 12% to the BRS. The BRS and the BSP are wiped out in this election, wiped out. UP, minus 5 to the BSP, plus 5 to the SP, and minus 2 to the BJP. And West Bengal, plus 3 to the BJP and minus 3 to TMC. So those are still early, but look at that on BSP. It's just a huge swing away from them.
Can I ask a question? I mean, to all of you actually here, you were in UP, Doc. Which is that, you know what Yamini said about how the narrative in a sense shifted from March to now. Would it, you think, have been better for the BJP to have had an earlier general election soon after the Ram Mandir inauguration? Would that have been a landslide win?
No, I tell you, in all our travels, Ram Mandir, people liked it. They didn't say anything negative, but it was nothing like our earlier travels in Pulwama. Pulwama was just...
It just brought out people.
Brought out people and actually paralyzed the opposition. They couldn't say anything. In fact, we looked at the global bookies odds after Pulwama, and the percentage chance of the BJP went up 19% after Pulwama.
Yeah.
That changed everything for them.
No, Pulwama was like 9/11. Boom.
Yeah.
While
But the
Ram Mandir has been about 20 years.
But it's a
so
very
the effect-
emotional...
Yes, but it's 20 years since it's built. 2 months. It might have helped a bit, but...
So it was Pulwama and the mesmerizing effect of Modi. And I think certainly in the 2022 state election, that was still very visible. What I noted most... Yeah, absolutely. But what I noticed in UP, so the Ram Mandir was not an issue. People didn't object to it, but, you know, they wanted employment and paper leaks was more of an issue. This time around. And sheen of Modi, it's kind of like you accept that he'll come back, but that mesmerizing sheen has diminished somewhat. And I think that's what also caused the possibilities of the opposition to find spaces to start pushing the constitution agenda and
With
others.
this huge health warning that Dorab and Baj pointed out, it's still
Very early days.
Still postal votes, but BJP minus 52. From 303 minus 52 is 251. They'd be very worried with that. But that can change like Bengal has just changed.
But yeah, in fact, in Bengal, BJP is leading in Dum Dum. These are counts. I mean, round 1, round 2.
Right.
Howrah, which are areas traditionally the TMC is meant to be very strong in. They swept the whole Calcutta region last time.
Delhi's also changed, by the way, just because we were pointing that out.
Yeah.
33 constituents in Bengal are still on postal votes.
It's 2 now.
Discrimination against Bengal.
Yes, I know.
They're only giving them postal votes, not giving them a chance.
You know, Bengalis talk a lot and a little slow on the takes.
That's right.
While we're stereotyping.
Well said. Actually, only Parsis are worse. So we're fine.
Strangely, South Delhi is going, AAP is leading.
Yeah, so there are
And
two seats
Chandni
now.
Chowk is
South
Congress.
Delhi. So Somnath Bharti did have especially in the Bastis, that's what I heard in terms of
Must
feedback.
forget that last time
Look
the
at
BJP
Rajasthan.
won every seat in Delhi with more than 50% of the vote.
Yeah.
Sorry? So things are really...
Actually, things are changing pretty quickly. Bihar is... does that come as a bit of a surprise, Yamini? Just
That has really changed. BJP.
In fact, and a lot of the feedback that we were getting was that the JDU was really losing credibility and would probably lose many seats. So that's really...
That's not the Delhi again.
Sorry.
Delhi was too quick to be read. What is the Delhi things?
Sorry?
What is the Delhi trends right now?
Right now,
Chandni Chowk
5-2.
and South
No, what are the numbers?
Delhi.
They come up on the right
5-2.
there. Here. 5-2.
And 4 have counted 1 round, 2 seats have counted 2 rounds. So it's very, very early.
We
From
have
16, 17
Ajay
rounds.
Singh, CG journalist, joining us from Varanasi this morning. Ajay ji, what are you picking up with these UP trends?
देखिए यूपी में जो दिख रहा था, जो हम लोगों को नजर आ रहा था, वो नजर आ रहा था कि बहुत टाइट फाइट होगी, पिछले की तरह नहीं होगी। और हम लोगों को ये लग रहा था कि अगर आप सीट बाई सीट देखिए तो कुछ सीटें बीजेपी को छोड़ करके पूरे पूर्वांचल में अगर हम बात करें, या उत्तर प्रदेश के पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में बात करें, या अवध प्रांत में बात करें, उन तमाम जगहों पर समाजवादी पार्टी और इंडिया गठबंधन बहुत तेजी से लड़ती नजर आ रही थी। क्योंकि ये लग रहा था कि जमीन पर कोई लहर नहीं थी, राम मंदिर का कोई मुद्दा नहीं था, और जो कुछ नजर आ रहा था वो नजर आ रहा था कि कैंडिडेट सेंट्रिक चुनाव था। कैंडिडेट को लेकर के लोगों के मन में वो था, और बेरोजगारी, महंगाई और इस तरीके की चीजें नीचे गई। कई लोगों से हमारी बात हुई, जब मैं ग्राउंड पर गया, बहुत लोगों से जब बात कर रहे थे, तो उन लोगों का कहना ये था कि इस बार जो है ना, वो जनता चुनाव लड़ रही थी। एक तरीके से उनको ये लग रहा था कि जो महंगाई है, गरीबी है, और जो लाभार्थी वोट था, जो ज्यादातर दलित था, जो मायावती का वोटर था, वो बहुत शिफ्ट होता नजर आया। बीजेपी, हम लोगों को जो दिखाई पड़ा था वो शिफ्ट हो रहा था, क्योंकि एक संविधान जैसा मुद्दा था। और दूसरा, एक बड़ी बात उन्हें ये लग रही थी कि जिस तरीके से आकाश आनंद को सैक किया गया, वो किया गया, तो कुछ दलित युवाओं में ये मन में था कि शायद उनकी पार्टी कहीं खत्म ना हो जाए, तो अपनी पार्टी बचाने की भी एक तरीके की लड़ाई वो लोग लड़ रहे थे। तो ये तो ग्राउंड पर नजर आया। अब रिजल्ट में किस तरीके से तब्दील होता है, वोट किस तरीके से पड़ता है, लेकिन कुछ वोट खसकता नजर आया, और जो भी खसक रहा था वो वोट बीजेपी को ही डेंट कर रहा था, क्योंकि वो कांग्रेस में या समाजवादी पार्टी में कभी नहीं जाता था, पहली बार जाना शुरू हुआ। दूसरी बात, ये बड़ी बात थी कि अखिलेश यादव ने इस बार जो है सीटों का जो बंटवारा किया, उनके ऊपर यादव मेजॉरिटी का बहुत आरोप लगता था, लेकिन इस बार उन्होंने अपने परिवार के 5 यादव को छोड़ करके बाकी किसी यादव को उन्होंने वोट नहीं दिया, अपना टिकट नहीं दिया, माफ करिएगा। इस वजह से जातियों का समीकरण गोटी उन्होंने बहुत अच्छी बैठाई, जहां साक्य को दिया, मौर्य को दिया, वर्मा को दिया। इस तरीके का जो जातियों का जो गठबंधन था, जो उत्तर प्रदेश में जातियों को देखा जाता है, उसका उन्होंने पीडीए का पिछड़ा दलित आदिवासी या पिछड़ा दलित अल्पसंख्यक का जो उनका फार्मूला था, वो जमीन पर चुनाव के बाद दिखता नजर आ रहा था। तो अब वो बैलेट पे कितना नजर आएगा, ये अभी देखने वाली बात है।
जी, thank you so much, Ajay. We're just again looking at the overall numbers.
Uttar Pradesh up there.
Right.
I mean, it's going to change. Let's just go back to, okay, go to the overall and then go back to Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, that's for the NDA.
The T is down 62.
Yeah, for the, yeah, exactly.
Uttar Pradesh, I mean, this is definitely going to change. Most of this is postal ballots. So it just is completely unrepresentative.
Yeah.
Actual ballots. But Rajasthan is worth looking at also.
Well, let's have a look at Rajasthan.
It's really quite a lot of men in the uniform. Rajasthan in the uniform. So the number of postal votes in Rajasthan and UP are very high.
But that in itself is a story.
I think so. I mean, it's government officials. There's something very interesting
20 out of 25 votes in seats in Rajasthan have some non-postal votes. They're not only postal votes. And it's
how much? 20 out of 25?
You see, 20 out of 25 has some non-postal votes.
Like first round or second round?
Yeah.
We've gone to third round.
Kerala actually is 5th and 6th round many
We
cases.
have Sohit Mishra joining us from Mumbai this morning, and Maharashtra, of course, another state where it's neck and neck, but the story is that the BJP Shinde Sena combine is down almost 20 seats from last time, Sohit, and the Congress, Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar combine doing much better.
Well, that's right, and good morning to everyone. If we talk about Maharashtra, it is going to be very interesting for several reasons. Number one, this is the second biggest state if we talk about numbers. After Uttar Pradesh, it is Maharashtra, which has 48 seats. And if we talk about 2019, out of this 48 seats, the BJP and Shiv Sena alliance at that time were able to get 41 seats plus one independent seat, which is 42 seats out of 48 seats were with them. However, this time it doesn't seem like the situation will be same. As you could see over here on the screens as well, BJP last time contested on 25 seats and they were able to win 23. At the moment, the BJP is winning 6, as well as Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena is winning 8. Interestingly, there is also Ajit Pawar who is contesting on 4 seats. But at the moment, it seems like they are not even winning a single seat. So this is going to be very interesting. On the other hand, we have the Mahavikas Aghadi. And the last 5 years for Maharashtra have been very interesting. because we saw that there are two Shiv Sena parties over here now. There are two NCP parties over here. Two of them are in government or in the NDA. Two of them are in the India Alliance. And that's why this election is going to be very interesting. Now, if we talk about the issues, one thing which happened in Maharashtra is that the BJP as well as their allies were unable to set a narrative in Maharashtra. And while there are questions being asked everywhere that Modi versus who factor was there, in Maharashtra it was Modi versus Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. So it is going to be very interesting if the leads continue to be like this, because this is a huge loss for the BJP alliance, who are saying or claiming that they will be getting 400 seats. And another thing to remember is that in the next 6 months, there are going to be state elections over here as well. Now, interestingly, let's speak about the Hindutva issue. While Narendra Modi or Prime Minister or the BJP talks about Hindutva, similarly over here, Uddhav Thackeray also talks about Hindutva. He also talks about Ram Temple. So that was not an issue on which the election was being fought. The election was being fought on several state level issues, like there are issues of drought, there are issues of unemployment, there are issues like all the factories as well as industries from Maharashtra going to other states. Now, these were some key issues. Onion farmers, the farmer issues were one of the biggest issues in this election, as well as the Maratha reservation issue is going to be a big issue. So despite there being a lead for BJP in several states, in Maharashtra, this is going to be one of those states where the BJP won't be able to, at least till now, continue or bring back the same figures which they had in 2019.
Rohit, I just want to ask you, a lot of it was kind of the rise of regional or federalism in India. We've seen the main gains over the last 15 years have been of regional parties, kind of a emphasis on the federal structure of the constitution. In Maharashtra, a lot of the campaign was, many of our projects are going to Gujarat. It was like the center is favoring Gujarat over Maharashtra. How much did the Maharashtra-Gujarat tension, how important was that in this election?
Well, if we talk about this particular issue, it was very important, because if you look at the data which is coming forward at this moment, be it Mumbai, Thane, or say Nashik or Pune. Now, these are urban areas where usually the BJP is said to be, it is said that most of the BJP voters come from the urban areas. But in most of these seats, what we can see is that in majority of these seats, the Mahavikas Aghadi is doing good. There are few reasons for this, because once it became the issue of industries being shifted to, say, Gujarat, then there was this entire narrative of Marathi Manus versus Gujarati which started over here. So that became a big issue over here, number one. Number two, because of this, another thing was like, our jobs are being snatched away from us and it is being given to Gujarat. The government is favoring them. This became another issue. Third issue was, since both the parties which got split are Shiv Sena and NCP, now these both are regional parties. So in a way, there was a narrative that was being set that the BJP does not want regional parties to survive, and that's why they have ensured that, be it Shiv Sena or NCP, both these parties have been split. And that's where I say that the BJP was unable to counter this, because they had the data. Now, Aditya Thackeray or the Uddhav Thackeray, if we talk about them, they have been speaking about these issues. They have been speaking about the bulk drug park, which was supposed to be coming to Maharashtra, going to Gujarat. The diamond bores of BKC was being shifted to Surat. Now, these are the issues which they were able to ensure that it reaches out to the voters. And that seems to be happening at the moment, because this is what the election was being contested on. And there was a time when the BJP leaders had to come out and say, in fact, the industrial minister, Uday Samant, had to take a lot of press conference just to say, no, this is not happening. If Gujarat is getting even, we are going to get a lot of industries. So yes, this became a big issue, especially for the young voters over here who are not finding, say, jobs in several rural areas of Maharashtra. They have to come to either Mumbai, Pune or Nashik or say Nagpur to get their jobs. Also, Agniveer played a big role, because a lot of people from Maharashtra also joined the defense forces, and with Agniveer, they said that we feel cheated. This is not what we wanted. And this became a big issue. So be it the Marathi Manus issue, be it the Sons of Soil issue, be it Marathi Manus versus Gujarati issue, or be it the issue of Maharashtra pride. This is what the opposition played on. And it seems that this is what they were able to reach out to the people for. Because if you look at the type of words which were being used by the Prime Minister himself, he called Uddhav Thackeray Nakli Santan of Balasaheb Thackeray. He said that he is not the real heir, he is not the real son of Balasaheb Thackeray. He called Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, Nakli Shiv Sena. He called Sharad Pawar Bhatakti Atma. Now, these were also the things which went against the BJP because a lot of voters did not like that. The Prime Minister is calling a 82-year-old man Bhatakti Atma, and Sharad Pawar is struggling at this age to save his party. So these were the narratives which the opposition was being able to bring in front of the people, and this became a big political issue, at least in Maharashtra. So over here you won't find much talking about, say, Hindutva or Ram Temple, but the regional issues were those on which it seems like both the BJP and the India Alliance tried to fight this election on.
Right. So thanks a lot for that. We'll come back to you in a little while. Just wanted to ask Doc to take us through the overall numbers, the BJP numbers in particular. BJP alone right now, as 246. Now
down 56.
This could change, of course, and it will change. It's only, I mean, we're not around 9:30 in the morning. But what do you make of that?
Well, I would say not good news for the BJP, but very early, and there's always two factors. One, with later rounds of counting, they may start doing better, and there is the bump of the largest party that tends to get another 10-15% of the seats towards the end. So the story is not over yet, but frankly, with every few minutes, the BJP, the losses compared to 2019 have been worse and worse and worse for them. Right. Let's see, we've got All India. That's
interesting.
UPA. Congress currently at 100, which is actually more than most exit polls suggested. Samajwadi Party doing very well. Mainly the BSP votes are just switching to the Samajwadi Party. DMK 21, TMC 18. The Trinamool will be a bit disappointed. Ram, overall the trends seem to be staying. It's still early. Things can change dramatically. But are things kind of solidifying, or is that it's still too early? What do you feel from your experience?
This is very significant, very significant. One thing we can confidently say that neither the BJP nor the NDA is going to do a Brian Lara. For those who don't follow cricket, that's the highest score in Test cricket, 400 not out by Brian Lara, the West Indian great. And they're certainly not going to get anywhere near 400 and so on. They will form the government. There's very little doubt about it. But whatever the changes, I think it's a major disappointment for the BJP and their allies. And I reiterate that the India Alliance, which was ridiculed, of course, understandably by the BJP and particularly by Prime Minister Modi, the whole getting together with all their contradictions, weaknesses, deficits, it has been able to deliver significantly. How significantly, we shall see. But I think for them, they will take heart from this and say, this is the direction to go if you want to do well and keep the BJP out. So I think it's a very positive trend for the India Alliance and for those who work seriously or sincerely in that alliance.
But to see how, an example of how unreliable these early trends are, the SP and Congress have gone ahead of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh.
Find that hard to be honest.
That is hard to believe. But it's interesting, the SP-BSP alliance of 2019 is informally now beginning to show its...
Yes.
What did they do right this time?
Look at that, 40-38. I mean, that shows how unreliable these early trends are.
I mean, Bart, what did the SP and the Congress do right this time? Or, I mean, obviously they're doing better, definitely, than 2019.
These are postal votes.
Yeah. So you are
I
like
think
very
there was
skeptical.
a lot of... Are you sure there's not a lot of anger in UP amongst army people and things over this new military?
Agreed. Yes.
And that is being reflected in the early postal votes. I think in UP I'm a bit dubious on that. But I think the interesting thing is...
Gujarat down 5, BJP, which is really Amazing, actually.
UP also is reporting actual votes.
Yeah, some EVMs
And
must be, it's 9
there
to
are
30.
10 to SP, I think is excessive, but it's 10 to 4 is what the non-postal votes are reporting.
Yeah.
So there seems to be a move. How
And
big
look
the move
at
is?
how the slight change in Karnataka now.
Yeah.
BJP was doing very well. Now in Karnataka, they're slipping a bit. So it's going. A lot of things are going to happen. Look at that. They're down -9 since last time, and Congress up 9. So it's 17-10, but it was earlier 23-7 or something like that. So.
Right. Maya Sharma is joining us also, from to take us through what's happening in Karnataka. Maya, what are the trends telling you now?
Look as if, of course, very early days yet, but it does look as if the Congress's confidence in getting the Congress's confidence.
The joys of
the Congress's confidence in getting
Maya,
at
we
least.
still can't hear you.
Okay, just trying.
And come back to you.
We'll get you
right,
back.
sure.
Maya, not your fault. Our fault. It must be. Don't worry.
Karnataka, you talked about DK Suresh was trailing last time.
Now leading.
He's now leading.
Yeah.
So
Nandu, they're not
small
getting my
changes
audio.
taking place, small number of votes.
Yeah.
Look, one second. Just one second. Look at Rajasthan. 13-12.
Yes.
That's not. I mean, this is really early days. Sorry, carry on. Carry on.
I saw JDS numbers. Kumar Swamy leading. Was the Kumar Swamy voting after the Revanna issue came up?
No,
or it was before?
all the way
It was
before.
before.
Yeah.
It was before. So they
So,
waited.
so this will not will not reflect.
That was, I mean,
That's what was surprising in the exit poll, that there was no effect on that. I mean, reflected, because half of Karnataka hadn't voted when that issue blew up.
Irrespective of my
But
political.
his seat in the.
but his seat, that's what, I mean,
yeah.
that's the point, that how much strategic use was made of all the institutions through the course of this election as well, that they waited until after the voting in that constituency before they made the move.
I think Vinit want to say something.
I said, irrespective of my political liking and this thing, this was one issue which rocked every mind, irrespective of the bend and all. And I thought his family should have been punished. I don't know what is the results going to come.
Yeah.
But I think it goes back to the thing that we were talking about before counting, right? On women's voting and women as a beneficiary constituency or a voter constituency, and why
sure
these
this
issues.
was a buzz going on there locally before voting. I don't know whether it was.
Look at what Brij Bhushan Sharma and his son.
Brij Bhushan, I would yet contest. There are various things. But in this particular case, there is nothing to contest. It is a clear open and shut.
By the way, Rajasthan, they're all rounds now, and some of them are second, third round.
Okay.
And basically, it seems that, that belt from Bikaner to Dosa, Alwar, that area, that's where Congress is doing really well. I mean, that's
Let's
the
have a look
area.
at Rajasthan on the graphic, what Baj is saying. You can bring up Rajasthan.
The non.
Here we are.
The
That's the point you're making, Baj.
And
Right
that's the
down.
non-postal
that,
product.
that bit there, Churu, Junjunu, that area.
So Churu,
Shekhawati.
Junjunu, Sikar, these are the three districts which contributes the largest men in the uniform. Every village
Look at that.
has
Yadav
Is
one
trailing,
mark.
yes.
has really big stuff.
CP Joshi is trailing too. Well, that's not.
So, I mean, if Congress
Chhattisgarh
wins
is also
that
a bit
is
of a
interesting.
surprise. 7-4.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That is a surprise.
that would be a big surprise. And Chhattisgarh is also all postal ballots are open.
I think if we wait for West Bengal, Trinamool is not doing that well. The BJP is doing quite well there.
Congress and Salas are now at 100, up 40.
Yeah, you're right, West Bengal.
Let's see Rajasthan.
I think
Rajasthan
there
is a big shocker, but it'll change over time. This is really early days. West Bengal 21-18.
I think the slight revival of the CPM and Congress is hurting TMC, I think.
But
Well,
wasn't
it
that the
shouldn't be.
general feeling that 2 seats could go this way, 2 seats could go that way? It wasn't meant to be a sweep that.
They had, yeah.
Difficult to sell 2 seats.
We've got Nalini Singh also still with us. Nalini Singh, I mean, this could really go very differently, but some of these numbers are really unbelievable at the moment, like UP.
Nidhi, you're right. They are a little bit, they do stretch credulity, I must say. But when I look at the overall figures, yours as well as others, do you know what's happening is that, of course, it's extremely early days and all health, all hygiene caution and everything, warnings. But it looks to me as if the alliance, that is the UPA plus, or the, let's say, India plus others, whoever these others are actually almost creeping up to being equal to what BJP plus is, the NDA. So what are we actually confronting? NDA plus is, let's say, at 285, and India plus others would be something like 250. So we are in a situation which was unimaginable, especially after the exit polls, but even earlier. So, is this implying that the people of India had actually taken this election in their hands? Because I was talking to some expenditure observers of the Election Commission, and they said, of course, this is North India, and they said that there was very little to observe this time because the Congress had no money, or I should say the candidates had much less money than earlier. And so there wasn't that much overspill of expenditure that we had to scrutinize. So therefore, who's talking? The parties did not perhaps have that much, those resources. And so the people of India had guts. Those were the resources. So this is what I find in your total figures. And if you look at, when you're talking about Rajasthan, these are the districts that are adjacent to Haryana. So there seems to be some sort of resentment which has gone across state boundaries, that by communities. And as you said earlier, that these are the communities that are sending their sons to the army. So Agniveer is one, but farmers, the way the farmers were treated, the 700 farmers who died on Delhi borders. This was a catchment area, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan. These were the communities that got affected. So it isn't, one should remember that the public of India has a longer memory than politicians imagine. So that the farm agitation took place about 3 years ago. People haven't forgotten. Communities haven't forgotten. Rupala talked against the Rajputs, let's say about 4 or 5 months ago. So recent or in history, people haven't forgotten. So I would say this phenomena of both the alliance, the India alliance, as well as the NDA alliance, coming close. If you take the others, what is this indicating, even in the early rounds and postal rounds?
Right. In fact, if we just actually look at Uttar Pradesh, and I mean, the astounding figures, and the real health warning is 62 out of the 80 seats are postal. 62 seats are still postal, not even round one. So take those with a pinch of salt. Some more now. Gujarat, Maharashtra, all postal.
So, Ashpreet Kadial, spokesperson of the Congress, joining us at this point. Ashpreet Kadial, your first thoughts on this. We've given many health warnings, for example, in UP, etc., where this is mostly postal counting that's still underway. Much of this could change.
See, one thing is for sure, that India Alliance would be forming government. The reason behind that is that the Bharatiya Janata Party's government has been subjecting the country to a nyaya. Therefore, the Bharatiya Janata Party's government will be ousted and India Alliance would be forming government. Second of all is that the Bharatiya Janata Party had failed on every single aspect, every single promise that they had made to the people, whether it be 15 lakhs, whether it be 2 crore jobs, it be doubling of farmers' income, it be reducing inflation, cutting down the prices of dal, dahi, doodh, diesel, petrol, gas and whatnot. Therefore, the people of India were waiting to oust the Bharatiya Janata Party's government, and the day has come for the Bharatiya Janata Party to be bidden adieu. And second of all, the BJP's budget has been hollow. The Bharatiya Janata Party's manifesto has been hollow. Therefore, the sack of seats of the Bharatiya Janata Party would also be hollow. There's this line that the country has been echoing since the last 1 month. that the Bharatiya Janata Party and Angrez are ek saman and India Alliance will be shutting Nafrat ki dukaan. Because the Bharatiya Janata Party has time and again, one, undermined the institutions. Second of all, there is no institution in India that has not been influenced by the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it be any institution. We have seen how the BJP undermined the Election Commission of India in the last couple of days. We saw Mr. Modi meditating. We saw Mr. Modi making remarks which were divisive in nature, which were polarizing in nature. The Mangal Sutra remark, the intrusion remark, the community was targeted. And remark was made that they have more children. So the country was waiting desperately for the elections to happen, for them to be able to cast votes and to oust the Bharatiya Janata Party's government. And the day has finally come. And second, the exit polls is what we need to talk about, because all the exit polls have been proven out to be wrong. It's clear as day for the people, for the country to see how the Bharatiya Janata Party influences certain media outlets as well, and how the exit polls have been proven out to be wrong. In 2004, a similar thing happened when all the exit polls, surveys, opinion polls suggested that Congress party would be losing. We in fact lost Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and MP, and despite that, in a few months we bounced back, we proved all the opinion polls exit is wrong, and we formed government, and history shall be repeating itself this time. And second, I also want to put forward another thing, that the Bharatiya Janata Party's government in 2019, in 2014 had a promise that they made in the Jumla Patr, which was MSP and the debt waiver. The 2024's Jumla Patra of the Bharatiya Janata Party does not even talk of the MSP, does not even talk of the debt waiver. And therefore, the farmers' chunk have voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party. The farmers of the country were, fed up of the Bharatiya Janata Party government, of their policies. We remember how farm laws were brought. We remember after that the second farmers' protest that happened. Around 300 farmers were injured. A farmer was martyred. And many more issues with the farmers. Mr. Modi, when he was the chief minister, had become
let's see where the numbers eventually lead us, and where the chips fall, because there's clearly still a long way to go. But just a quick question on the counting itself. Why is it taking so long for the EVMs to be counted in, like, let's say UP and all?
I think it's at about most 60% of constituencies now have started EVM counting. There are about 40% that haven't. UP, Bihar, Maharashtra and Gujarat.
Doesn't it normally start by 9?
It is a bit slower than normal.
Yeah.
Why?
It is a bit slower. I'm surprised actually with Gujarat. Gujarat used to be a state, if I remember correctly, and Durab can correct me, that used to count very quickly and results used to come very early. Now Gujarat has only one lead that is actually around, so it's a bit surprising.
If you look at the 4 largest states in the union in terms of Lok Sabha seats, UP, Bihar, Bengal, Maharashtra. Bihar is the fastest. They've got more seats counted than the others.
Excuse me, why are you laughing?
I don't know.
Shocked.
Maharashtra and UP are trailing at the bottom.
No, Gujarat.
Gujarat is not the last one, the last 4 just states.
Okay, it's 26 seats.
No, but I'm saying not the last.
I mean, Rajasthan has everything counted in around.
Fast too, the odds are.
I think really it'll be another hour before you see any genuine trends. This is really very, very early, and it's slow, as you pointed out. Slow counting. We go through the graphics once again. Uttar Pradesh, this is mostly, I mean, almost all postal ballots. So this is going to change. 62, how many? 62 out of 80 are postal ballots?
I think
or
they
less,
were
maybe.
some time ago, so now they'll be
maybe 50 out of 80 postal ballots. But I mean, that's just a crazy number compared to everybody's expectations. This is what most people did expect, 20 or maybe a little less than that, but 20 to 4 for Jagan. Jagan, who swept last time.
Quite a turnaround in Andhra Pradesh.
Huge turnaround. And we'll go into the reasons later if they turn out to be true. Jharkhand, BJP has actually done quite well to hold on to 10. Down 2 only. Kerala, the left has suffered quite badly, and the BJP is actually notching up 1. It keeps going back and forth, so it must be a very narrow margin of victory. counting more and more rounds. Madhya Pradesh, BJP doing extremely well as expected. Next, see, moving on to Odisha. Yes, BJP, we will look at the assembly soon, but Lok Sabha, this was expected that the BJP would be ahead of the BJD. Moving on to Tamil Nadu, down 5 seems more than most people expected. The DMK 33, most people expected them around 37. So that's again a surprise. Moving on to Telangana, more or less expected. BJP slightly ahead. BRS sadly completely wiped out. Bengal, BJP slightly ahead of TMC. It's neck and neck. It could go either way. And we'll soon have a look at how is the markets reacting. Look at that. My gosh. Dorab, you're a...
yes,
I don't own a single share.
Trader.
So you short sold everything, is it?
Yeah. Whatever that might mean, I've done it.
Isn't it less than you would expect? I mean,
no, but it's down. It's down.
It's down. Normally they've been up.
I mean, it's still only round one. It's
yeah.
not less. It's not confirmed yet, no. But that is.
Now's the time to buy, and at 2 o'clock to sell if the results change.
So that's what you've been on the phone.
Yeah, that's right.
Making money. I tell you, these parties.
But by the way, in Kerala, Trivandrum is again moved back to.
Their money should be minted.
Yeah, exactly. Forget the counting. Parsis will make money.
There we are.
God, I tell you. Getting back to... Sorry.
Parsis in particular.
Oh, the best. I was going to say the worst, but it's definitely the best. Kerala, Congress, UDF doing very well. Yeah, the left is done pretty badly there.
That was a switch out of the postal ballots, which was looking different. The
Yeah,
left was doing very well there.
It was a big, almost half in the postal ballots. You're right.
Down a bit.
Now, what's happened? Punjab?
BJP was higher earlier.
That is,
Yeah.
holding out.
I think it was
you
as
had the
expected.
Congress versus AAP in Punjab, which was very different from how they fought in Delhi.
See,
so.
both the parties are broken. Akali Dal is also split from the BJP.
Yeah.
So now each to his own.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not very surprising that.
6-1.
Delhi's also been changing. It was 5-2.
It was
now it's
5-2 and
6-1.
now 6-1. Yeah.
And I think that's still Chandni Chowk, the one that's leading.
As they say, kahin to hoga.
It's now 7-0, so.
So that's also changed.
To check. Then let's move on to the next. Going into details, yes, 7-0.
Yeah.
There you are. Confirmed. Next state, sorry, you want to?
Sorry, no, just making the point that also this in this election, the Congress actually, there you go. Now it's down 9. So this has changed quite a bit in the last 30 minutes.
It was like 23, 24.
Yeah.
And do we know how much of this is EVM? How many rounds?
I would say it's about 50-50 just now.
So that is significant.
Still 50% EVM. I mean, and 50%
Maya Sharma is there with us, in fact, from
46%.
Bangalore. Maya?
Well, very, very interesting indeed. This is really what the Congress has been claiming, of course. They've been talking about double figures at least in this election, despite what the exit polls said. And even after the exit polls came out, we had the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar, insisting that his party, the Congress, would get 10 seats, at least double figures. So this is looking at this stage much better for the Congress. They are, of course, government in power here at the state level. They won very convincingly in that assembly election last year. And since the assembly election was that much earlier than the Lok Sabha polls, it was widely believed that that carryover effect would be there, that the Congress would be able to do well in the Lok Sabha as well. This, of course, keeping in mind that Karnataka states that very often vote differently at the state level and at the Lok Sabha level. Very often, the Karnataka has had a different state government than the central government. We don't often go for this double engine feature that the BJP talks about. So the state does vote differently in the Lok Sabha and Assembly very often, but given that the Assembly election was held just about a year ago and that the Congress did so well and introduced some very popular schemes, it is likely that they will definitely do better than they did last time when they got all of one seat, the seat of D.K. Shivkumar's brother, D.K. Suresh. And the schemes have been popular, as was being discussed earlier. That free bus scheme for women has been getting them into public spaces, has been letting them travel across the state, really. And that is a very popular scheme. Cash transfer to the women head of the family, cash to unemployed graduates and diploma holders, a certain amount of free electricity, and free rice grains. These are 5 schemes which have proved to be popular. And while, of course, the Karnataka voter, like I said, does think of different things when it comes to the Lok Sabha, it is expected that the Congress will do better than last time. And right now, if we're looking at 17 from the BJP, down from 25 last time round, and the Congress at 11 in these early leads. The BJP, of course, will be very hard pressed to do as well as it did last time. 25 out of 28 and the support of an independent was a stupendous performance in 2019. So it was considered the Yogi way was down after that. The Congress will be very happy to have eliminated some of those seats if, of course, the trends do continue in results. And we can see that in Belagavi, the
17 still on postal rounds, Prannoy. 17 out of 20. Still on postal rounds. In Karnataka, out of 28.
It is a mystery why this slow counting.
9:30 or almost 10.
That is very surprising.
Very slow.
We've had elections in the past where we've actually known which way things were going by.
By 10 o'clock, you knew.
You knew exactly where the election was.
Some change in overtime rates or something like that. So they're going slowly.
It's quite slow.
Heat.
Very slow.
Everything is on heat waves these
I don't
days.
think
Brave the heat.
we've ever seen an election this slow. It's very slow.
Haryana is interesting, all are rounds, and the Congress seems to be doing better than the BJP. It's 6-4.
Haryana 6-4. Yeah, but that
That
to
was
some extent.
coming up, even in some of the exit polls, it was beginning to show that in Haryana.
They said 7-3
Yeah.
was the other.
Yeah.
I mean, it could still change.
It could change, but the BJP had definitely lost ground. I mean, I think one of the interesting questions is that in the run-up to the elections, the BJP removed several of its chief ministers, including, of course, where they won, and then they put relatively newer leaders there. And what impact that has on the party's ability to mobilize is, again, a question that we should be looking for.
Let me just ask N. Ram. Ram, there are 3 or 4 leads for the AIDMK. Is that very unexpected, or it could change still? Or Ram, you're on mute at the moment.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can. Thanks.
Yeah, I was saying that that was what the DMK itself was saying, that the AIDMK is the principal opposition party, no doubt about it. And it's not the BJP and its small allies, although it's got the PMK on its side for the moment. So I think this reinforces the view that the AIDMK has put up a pretty good fight if these trends hold, and it's clearly ahead of the BJP. And its allies.
5-1. It's 5-1. 5 for the AIDMK. I mean, they're leading. I don't know how many rounds at the moment, but
So only half the AIDMK. One faction has departed.
yeah. So will this be disappointing for the DMK, or they're still? Well, I mean, to be 33 out of 39 is pretty good, I guess. You can't be disappointed with that.
I think they would probably expect some 35.
Okay, just a couple of seats less.
Yeah. Because they knew that the AIDMK is serious opposition party.
Ram, any other factors in the overall trend so far that that strikes you as unusual or surprising?
Keep an eye on that top line for BJP, 252. They need 272 to win a majority. There's a good chance they'll do that, but at the moment they are well short. That's what strikes me.
Yeah.
I think
No, the BJP 251. That's 21 less, but there is that bump. The largest party keeps getting better and better with more and more rounds, so they still have hope. The NDA is at 300 now, down 58 from last time. By today's alliances, by last time's alliances, they got 353. It's very complicated, but yeah. Actually,
DMK
sorry.
will be unhappy that they're only getting 19 seats. Normally, the main Dravidian party, whichever wins, gets 25 to 30 seats. You know, because the alliance, they really have weakened themselves in terms of their ability to negotiate with the centre. They're only 19 MPs.
Right.
And no party for, except one elections at less than 20, 25, 30 seats. The dominant DMK wing always gets 30.
I think the big
demise of these two great leaders, Jayalalitha and Karnanidhi, whether you agree with them or not, but they were strong and they were great leaders down there.
Very much
so that has been seen there.
Correct. The big surprise from the ground and seeing these results is Bihar. Actually, the BJP, JDU are doing reasonably well in Bihar. They're just down 9 seats or something. So we can see there.
And it's interesting that a lot of the ground reporting from Bihar told a similar story to UP, in that there is a kind of disappointment, discontentment, employment, inflation, big issues. They just be mobilizing in a big way, getting big crowds. So in that sense, this result is interesting.
One of the earlier graphics that had come up was, showing the Congress actually touching the 100-seat mark, which itself would be quite remarkable, because internally Congress leaders, Congress leaders were like, okay, if we get 70, 75, that would be considered a good performance. And they've actually contested the far fewer Lok Sabha seats, given more seats to allies this time state-wise. So if they actually do cross that 90 mark, Dorab, I think that would be quite a remarkable performance, given how
phenomenal. Almost 50% up on what they've got.
Absolutely.
If we look at UP, just out of interest, the BJP has now gone ahead. They were actually trailing behind SP, which was ridiculous. So it's 42-37. If we just have a look at the numbers now in UP, 42-37, and graphic doesn't seem to be coming up yet, but you can see it. Okay. We'll come back to that and look at the strike rate. What's the strike rate so far and what is the strike rate needed? But let's go across to Ajay. Ajay, the BJP is doing better than you expected, but down to 43 is really, would be a big shock. But they will improve on that definitely as more and more rounds are counted.
देखिए अभी लोग जैसा जैसे आगे बढ़ेगा वो दिखाई पड़ेगा, लेकिन जो ट्रेंड नजर आ रहा है इस समय और जिस तरीके से ग्राउंड पर जो हम लोग महसूस कर रहे थे, लगभग उसी तरीके का ये ट्रेंड नजर आ रहा है। बहुत से लोग बीजेपी को 40 से ऊपर सीट नहीं दे रहे थे, बहुत लोग 50 के आसपास सीट दे रहे थे, और हम लोग जो दिखाई भी पड़ रहा था वो बहुत जमीनी लड़ाई नजर आ रहा था। आपको बताएं कि शुरुआती दिन के ट्रेंड में जो मेरे पास लोग फोन करके जो खबर आ रही उसमें अनुप्रिया पटेल मिर्जापुर बहुत तगड़ी लड़ाई है, मेनका गांधी सुल्तानपुर बहुत तगड़ी लड़ाई है, स्मृति ईरानी अमेठी ये बहुत तगड़ी लड़ाई है, जौनपुर जो है वो कृपा शंकर सिंह उनकी बहुत तगड़ी लड़ाई है। और ये वो सीट है, अगर हार जाए ये लोग, अगर बीजेपी यहाँ हार जाती है तो चौंकने वाली बात नहीं होगी। अभी क्यों
For a moment. Let's just have a look. Here's the BJP figures again. Now it's going better and better. It's happening in everywhere. The BJP is getting better and better. Overall, it's gone up to 254. It was down to 249 earlier. And if you look at just the strike rate in Uttar Pradesh, so far, if you look at the strike rate of the BJP, it is winning 54% of all the seats is contested. And that means, but that's not good enough for it by previous standards. And if you look at the Congress plus SP, the strike rate is 45%. So 55 to 45, too close to call. But I think the BJP is continually doing better as more and more rounds will be counted.
So till now it is 40.85% of the vote casted have gone to BJP as per the official. 40.85%.
From the EC's website.
EC's website.
Itself or with his allies? Alone.
Itself, single party, 40%.
That's pretty good because it got 37% last time. But again, very early.
This Nalini Singh, just to get you in on the trends so far, as we keep saying, before we go to you, Nalini Singh, sorry, multiple voices in my ear. Priyanka Chaturvedi is joining us from Mumbai this morning. She has been a member of Parliament of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray party. And Priyanka Chaturvedi, great to have you with us on counting day. I'm sure you are quite encouraged by the early trends in Maharashtra.
Although it has changed a lot, BJP, Shiv Sena has suddenly done a little better.
Yeah.
But Priyanka,
they may look like in early trends, they may look like they're doing better. However, they're very confident. And I'm not speaking from a point of overconfidence, but what I've seen on ground and engaging people of Maharashtra, that it is going to send a decisive message to Bharatiya Janata Party, which tried to break away two regional parties in the hope that they will increase the numbers, in the hope that they will be able to capture the elusive vote of Maharashtra. And it really is not happening. And this is clearly an indication as to which way Maharashtra will be voting in the assembly election. So I'm very hopeful. It has been a start to the morning. I'm hoping that this trend will continue.
Right, and I mean, what do these trends though then tell you? You've got assembly elections coming up in Maharashtra as well. Yes, the BJP, Shinde Sena are down, but they're still ahead in the trends so far.
Actually, Nidhi, if you look at the trends, they are not far ahead of what they were in 2019. If you look at what the Shiv Sena and Bharatiya Janata Party in 2019 had got, were 41 seats. And after breaking up of two parties, Shiv Sena as well as NCP, if they are feeling happy and content with what they are doing right now, they should be ashamed of themselves, and they should rather put the chullu bhar pani and rethink their strategy for Maharashtra, then take pride in the fact that they're seemingly doing better than whatever they were expecting.
In terms of issues, though, Priyanka Chaturvedi, what do you think has struck a chord, for the opposition? There seems to be a sense that, while the BJP tries to make these elections very much about the Prime Minister, his personality, national issues, one nation, etc., the opposition very consciously try to localize these elections state by state. So in Maharashtra, what really was then the key for you? Was it farmer distress? What was it?
So actually, I would tell you one thing. It wasn't something that the opposition tried to localize. People of the state as well as every state that was going into an election was fighting on the issues that they were facing on ground. In case of Maharashtra, it's today there was a very unique issue that they were facing. We had two regional parties which have been vocal with regards to Maratha rights and Maharashtra's rights being broken down. Then we also saw constitutional norms are being bypassed. We also saw how Supreme Court had come down heavily against the governor, the then governor, as well as how the government was formed, and yet nothing was done about it. We are seeing how rampant corruption is happening, how joblessness is happening, how industries have moved away from Maharashtra to Gujarat in the hope that perhaps Gujarat would give them better results or yield better results nationally. I do not know what their intention was. However, Maharashtra sees that there has been a sense of betrayal, not just with political parties taking up, but also with the aspirations of the people of Maharashtra. And that is why Bharatiya Janata Party and the Eknath Shinde faction are going to see a massive loss. Like I said, three trends, we are going to cross about 42 seats in terms of converting into victories.
We'll come back to you as things get a little clearer, because Maharashtra is going back and forth amazingly. In fact, if you look at the strike rate in Maharashtra right now for each of the parties, for the BJP and Shiv Sena Shinde group, their strike rate is 54% at the moment, a little higher than the Thackeray group. That strike rate is now around about 42. That's quite a big difference. And it has the gap seemed to have widened a bit and goes back and forth, but that's typical of early rounds of counting. Let's go through state by state now, just to see what are the surprising factors and what is predicted as per the exit polls or on-ground activity. Gujarat 21-5, that is much more of a loss for the BJP than most people predicted. In fact, many thought that the BJP would win all 26. Some said lose 1 or 2. But losing 5 in Gujarat is surprising, and that still may change. Again, postal votes. Bihar doing much better than. Actually, BJP had feared they'd lose almost half the seats, but they're losing only 10, but still losing 10. Delhi 6-1, 7-2 goes back and forth, 7-0, 6-1, 5-2 goes back and forth. Early rounds still. Let me just actually hold that a second and bring in the person who I have the most faith in on elections. Honestly, and without exaggeration, the finest psephologist, electoral analyzer. And I say this, Yogendra, even behind your back. Tell us.
It's been, when I started doing election analysis, my dream was to be on the same screen as with Dr. Roy.
Oh, God.
And that continues. It's an honor to be with you, Dr. Roy.
Oh. God bless you. Now tell us in a half an hour summary what you think is happening. I'm ready to listen. All these people are not. I'm ready.
Sorry, I've been a teacher and it's hard to get over those habits. So I'll try to be shorter.
No. Don't be short. I'm very serious. I'm very serious. Tell us.
Dr. Roy, when we spoke the other day and exchanged notes about our travels, I remember both of us were quite stunned with what the exit polls were saying. Stunned, surprised, shocked, because that is not what our travel had revealed. And I remember you saying, my travel experience puts it down to 250, but I don't see that anywhere. Well, you can see it now on your screen. So I think, yes, it is early. Yes, things can change. Yes, postal ballots are now giving way to the actual count. But, even if we assume that 1 or 2 rounds have been counted in entire all the constituencies, we are looking at a sample of a few crore votes. And as person who knows mathematics, you would know that a sample of a few crores can hold till infinity. So in terms of, if the reporting is appropriate, I don't see that changing drastically. Of course, we've always seen 10 or 15 seats this way or that way, and we've always debated which way they go and is there a pattern in it. But broadly speaking, I think it's fair to say that picture painted by the exit polls, namely that BJP on its own was headed for more than 320, 325, and that NTA could possibly go up to 400. That is off. I think that's really reasonable to say. That's not the case. Broadly speaking, we are looking at the BJP somewhere around 250. It could go up to 260, could go down to 240, but I don't see that equation changing dramatically unless there is a state which is not reporting properly. But see, almost everything is reporting.
Some people have dubbed this election Yogendra Yadav versus Prashant Kishore because you both had very different sort of predictions on which way this would go.
Forget Modi versus Rahul. It's
Yogendra Yadav versus YY versus PK, as we say. And you stuck your neck out quite early on to suggest that maybe the BJP would settle at around this number. We still don't know whether that will happen. You are insisting that you're sticking to that. But if you just look at the picture state by state, what is really standing out for you at the moment, looking at, for example, Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan, where Baj tells us a lot of the EVM rounds are also already 5 rounds have been counted, and you can see that it's far more neck and neck than was initially suggested.
Is that the biggest shock for you, Uttar Pradesh?
Yeah.
Oh, and Rajasthan. Rajasthan, yeah.
Rajasthan, I had, as you know, Dr. Roy,
yes, you did say that. You did say that.
8 to 10 seats. Most exit polls channels, and everyone was saying more like 21 seats. Rajasthan is one of the first states I traveled in, Dr. Roy,
Yes, you said
and
that.
came back, and I said, this can't possibly be what they're reporting. This doesn't look like a state where BJP is crossing 20 seats. And I had traveled mostly in the eastern Rajasthan belt. And I felt maybe just that belt which is reporting, but came back and was very, very confident that in that belt that runs from Ganganagar till Tonk, Sabai Madhopur, that entire belt was very strongly tilting towards Congress. So that indeed has come. I'm surprised with 12. I had thought of something like 8 to 10. This has turned out to be better. And back to Nidhi's question, Nidhi, I really thought that whole thing of YY versus PK was somewhat silly. Prashant Kishore is one of the most astute analysts of politics. Most people speak of politics in very crude terms in our country, displaying their partisanship. Prashant Kishore I found exceptional in the sense that he talks about politics in ways which are nuanced, which are away from partisanship, and which bring in insight. I mean, I've never had a conversation with him where I've not learned something. So I think all this is silly. Prashant Kishore versus by last 48 hours, a lot of people had settled it in favor of Prashant. Now I think in the next few hours, a lot of people will settle it in my favor, but I don't think it was silly. These things are purely creation of a certain sensational social media.
Well, would you say, I mean, you did describe to me I thought it was actually fairly scientific way you went from Rajasthan right across UP into Bihar. Rajasthan and UP are kind of following your trend, but Bihar, BJP is doing reasonably well, right?
Yes, my expectation in Bihar was that the NDA would lose about 15 seats. Right now, they are losing only about 10. It could well be that I was traveling only in the western part of Bihar, and I didn't possibly catch the trend in the rest of it. Mostly the northern Ganga Par areas. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, from the map, I can now see. It's the area above Ganga, which has mostly favored BJP. And it's the Purvanchal part of Bihar, which borders Bengal, where the NDA has done well. And of course, the western part of Bihar, which borders Jharkhand, where I had actually traveled, where the India Alliance has done well. But Bihar, again, it's a loss of 10 seats. So the real big thing is Uttar Pradesh.
Yes.
Last few days, Dr. Roy, I've been again and again shaking my head, speaking to my colleagues who had traveled with me and asking them, look, we actually traveled. Look, we actually spoke to real human beings. Look, we can't be so mistaken. Two of those colleagues are sitting in the room right now with me, Shreyas Sardesai and Rahul Shastri, who traveled with me. And I kept saying to them, देखो यार, हम जमीन पे गए थे, हमने लोगों से बात की थी, इतना गलत तो नहीं हो सकता. The rest is statistics. So it's gratifying to see that something of that is coming out in the figures that we see. Right now, it looks neck and neck. And when, Nidhi, you're right to remind, when I said about, I think after the first round, I had said, Uttar Pradesh mein bhujal aane wala hai. There's an earthquake waiting for us in Uttar Pradesh. Not many believed us. But I think Dr. Rai would attest to that if you actually travel, you do get a sense of what's happening on the ground. And that did work out. It seems neck and neck. Maybe BJP may go up a bit, maybe 45 or so, but it is a very major change. BSP, unfortunately, has lost completely, as was quite evident on the streets. BSP supporters didn't think that they were sort of seriously in the contest. So it's not only the BSP share, it's the BJP which is losing substantially in Uttar Pradesh.
So in UP, what was the main reason for the BJP losing ground? Was it internal tensions, internal contradictions within the BJP, or there was discontent generally among voters?
Dr. Roy, I think the fundamental reason is that there is, to my mind, a slight swing away from BJP throughout the belt where they had done very well. Maybe by the afternoon, once we start looking at the swings. My sense is beginning with Karnataka and Maharashtra and coming all the way up to Bihar, we should expect to see something like 5 to 10% swing away from BJP, which is to do with the sense of tired. I would not call it a wave of anger, but the sense of tiredness, the sense of how long can we keep postponing the real issues of life, issues of price, of unemployment, of the farmers' conditions, and the intense anti-incumbency against the local politicians. Now, in the case of UP specifically, I felt, number one, this was very strong. Anti-incumbency against the sitting members of parliament, against many of the MLAs who were only 2-year-old, but they were intense incumbency against them as well. And of course, there was that angle. Now, I know media would, television would play it up by the heat. There was the angle of Yogi versus Modi. A lot of voters said Yogi is all right, but isn't he being thrown away? Wouldn't they do to Yogi what they have done to Raman Singh, Shivraj Chauhan, and Vasundhara Raje? And people narrated all these, rattled all these things. So there was a sense that that Yogi supporters were not quite aligned with the BJP, and many of them frankly said, "ये योगी जी का चुनाव नहीं है. We love Yogi ji, लेकिन उनका चुनाव नहीं है इस बार." So they had part of it, but I wouldn't. I mean, I know it will be played up by tomorrow morning, but I don't think that's really the principal reason. The principal thing is election coming back to normal things.
Yogendra, can I ask you about your home state of Haryana, and the neighboring states of Punjab, Himachal, Uttarakhand? What's happening there, you think?
In Haryana, the last I checked was 6-4, which is to say 6 in favor of, I can see that. 6 in favor of Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, and 4 for BJP. Remember, in Haryana, BJP, except in the seat of Rohtak, BJP enjoyed a margin of upwards of 2 to 3 lakhs in every single seat. For that to change, there has to be nothing short of an electoral earthquake, which is what we are watching. Take my own seat, Gurgaon. I'm a voter in that seat. I had contested from that seat. The BJP candidate is Rao Inderjeet Singh. It's someone who's known as a Raja Sahib there in that area. Very, very strong candidate with a very strong caste base to it. So in the map that you see, right at the bottom, you have this little different patch and the blue patch. I'm talking of the blue patch, which is Gurgaon, which has, now in that constituency, Congress, Raj Babbar. Raj Babbar is a very experienced politician, but someone who's entirely unknown to this area. The ticket was announced very late. Comes the last instance to this area, towards the end in this area. And from what I know, he's leading right now, leading by about 22,000 votes when I last read it. Now, this would be such a major shock. Yes, leading, This would be such a major shock for anyone who knows Haryana. And this can happen only if there is surge of votes against given many. Haryana has already prepared for the assembly election, which is to come in 3 or 4 months' time. Several things were working with the BJP. The fact that they were, sorry, you're showing results of Haryana. Yes, Raj Babbar is leading. BJP leading only in 4 seats of Haryana. Naveen Sindal, who was up against Aam Aadmi Party candidate in Kurukshetra, he is trailing. So Aam Aadmi Party candidate, and they were down with the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress to work for each other, but finally they worked very well. In Hisar, BJP is leading in a seat where JP Jayaprakash contesting against them. In Karnal, Khattar is leading, the ex-chief minister. But he's not leading by a very big margin. Now, Karnal was the safest. Karnal and Gurgaon were seen to be the two safest seats for BJP. And they're trailing in one of those seats. We really are looking at a very, very major change. In Haryana, you could, I went and said that this is the first state where I see almost a wave against the BJP, and which can very well tell us what the outcome will be in the assembly elections as well.
Yogendra, Yogendra, I was just looking at some of the other states also. What do you make of the trends we're seeing from, Maharashtra? UP now seems to be emerging as a real headline story if this continues. But Maharashtra also, the BJP Sena has recovered somewhat, but the UBT Sena and the Congress, doing much better than 2019.
Nidhi, I'm a little surprised with Maharashtra results so far. I had expected the Congress and UBT and Sharad Pawar's party to do a little better. Honestly, I would have thought they would get something like 26. So I had imagined it to be the reverse of what it is. But as you can see on the map, this long strip of the West, Konkan, and it seems that Mr. Shinde's Shiv Sena has recovered a bit of that for the ND. I'm surprised because I thought that in Maharashtra it was the contest between two Shiv Senas, Uddhav Thackeray versus Shinde's Shiv Sena. My own sense was that it was clearly one way, that Uddhav Thackeray had won it hands down, but that seems to be a mistaken impression. They have done. May change. It seems that in the Western Maharashtra region, the India Alliance, which is to say Mr. Sharad Pawar and Congress, has retained. In Vidarbha, the trend that we can see in the eastern part of Vidarbha is clearly that BJP has maintained its stronghold. This is the area around Nagpur. BJP has maintained that. And they have done a little better in Marathwada as well. At the moment, the India coalition is doing very well in Western Maharashtra and in Northern Maharashtra, the Adivasi belt of Maharashtra. And these two, they are doing better. But I think and hope that they would do slightly better as voting progresses. The interesting thing about Maharashtra, of course, was, we can see Western Maharashtra. Yes, we can see they have done very well in Western Maharashtra. The India coalition. What happened in Maharashtra was the election got localized, and everyone said it's from seat to seat. It is no longer an overall swing. And that impression seems to be borne out by what we are watching right now.
This is Baj. Just wanted to say in Maharashtra, 30% of the seats are still postal ballots, and out of that 14 seats, about 5 or 6 of them are the ones where the Shinde group is leading. So they're postal, a lot of their leads are postal. They're not into the first or second round as yet.
Thanks for clarifying that, Baj, because I was a little surprised by the performance of the Shinde group. I thought they would do much worse than what the trend seemed to be suggesting. And thanks for clarifying that. My own sense is that things would improve slightly in favor of the India coalition.
I have an observation that what they've done is that in many seats in Maharashtra, they've ensured that one Shiv Sena fights the other Shiv Sena. So at the end of the day, we'll be able to see which of in those 9 or 10 seats where Shiv Sena fights Shiv Sena, which is the dominant Shiv Sena, right. And that might have an impact on the assembly election coming later.
No, one thing, West Bengal, Odisha, Telangana and Tamil Nadu will also change the course of the results. If they go on the BJP side, if there is a saffron search that will impact.
What is happening in West Bengal at the
West
moment?
Bengal is
Going
changing.
back and forth,
It's going back and forth, and right now, at least on the ECI website, it was looking very much. AITC has
now
got
it's
23.
TMC 23 and
West
BJP
Bengal
is
is switching.
17.
So
that's changed.
But the early ones were the postal postal ballot. So we did get a different skew. Let's see.
So I know, Yogendra, you have to leave in a few minutes, which is very, very unfair, but we'll allow you to do that as long as you come back after an hour and a half or so. But, I mean, what kind of probability do you feel that that these kind of trends are going to continue, or it's just so early that the winners bump, the largest parties bump, all that sort of stuff happens. But do you feel that this is a trend that you felt on the ground and that is just being reinforced?
That's my sense, Dr. Roy. It's already 10:30, close to 10:30. We must, unless there are exceptional places of the kind that Raj pointed out, unless we're dealing with a very large number of such places where it's only postal ballot, and unless those constituencies are tilted one way, otherwise, my sense is that we are looking at a pretty stable trend, that we can broadly say these things. The talk of 400 par is out, that NDA is substantially down, about 60 seats or so. You are showing currently that they are about 60 seats down. Someone else is showing 50 seats down, or whatever. Broadly, they are. So we cannot be quite sure if NDA would end up on this side of 300 or that side of 300. But I don't imagine NDA now going up to some 320, 330, 340, anything of that kind. Similarly, we cannot yet be sure if BJP would finally end up below the majority mark. In all probability, it would. And if it does, Dr. Roy, and that's one thing I wanted to say broadly speaking. I think I must have mentioned it to you when we met a few days ago, that if BJP is below 300, given this entire propaganda of 400 par, it would look like a moral defeat. It would be a dent to BJP's total dominance. If BJP ends below 272, it will be a political defeat. Whether they form the government or not, it will be seen as a political defeat for the BJP. And if they are below 250, it will be seen as a personal defeat for the Prime Minister. And we are right now looking at a possibility. We cannot be entirely sure, but we are looking at a possibility that it could actually end below 250. So we are, after 2004, Dr. Roy would remember, we were, all of us were there for 2004 as well. This is probably the second biggest earthquake that I have seen on television.
What's the first one?
2004.
Ah, 2004, yes.
So why is this happening this time? I mean, it was also a bit odd that all the exit polls were so similar. But that, I think you pointed that out, and that made you feel a bit uncomfortable. How can they get it so wrong? They still haven't got it totally wrong because it's early days and it's a lot of health warnings we have to give. But they do seem to have got the magnitude wrong. Why?
I think, Doctor, you taught me something in 2004. You spoke type 1 error and type 2 error. Type 1 error is when you go in the direction where everyone goes, but you sort of you run the risk of overestimating it. Type 2 error, you said, is where you get the basic story wrong. Maybe you can spell that out better. I think everyone was trying to guard against type 2 error and ended up making a very serious type 1 error, which is to say, in every single state, and what surprised me when I looked at the exit poll figures was that in every single state, they had put the BJP at the very upper end of the range. In many cases, in fact, beyond the range. So they were being and this is one mistake that you can make in any exit poll or any estimate. You benefit from your errors canceling each other out. So you make one kind of mistake in one set of places, you make another mistake in another place, and they cancel each other out. But in this case, all the errors were stacking up in every single state except Orissa. They seem to have overestimated the BJP. So there must have been some kind of pressure. It could well be just an internal pressure to somehow ensure that we don't end up underestimating the BJP, or else that probably is the kind of thing that's governing that sentiment. But as I mentioned, I had an opportunity to look at some other academic polls, other science polls done for scientific purposes, and so on. And none of those polls said what the televised exit polls were saying. So it's not that Indian people were not telling the truth. It is not that sample surveys were off. Somehow the ones that were put out on television were very, very concerned that they should not underestimate. And to pull the final figure up to 401 looked rather odd to me, didn't it?
A bit odd to just do 400 par by one. Was like not the most scientific.
BJP 400 par kare na kare, hum 400 par kar dete.
But you never know, it may still happen. Early days, but we are told now 92% are now electronic voting machines, only 8% are postal votes at the moment. So, but even first round, second round changes happen as rounds get counted. So it's not as though once postal votes are over, it gets more reliable, but not.
Normally 15, 16 rounds. So, we got to
Ram,
wait a little.
Did you want to ask Yogendra a question? Both of you work very closely together as well.
Yes, Yogen, hello, and Ram here.
Only postal ballot. Are they leaning one way?
Yogen, can you hear me? Ram here.
Yogendra, Ram wants to ask you a question.
Yes, Mr. Ram. Please go ahead.
Yogen, in your travels, how did the Ram temple issue play out? What was your impression or your observations on this?
It didn't play out at all. My impression traveling through Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar was when you hold an ordinary conversation with people about politics, about what's happening, election, who you're going to vote for, rarely would anyone bring up the Ram temple. Of course, we were extremely conscious of the fact that this could be a factor. So towards the end of the conversation, I would, broach it. Acha, fir wo Ram Mandir. And broadly, they would say, ha, wo to ho gaya. It's all right, it's done. I mean, it's not that people thought, it's not that their response was entirely to my case. Most people thought Ram Mandir was a good idea. Very few people had objections to the Prime Minister going there. But there were two things. One, many people felt that the propaganda, that the manner in which BJP tried to milk it, that go down very well for ordinary believing, practicing Hindus. They thought, this is not done. You don't do it with temples. And number two, they thought, how can you ask votes for this? It was done, over, ho gaya. So it wasn't the kind of, so BJP seriously made an erroneous judgment in believing that Ram temple would turn out to be the issue that turned the that certainly did not happen. Very few people mentioned Ram temple on their own. Yes, of course, when you quizzed a BJP voter and said, of course, so why? I mean, you are cribbing about unemployment, you're cribbing about all these things. Why are you voting for BJP then? Then they would mention these three things, usually in this order. Number one, they would say Mr. Modi has raised country's prestige. Number two, they would say 370. Most of them had no idea of what 370 was, but they believed 370 was something that was great. And third, number three used to be Ram temple bhi banate. That's the impression. So this did not turn out to be the pivotal thing that BJP imagined it to be. And thank God for that. Can I say thank Ram for that?
One follow-up, one other question, if I may. May I?
Yeah, please.
Slightly sensitive. This is about polling because an organization you've been associated with, Yogen, only after Prannoy, ranks, we respect it hugely. It does post-poll surveys and so on, and only after Prannoy first, and then perhaps this organization, they put out what they clearly brought out in their survey, which I think includes a bit of exit polls on at least the last phase, that the gap had narrowed between the two formations. No question about it. That was a good finding, which stood up. But I was surprised by the projection of their share of the popular vote, something like 40%, which surprised me, even though the gap has narrowed because the India bloc has gone up. But 40% is huge because only the Congress party in India's Lok Sabha history has consistently in the earlier 7 or so elections scored well above 40%. So majoritarianism doesn't translate into a majority of the popular votes that's been given. So 40% was quite a stunning result. Now, do you think the exit polls directly or indirectly, subconsciously influenced this kind of projection? And secondly, on the exit polls, what is the motive for such gross overestimation of the victor in the outcome?
The second is easier answered, Mr. Ram, because it seems that all the pollsters trying to somehow ensure that they should not be, they can make any mistake, but the mistake cannot be underestimation of the BJP. There must have been a sense of scare about it. And you and I don't need to debate on what the scare must have been about. The kind of condition in which media has worked, kind of in which academia has worked in this country. We know the situation. So that must have been the reason. As for the CSDS, I have nothing to do with the CSDS anymore. I resigned 6 years ago and stopped doing any polling as being associated with them since 2012. And I'm proud to say that they have maintained very high standards of transparency. In this election, they have only made a forecast for vote share, and that too at the national level. We need to still wait and see whether that forecast goes wrong. But as yet, I don't know how much is BJP's vote share in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, in Telangana, in Orissa, because they're gaining there substantially, even possibly in Kerala. So we don't still know if they are very much off in terms of vote share, maybe in the afternoon once we get closer. But yes, I was surprised when I read the 40% figure, because that's exactly the figure given by Access My India, 40% vote share. So that did surprise me. But let's wait till the afternoon to get some sense of what the vote share figures are, and then see whether they were seriously off. I think not. But
Yamini and
Vineet, go ahead. Yamini both have a question
Yamini,
for you.
go ahead, and then Vineet after that.
Thank you, Yogen Bhai. Good to see you. I just wanted to share two things that I found during my travels, and I was curious if you could just comment on that. One was through after the first phase of polling, the polarizing rhetoric of the Prime Minister just increased and consistently so. And in conversations with voters in UP, it seemed that in some ways that was a little bit of, people noticed it. It was water off a duck's back at some level, because there was a shrugging of the shoulders with a ye to hota hi hai, bolte hain. And yet it kind of deepened the silences as the rhetoric progressed. And I was keen to hear you just comment on the extent to which that polarizing rhetoric, the divisiveness, the bigotry that emerged played in the voters' minds. And the other thing that we noticed a lot was the extent to which even the core BJP supporters were willing to say two things. One, that media mein Modi Modi dikhta hai. And secondly, that the electoral process gives them pause. And the fact that this had sort of come into the discourse in the, in different parts of rural Uttar Pradesh was to me really interesting and important. And I think it's feeding into a lot of what the results are throwing up. But curious to hear your interpretation of these two things.
Thanks, Yamini. And actually, it's traveled by people like you that kept some sanity in this media-driven universe. I think, Yamini, we seriously overestimate the impact of television channels. All this stuff that was going on, prime ministers, Mangal Sutra, mutton, and all that stuff that went on every day. What struck number one was how few people actually knew about it. Media had decided this is the national narrative, this is happening. In fact, many Muslims also did not know about the fact, and thank God they did not know about it, what the prime minister, the venom that the prime minister was spewing against the minority of this country. Most people, number one, did not know. Number two, as you rightly say, they didn't care. Even the BJP supporters, when I spoke to them, they would sort of somewhat sheepishly say, "Aise ye to kehna padta hai, dekhiye na election." So you have to say these kinds of things closer to elections. But even BJP voters, majority of them underlined the fact of need for harmony, of co-living, and that you can't possibly do things of this kind. So it didn't, I mean, if the BJP was hoping to polarize the electorate, I think they've been polarized far too often and they were quite tired with it. Those who knew, many of them did not know. And the second thing that you mentioned, Priyamini, on a broader spectrum, I think what's happening, and that's something that I got from an ordinary person in a village. I asked him, so Modi ji, आपने कहा ना मोदी मोदी बहुत हो रहा है. I asked someone कि मोदी जी का 2 पंचवर्षीय हो गया, अब तीसरा पंचवर्षीय कह रहे. For some reason in UP the lingo is पंचवर्षीय. They've had 2 terms and he's asking for the 3rd term. What do you think? He told me something which almost sums it up for me. He said, जब गांव में किसी को पहली बार प्रधान बनाते हैं, तो वो सीधे रास्ते पे चलता है, काम वाम करके काम करता है. In the first term, the sarpanch is on the straight and narrow and is slightly sketched. अगर उसको दूसरी बार सरपंच बना दें, प्रधान बना दें, तो वो गोली देना सीख जाता है और थोड़ा पैसा बनाना शुरू कर देता है. So he learns the ways of the world. He gets into a bit of corruption second. And then he said, अगर तीसरी बार प्रधान बना दें, तो सर पे बैठ के डंडा चलाएगा. That the 3rd term would mean tyranny. And that's his sense I got. After a long, long time, I've heard the word Tanashahi from ordinary people. I saw concerns about, even BJP voters would say, no, this is not done, putting opposition leaders behind bars. And that, for me, was the sweetest message that I came back. That
Vineet,
the Republic of India has got a taste of democracy in 70 years.
Yogendra, Vineet has a question for you. You're here all day, don't worry.
Yogendra ji, Vineet Goenka this side. I heard you for last 32 minutes and I liked the way you presented it. I've been watching you for last 30 years and growing up watching you. But you talked about, Ram Mandir not being the issue. But did you ever get a chance to talk to the same voters? What is their opinion anti-Sanatan ranting by the Congress and its allies? Did you get a chance to also understand from the voters when they did not contest that number of seats and their claim of making the government? Did you also get a chance to talk to the voters whom you met? It's that leaderless Congress and the infights of the INDI alliances. Will you put some light on these 3 particular questions?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I appreciate this. Believe me, when we speak to ordinary voters, applies to Germany, also applies to me, I think most of us, we do not go there as representatives of any one party. The idea is to hold a very normal conversation with someone in the village. If I had heard great things about Congress party, I would have reported. In conversations in UP, Congress party did feature very much in the conversations. If you probe people about Rahul Gandhi, they had less uncharitable view of him than they used to have a few years ago. But it wasn't Modi versus Rahul Gandhi kind of thing. No, it wasn't that this time. There was indeed, and as I've reported, when you speak about Samajwadi Party and its tenure, there is a sense of concern about their law and order record. Almost every voter reports that and says, "उनके जमाने में बहुत गुंडागर्दी होती है." And that is what still counts against Samajwadi Party. And what works for Mr. Modi is the record of PDS, ration. Somehow every voter gives Mr. Modi the personal credit for bringing NFSA, which was brought in by Congress party. But for ordinary voters, that is the credit they give. So I try and be honest in my reporting. And this whole thing of Sanatan, anti-Sanatan, etc., believe me, come and travel to Uttar Pradesh villages. No one has heard these things. These are all things on television that nowhere on the ground.
Yogendra, last question. You're being exploited by all of us. But Shikha Trivedi wants to ask you a question. And when Shikha asks a question, you're in trouble.
Yogendra ji, I have been traveling for the elections in Odisha, but my question is about UP. And looking ahead, what do you think is Mayawati's future? Because from what we can see of the results, she's been completely routed. Is it that her core Jatav base, which has always stood by the BSP, has now deserted her? And also the Muslim vote, which came to her in large numbers. So what do you see happening to her and BSP in the future?
Thank you, Shikhaji. You are one of the co-authors of one of the most defining books on Ayodhya controversy. So glad to hear from you. We don't yet have vote share figures. In my travels, when I spoke to people who were BSP voters, I noticed 2 or 3 things. One, for the first time after a very long time, BSP voters were somewhat reluctant to identify themselves as BSP voters. They felt shy, they felt awkward, which they did not for 20 years. They were very assertive, aggressive. This time they were reticent to identify themselves as BSP voters. Number 2, I thought a majority of Jata voters did stay with her. They felt awkward, but they stayed with her. Number 3, every one of her voters know that she is on her way out and they are looking for an alternative. And this time I saw what was almost unimaginable. And Shikaji, someone who's been tracking UP, you would understand that. BSP voters said, "Is par cycle ko vote dal." Now, ever since the guest house scandal, there was an unbridgeable divide between SP and the BSP, which was not broken even in 2019, although they had an alliance. But this time, ex-BSP voters said, "This part Samajwadi Party." I think the presence of Congress, the presence of Rahul Gandhi, must have been one assurance to them, which made this very difficult transition possible. So yes, BSP voters are going down. And about Mayawati's future, her personal future and the future of BSP as a party looks bleak, but the future of Dalit politics does not look bleak at all. She has transformed, and more than her, Kashi Ramji has transformed the politics of this country. And that every mainstream party will have to take into account. Last I heard, Chandrasekhar was doing very well in Nagina. If he has, that could be a sign for future of the Dalit politics.
Before we let you go, now that we've had you on for a good part of the hour and you've seen the numbers change and settle.
You've only been on 10 minutes.
So give us your final prediction as of now, and then we can come back and tally that maybe in another couple of hours.
Why prediction, Nidhi? The prediction is country is safe. All these are, look, this was not an election about safology. I can, now I can crow, I can claim and such like, but honestly, this was an election about this country. I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question, but I'm saying what I really wanted to say.
Yogendra, sorry, Ram wants one more question. Ram.
Yes, thank you, Prannoy. Yogen, if I'm not mistaken, a CSDS finding for 2019 during the Lok Sabha election found that the finding was that roughly 1/3 of the BJP's vote came from the persona of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If that seems to suggest a precarious dependence for a national party on an individual, has that changed? Because it doesn't seem to have gone down very much, the weight of the personal factor. What's happened? Could you hear me?
Was it for me, Mr. Ram?
Yes. Should I repeat the question?
No, I got the question. I thought it was for Dr. Roy. He should be taking the big questions.
Maybe both. Maybe both of you.
So any question.
My sense on that is that BJP continues to depend on Mr. Modi. His charm is now beginning to wane. And if it is below 250, as it seems right now, as I look at the screen, BJP down to 238. Now that's a huge earthquake, and something is going to change within the BJP. I kept joking with my friends that don't worry, it's not people like us who are oppressed with Mr. Modi. Those who are within BJP are even more oppressed. And some of those voices will begin to emerge, but BJP still does not have an alternative. So yes, if Mr. Modi's charisma kind of flattens as it is beginning to, my own sense is that even in this 238 or 239, there is still a substantial bit of Mr. Modi's personal charm there. And if Mr. Modi was not leading the BJP with the kind of myth that he has surrounded himself with, we could be looking at BJP below 200. So yes, it is there. Yes, that is a serious handicap now for the BJP once it begins to unravel. And yes, the future within the BJP also opens up. I don't know if they would be going by the current figures. BJP is still, NDA would still, formally speaking, NDA may still be in majority. And that could well mean Mr. Modi coming back again. But my sense is, but Mr. Ram, you would have a better sense. Wouldn't there now be serious contest within the BJP? Because anything below 250 would be seen as Mr. Modi's personal defeat.
What happened? Dr. I'm forced to make one comment before Yogendra ji goes. Yogendra ji, I seriously appreciate your dislike and the wish list which you try to camouflage as to with the people's view. I really appreciate that, the way you try to put your wish list and your dislike to us. Hope I learn this from you.
Yogendra, we have 17 more questions. But when you come back, I think Monadeepa wanted to ask, why is Bengal so difficult to predict?
Because they're Bengalis.
Because they're Bengalis.
And I'm clearly the most suitable person to answer that, being a Bengali son-in-law.
You dare not answer it. Dare not. Bengali son-in-law, better be very careful. Okay, thank you, Yogendra. Thank you. And do come back again. Do come back and a little later when you're a little free. But very kind of you to spend so much time. Thank you. Let's go through all the states, start with all India and then go state by state, because things are changing all the time and you'll see some major changes that have happened once postal votes ended. So this was looking like NDA 291, down 67. It was getting better. It was going up to 303, 304, but it's now waning a bit. India 228, up 109. Please remember, still early days. Even though it's not postal, almost all is now first or second round counting. But first, second round to 15th round makes a big difference. So this can change. But so far, that would not be very happy news for the BJP. Look at Gujarat, how much that changed. It was Congress and AAP was 5 earlier. They're down to just 1 now. It's 25-1. And I think most people would have expected that out of Gujarat. Bihar, the BJP JDU is getting stronger and stronger. I think that would surprise a lot of people who were on the ground there. It has fluctuated quite a bit, but at the moment the BJP and JDU will be pretty happy with that kind of result, if that turns out to be a result. Delhi 6-1 has been going back and forth.
Yeah.
7-2, 6-1. Oh, sorry, 5-2, 6-1. Next. Karnataka. Here again, the BJP was around 24 earlier. It's come down to 19, then 17, then got up to 19. So fluctuations are happening. Down 7 though, and Congress up 8. Yeah, the alliance is down 7. Yeah. Jharkhand, 7 each. That's down 5 for. Yeah, this is different from the exit polls, but many people did expect this. Now this is a huge change.
This is totally turned around.
Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress quite substantially in the lead, and this
it was
is
the
what
opposite
Yogendra was
half an hour
talking
ago.
about. And actually you did sense this sort of thing on the ground. But again, you've seen how it went from 2720 to 2027. So this could also change, but at the moment, this is really seriously bad news for the BJP and the Shinde faction. This is the breakup on Maharashtra. They're all doing equally well, actually. Yeah. Uddhav Thackeray, Congress and the NCP all doing much better. That's Sharad Pawar. And this is on the other side, the BJP losing almost half its seats. The Shiv Sena Shinde group losing more than half their seats. They had 18 and then, sorry.
No, if you see there, they have shown Sharad Pawar's NCP or Uddhav Sena as to be a fresh party, 0.
Yeah.
Whereas in this case, where you show Shiv Sena is 7, there are 18 earlier. It means Uddhav was with Shinde. So
yeah, it's all.
So it's a little confusing.
It is confusing.
It will not be
I think just don't look at the change.
You're
right.
Level
You're
down.
right. I would say don't look at the change in Maharashtra. Look at the actual number of members.
That's true. That's a fair
because
point.
all the alliances have totally changed.
So you like to ask that gentleman, today you are with me.
Where are you tomorrow? Exactly. See, next one. Odisha.
Wow, look at that.
BJP really surging there.
Odisha is holding out. The exit polls were more or less.
More or less saying this, yeah. And people on the ground actually.
And we don't have the assembly election.
Assembly not
We
yet.
do, we
Not
do.
yet.
We have some leads.
We'll come to that. Okay. Punjab, Congress 7, AAP 3. BJP losing its 2 seats. Let's be very clear. Nobody's lost or won anything yet. So BJP down 2 seats there. Let's move on now to Rajasthan. One of the big surprises of this election.
The biggest surprise, I think.
Most people thought they'd get out of 25, they'd get 22, 23. Now they're down to 14. And that trend hasn't changed much. In fact, if anything, it's got a little worse for the BJP, right? Yeah. Let's see, moving on. Tamil Nadu, the DMK picking up. That's her trend. AIDMK was 4 or 5 earlier. They're down back to 2. BJP PMK, that's the PMK 1. And the DMK 36 out of 39. That's a huge sweep. Telangana, this has changed back and forth. BJP was leading here.
Except the BRS has been.
The BRS is
doing,
more or less wiped out. They were 0 earlier. They've actually held on to 1 seat. But it's amazing how the BRS was dominating that state, and they lost the assembly elections, and they lost this even more dramatically. A huge change, the BRS. Look at this. This is just like, if this ends up to be true, then everybody should give up polling, including Dorab.
But Baj,
especially Dorab.
How do we know the state of like how many rounds have been counted in UP, EVMs, etc.?
Yeah.
Because you know the breakup of that.
Yeah, it's quite a lot now. Most of them are UP is almost all
I think
now
all postal
into
votes
sec.
are over. There's
Sec.
Now
Some
one,
are into
two, three,
fifth,
four.
sixth round.
always
Some on the
11
fifth or
o'clock,
sixth
right?
round.
At
Sorry?
least it's 11 o'clock by now. Few results
Few
should have
rounds
come.
in. This is just, I mean, and actually,
So this could still change, but maybe not dramatically.
I
Yeah,
think
this
because
could change.
enough trends are kind of
Aligarh is
beginning
on
to
the
settle.
fifth round, Agra is fifth round.
but this is actually the
Lok Sabha.
most, not only the most stunning trend that we've seen, and it's actually shocking, and perhaps the most politically significant state.
We didn't see any sign of it while you were traveling. There was a move away, but this
No,
is...
you didn't see.
Oh, I see.
I saw everything. You didn't
There was
see.
a move away though. I mean,
Oh,
I
yeah,
met
yeah,
a
there
number
was
of
no
voters
question.
that switched.
We wrote
The
about it.
switcher voter is important, right? We voted for BJP 2019, voted for BJP 2022. We are switching back. And I mean,
And you
perhaps
saw
because
nobody the other way.
Nobody the other way. And those the other way were kind of sullen about it, you know.
BJP had a very high
Now,
vote
while
share
we-
last time.
No, that has, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
is.
So Rahul Gandhi is leading.
In Wayanad or
And-
Bareilly?
and Bareilly.
Bareilly. And Amethi?
Seeing where is the
She
mate.
was leading earlier.
So that is quite. Let's move on now to the next one. The important state
Amethi,
of
she's straight.
Amethi,
West
Kishorila.
Bengal. Put everything
Oh.
behind you. Oh, that's totally changed as well. It was BJP in the lead there. Now the TMC has gone way ahead, 25 to 14. That is a major change. You want to say?
No, just Amethi is interesting because right now Kishori Lal is leading.
How
Indian
many
National
rounds
Congress
there?
is leading.
Same 4-5?
Yeah,
4 rounds.
4.
16 rounds, you know, it's a big match.
Yeah.
It is a big
Not
match.
a
It's
one-day
a long
match.
match.
What a
So that's the
2020.
point, Dorab, that's the point. I mean,
It's a 20, not a
there's
2020.
just 5 rounds
Test
at the
match.
most, and there's still another 10 rounds to go, and things do change dramatically.
Absolutely, they do.
Because rounds come
Which is
from
the
one area.
case where you said it's a decent trend. After 7 rounds or 10 rounds?
Rounds, you know, and then the bump comes. You see the bump afterwards, after 12. Guy
Towards
who's
the
leading,
end.
then zooms ahead. Whoever it is.
So after 8, we can then start thinking that it's going in one
It's
direction.
more like 10, you know, there's
Eight
Let's
or
say
nine.
10, yeah.
10,
yeah, I
10
think
rounds.
what you said earlier, 10.
10 rounds.
10 rounds, safer.
So, Dorab is
Dr. Roy is
Giving
already
up
betting,
polling,
but, you know, I've told him so many times not to bet after 10 rounds. Before 10 rounds, he always bets. And then
Uttarakhand,
loses.
BJP sweeping 5-0.
That's expected, like
Let's
last
move
time.
on to the next one.
That's your home state.
All my home states.
There's
Chandigarh,
Manish Tiwari.
Congress is taking, yeah.
Kiran Kher was dropped. They put a new candidate. Just so far, just trailing. We don't know.
Maybe look at some of the personalities after
Yeah.
this. Next one. Yeah, oh my gosh, Maharashtra is getting, Uddhav Thackeray group is getting stronger and stronger. Wow. Don't look at the change, as Vineet pointed out, just look at the 30-17. Wow, that is a huge change from the earlier postal ballots. Okay. Yeah, please.
UP, we have some votes. And in the vote...
Wait, one second.
In the vote.
Let's see, apparently we are not talking about the northeast states at all. BJP has been doing well, very well in Assam right from the beginning, and it's still holding on to that, no change here. Let's see some others. Manipur, BJP alliance and Congress. Congress is picking up one seat there in Manipur. Meghalaya, Congress won, holding on to the seat it had, and an independent. Mizoram, the ZPM won, that's a gain, and that's it. An independent lost. Nagaland, Congress doing well, a gain. Sikkim, we know this result, it was held earlier. And finally, let's move on. That's it. We'd like to at some point go to all the personalities, and Dorab and Baj can talk about them. They're interesting to know how each one is doing. Now Supriya Sule is leading, I see, on the top.
Orissa is also very interesting.
Ram,
yeah.
you got to say, you got a comment?
Look at Tamil Nadu. We haven't seen it yet. It's up. DMK has gone up.
Yeah, we just did see it. I think it gone up to 36, right, out of 39. Let's get to Tamil Nadu.
It's higher.
38 out of 39. Wow, wow.
And BJP at 0.
5 minutes ago, it was 36.
That's like in the bad old days.
I think Ram,
changed quite a bit in the last
Ram,
year.
that's how you had said earlier that you had predicted that.
And it's the big story of the BJP not being able to gain
foothold
despite.
Well, that's what the exit polls showed, right? Huge gains in the south and
yes,
Bengal,
yes, in vote share.
which is why it showed such a landslide
vote share
win.
was showing at 27% for the BJP. That was huge.
Bottom line is, if the BJP is at this 240, 242, it's a serious issue for the party. Serious issue internally and politically significant for the country. But you will say something?
I was just saying in UP, we have votes now from every constituency, it's probably first or second round, but SP Congress have 42% and BJP has 44%. So it's a very narrow gap from, and the other thing is the NSE 50 is down 4.5%.
Nalini Singh is with us as well, and you know the point that Prannoy was just making about the BJP's numbers right now. The BJP alone is at 241, and of course this is going to change in the course of the next few hours. But if the BJP actually does settle at below 272 on its own, Nalini Singh, what are the implications of that politically? You know, the possibility of then Mr. Modi having to depend on allies to form a government. How different will that be?
Do you know, Nidhi, I actually don't know how to get your voice, your ear in the studio, but I did want to mention one thing, that when I've looked at the states, it is only about 4 or 5 states where the BJP has increased its seats even by 1. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and Assam with AGP. So what does this imply for us? The second thing is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in Sandesh Khali, TMC seems to be ahead in Basirhat. And in Rajasthan, there is the imponderable we haven't talked about is this Vasundhara Raje again coming into play? And did she, you know, from behind the scenes, has she done something? So there are many, many implications. I have been saying this, June 5th is not going to be like June 3rd. India will have changed. And if you look at, you're talking about leaderless India bloc, leaderless alliances, etc. It doesn't seem to be working. This anti-Sanatan, etc. This doesn't seem to be working. But you're asking politically, let me just talk about governance first. So will bulldozer Raj be as prominent and as fear-inducing as it has been? ED, CBI, IT, etc. So I think that these are, if you look at what NDA has to be grateful for, when you look at the seats 298 that you're showing, it's 2 people, Mr. Modi and Chandrababu Naidu, who was until recently in jail. So I think that we have to, you know, now redraw. We, meaning we Indian voters, have to say that our reflex action of cult worship, etc., we've really got to sincerely think about it again. Should I be fearful that I'm saying this? Will I be having another income tax notice tomorrow? Well, you know, then I have to either live my life in such a manner that I don't fear this, or then face it. But we cannot let this default template become what India is. And the other thing that in Bihar, there are these 3 bellwether states, and who better than Prannoy to talk about them? In Kishanganj, Congress always wins. In Nalanda, JDU always wins. In Patna Sahib, BJP always wins. So we have to see if this is maintained, then that means that Bihar has voted more or less as it has. But it doesn't tell you about the future of Bihar, where where Pappu has stood in, I think, Purnia. And, there are people who are voicing their concerns about where the country is going. And they may then join RJD and the Congress and India Alliance later. But we should not take this as groundswell that this is the way politics is, that there were these venomous things said and people have been polarized. Indians are showing, I think, by this, that they are not getting polarized, and it should be something which the political parties should pick up. And if you look at Maharashtra, I'm not sure where Prakash Ambedkar's party, how that is faring. And if it is not faring well, it means that actually you've got in the weight of Maharashtra voters, a large part of it showing that they resent what was done at night by taking MLAs to Guwahati, to bringing them back. And I have always objected so much to the money that is being wasted or splurged on buying MPs and MLAs. In fact, I'm going to put up a very, controversial comment, which is that if we've got 29 MPs for the assembly elections, will the BJP again try to break the Shiv Sena, UBT, Uddhav Thackeray, and Congress and NCP, Sharad Chandra Pawar? Is that still going to happen? Is that still something that we will not stand up against? So, politically, definitely is one. But the other one is, many speakers have said that the voter of India took command of this election in her or his hands. And this is it. And I must say, at the end, that let us not use the word beneficiary and labharthi for women. They actually, this is their right, this is their haq, that they should actually have food to eat, water, etc. And we are saying that they should be grateful and vote for a certain party. Think about it.
On this, the Congress's own performance is, they are hovering around the 100-seat mark. And the Congress's revival is also another big takeaway then from this election, if this stands.
Absolutely. I think even right now this might have, so far, but even so far this might have exceeded even the most optimistic Congress projection.
Congress. I thought pessimistic from...
No, optimistic Congress projection. I don't think that they were expecting this much.
Let's just have a look at West Bengal, the most important, one of the more important states. Look at that. Look at Trinamool. 29 seats. Completely opposite to what all the exit polls said.
No saffron.
And BJP 10, Left and Congress 3. Monideepa, you've been saying this all along, right? Why did it happen?
Well, very interesting. One of the main issues in Bengal was Sandesh Khali, as Nalini ma'am just mentioned. And yet we find that Sandesh Khali has been overshadowed by probably a Lokhid Bhandar. That's how it's looking like right now. Even in Bashirhat constituency, which sort of contains the Sandesh Khali assembly seat, even there the TMC is leading. So Sandesh Khali's impact clearly limited. Also, what's happening is 2.15 crore women, which is about 57% of women voters in Bengal, they are all beneficiaries of Lokhir Bhandar, that once a month, 1,000 rupees to women between 25 and 60. So that is clearly, women power at work for Mamata Banerjee. There has been a huge debate about whether this is Revdi or freebie, but it looks like women seem to believe that it is empowerment and therefore seem to be voting fully with Mamata Banerjee as in the past. Not the first time that women have backed Mamata Banerjee to the hilt. That's how it's looking right now. And maybe Mamata Banerjee is beginning to uncross her fingers. There are many other issues, but Prannoy, you may be right. Corruption definitely is an issue this election in Bengal, but clearly, as you often quoted Joe Ramaswamy, not really an election issue. In any election, when you have to choose between one corrupt party and the other, women power to the fore. The whole issue of minority appeasement, the whole issue that the BJP tried to make, even that doesn't seem to be working at this moment.
One of the other factors we talked about is that the left in the Congress, when they dropped 25% in their vote, all 25% went to the BJP. Now the left in the Congress in the Panchayat elections recently they went back up to about 20%, 22% of the vote. So with the left in Congress getting stronger, it was the BJP votes that went to the BJP that's coming back to them. So that split in the opposition to TMC might have helped. The left in the Congress getting stronger and the BJP constantly getting weaker. Have you noticed that?
That's how it's looking like. The last time, the left and Congress, between them actually, the Congress got 2 seats, and this time it's already up 1 already. And we are hearing that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is leading in his constituency, Behrampur. And at one point, local channels here in Kolkata were saying that Yusuf Pathan is number 3. There was the issue of minority votes being split, etc. in Behrampur. But Adhir is soaring ahead as of latest reports. And yes, indeed. And what is happening is basically the left vote, which went to Ram in the past, that is probably coming back to BAM, which is Bengali for left. So indeed, BJP is hurting much, much more than they thought they would.
You had a question?
Yes. Which is not a real train. But we are all talking about how the numbers of other alliances or other parties are going off. Last election, that is 2019, BJP got overall 37.36% of the votes. But if you see the total number of votes been casted till now, as per ECI, this thing is 39.41. So if you say absolutely BJP is getting more numbers, 2% more than what? Till this thing. So that also has to be considered. That
alliance has been formed on the opposite side. At 37, a man won in a constituent Haryana with 15% of the vote. He lost his deposit, but he won the seat. So it was the division and the addition that makes the difference.
No, there is another point. I think BJP has certainly got more votes in South India than it had earlier. So part of the push up is coming from there, not necessarily from states where they did well.
Something to look at. It's a good point to.
But it's early days. I think that's the most important point. It's early days.
We never thought we'd be saying early days at
Ram
11:20.
wants to say something. Ram?
Yes, Prannoy. What strikes me here is, going by these numbers, if the BJP hadn't struck 3 alliances, they would have been in very deep trouble and would have probably lost the election. One is with TDP, the most important.
Right.
And in this connection, the arrest of Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was, whatever the reasons, was a strategic blunder by the authors of the arrest. It was seen as unjust, and I think from my information, it played very badly with the electorate in Andhra Pradesh. The second is, of course, Karnataka, the alliance with JDS. That's, I think, delivered. I don't know to what extent yet, but it is clearly, it's helped the BJP. And the third, of course, is JDU. We don't know to what extent. I don't know enough about Bihar, but the interesting question would be, how much has the alliance with JDU contributed? And is the JDU, in particular, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, how reliable is he as an ally in this? So these 3 could have sunk the BJP, I think, if it hadn't been done. And whoever the strategist, usually attributed to Mr. Amit Shah, I think that they saw this coming.
We have Sunita Aron, senior journalist from Uttar Pradesh. Oh, I think, well, she was there. It would have been interesting to talk to. She's covered UP politics for decades. She's out of Lucknow, so hopefully we'll get her back. Ajay is there from Varanasi. Ajay, ये उत्तर प्रदेश की स्टोरी जो है, ये सबसे बड़ा पॉलिटिकल अर्थक्वेक लगता है इस इलेक्शन का.
बिल्कुल निधि, आप एकदम ठीक कह रहे हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा बीजेपी को सेटबैक लगेगा और ग्राउंड पर हम लोग देख रहे हैं तो उसकी बड़ी वजह ये है कि बीजेपी ने जातियों का जो समीकरण पिछले 2019 के चुनाव में जातियों का जो समीकरण बनाया था, पुलवामा था, उसके अलावा जितने भी उनके लाभार्थी थे, जो दलित वोट थे या दलितों के अलावा जो जाटों के अलावा जो दूसरे जो वोट थे और कुर्मी थे, पटेल थे, ये सारे वोट जो है वो उनकी तरफ 2019 में गए थे। लेकिन इस बार आप देखिए कि अनुप्रिया पटेल खुद अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में पीछे चल रही हैं, यानी पटेल वोट भी टूटा है क्योंकि अखिलेश यादव ने जो पीडीए बनाया था उसका एक असर जमीन पर नजर आया है। दूसरा जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है, योगेश जी भी कह रहे थे, शिखा जी ने सवाल पूछा था कि बीएसपी का क्या होगा। तो आप देखिए कि जो बीएसपी का जो वोटर है ना, इस बार वो बहुत स्ट्रेटेजिकली वोट कर रहा है। वो अपनी बीएसपी की ओरिजिनल पार्टी को बचाने का वोट कर रहा है। हमने कई जो बीएसपी के युवा लड़कों से युवा से बात किया था, उनका ये कहना था कि आकाश आनंद के साथ जिस तरीके से तय हुआ और जिस तरीके से बीच चुनाव में टिकट देने के बाद जब टिकट बदले गए तो उन्हें लगा कि बीजेपी के दबाव में ये सारी टिकट बदले जा रहे हैं और कहीं कांशीराम की खड़ी की हुई पार्टी टूट न जाए। इसकी वजह से भी एक गुस्सा, एक आक्रोश हमें नजर आया था ग्राउंड पर जो बीएसपी का, और वो वोट टूटता नजर आया। कल मैं लखनऊ के रास्ते पे था, सुल्तानपुर पे था। सुल्तानपुर में मैंने मेनका की कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में ढाबे वालों से पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा कि दलित वोट 20 से 25% टूट करके जा रहा है समाजवादी पार्टी में। अभी तक आज तक साइकिल पर नहीं जाता था समाजवादी पार्टी पर, कभी दलित नहीं जाता था, क्योंकि गेस्ट हाउस कांड के बाद से ये तय हो गया था कि समाजवादी पार्टी और गांव में जो है वो यादव जो है वो दलित से ज्यादा भिड़ता है, लड़ता है। लेकिन इस बार जो मिरेकल नजर आ रहा है वो ये बड़ा मिरेकल नजर आ रहा है कि वो समाजवादी पार्टी पे जा रहा है और उसने साइकिल या इंडिया गठबंधन पर चुनाव पर उसने वोट किया। अगर ऐसा है तो वही चीज इसमें दिखाई पड़ रही है जो शुरुआती ट्रेंड में, क्योंकि वो लाभार्थी अगर हटेगा तो बीजेपी को बहुत नुकसान होगा। दूसरी बड़ी बात ये थी कि बीजेपी के जो सपोर्टर थे, जो उनका कार्डर था, वो इस चुनाव में बहुत एग्रेसिव नहीं था, बहुत सुस्त था। वो बहुत है, यही वजह से कि बनारस जैसे शहर में 55% वोटिंग होती है और पूरे आप देखिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश में वोटिंग परसेंटेज कितने डाउन हुए, गिरे। और ये हम लोग कह रहे थे कि अगर वोटिंग परसेंटेज अगर डाउन हुआ तो बीजेपी का नुकसान होगा, क्योंकि मैक्सिमम गेन बीजेपी ने किया था। आज अगर आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से 95% है और यहाँ पर भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में 4,80,000 से 2019 में जीते थे। क्या इस बार इतनी मार्जिन की जीत होगी, ये भी देखने वाली बात होगी। तो कुल मिलाकर के आप ये कह सकते हैं कि
come
ये
back to you on this. Thank you very much, because I must say one thing, that throughout our travels, when you traveled with us, you had noticed this trend very clearly. And what you said then, you're just actually repeating now after the fact, but you did say it before the data was out. Now Ram needs to leave. Ram, thank you very, very much for being with us. Really, really. And I hope you come back when things are even firmer, maybe in a couple of hours.
I will. Thank you, Prannoy.
Or later in the evening, whenever you're free. It'll be great to have you. Thank you for being with us.
We have,
and well done. This is a great presentation, great launch.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
We have Mr. Deshratan Nigam here with us. He's a lawyer and political analyst. Good to see you back with us, Mr. Nigam. We have Sunita Aron, senior journalist, joining us from Lucknow as well this morning. And since we were just talking about UP, Sunita Aron, I mean, if this holds, it's really quite a stunning sort of trend / result in UP.
Exactly, you know, when I saw the exit polls, they were very different from what we had seen on the ground. But, you know, even this seems to be a little surprising, because we thought government is not working, but Modi factor may bail out some MPs. But it appears that even that is not working. the opposition strategy has been very successful. They, this time Akhilesh used this PTA formula, which everybody was laughing at when he was saying that PTA is my strategy, PTA is my strategy. But when he fielded a jar of women from Meerut, it sent a message across West UP. And then the PTA, less of Yadav candidates, less of Muslim candidates. And then the consolidation of Muslim did not polarize the votes, because most of the Muslim-dominated constituencies, Samajwadi Party fielded Hindu candidates. So that was another good move that was made by them. Then the chemistry between Rahul and Akhilesh, it did not remain on papers like earlier, but it was very much visible, especially between Dimple and Priyanka Gandhi also. Now, the other thing was that this Dalit vote, everybody was saying that it was shifting to BJP and partly to Alliance, but Dalits were moving away from BSP because of the constitution and the quota issue. Why will they go to BJP? I was a little confused. So they have moved to Samajwadi Party and Alliance despite their dislike for a Yadav candidate. For a
Opposition
Yadav,
raised
because
about the
Yadavs were
constitution
not
being
there in the
changed. That was a huge factor in UP.
so it became easier for Dalits to vote for the alliance. So there were several factors that worked. Youth went with them. Women largely voted for BJP. It was very clear because they thought law and order is an issue. But SP seems to be doing all right across UP. And this is the figure which Mulayam Singh Yadav had once won in mid-1990s. So I think, although we never expected that they'll reverse the election, and these are only leads that we are getting. But definitely we thought they're getting a very, very tough contest. And another thing which we can say is that Varanasi, Modi is not going to get a margin of 10 lakh. Rajnath wanted a victory margin of 5 lakhs. This time the victory margin is going to be very, very narrow.
Interesting point. Mr. Nikam, your first thoughts now. It's 11:30 in the morning and we've been saying repeatedly that counting's been slower, so there are many, many rounds still to go. But you're getting some semblance of a trend that is emerging now overall. The BJP has been stuck at 240, 241 on its own for about an hour now. What do you make of that?
I think it's too early to comment. Almost all the rounds are almost yet to be counted. But somehow I feel these things are going to change. I'll stick my neck out that they are going to do much better. The BJP and the NDA are going to do much better than what we are seeing right now in the early trends.
Just 1 second. Sensex down 30. It's actually 3,800. That was just graphic was made a few minutes ago. That's down, now it's down nearly 5%. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it happens, early trends and the trends
Nifty
wise,
1,200
yeah,
down.
this would happen if the BJP, we have seen when the BJP does well, the stock market goes up.
Sorry, carry on.
And that kind of trend is, it's very natural for the buyers and sellers to do that. So at this stage, I won't put much of an emphasis on that. But I still believe that you will see the change in UP happening.
How much though? I mean,
change in UP happening in what sense?
In the sense that the BJP will do better. These are too early trends.
But it's not going to go back to 2019 level, 60?
I think it will go back to about 63, 64 that they had last time.
From 43?
Yes.
Because
41.
right now it's almost
38.
neck and neck. BJP has 35, is leading in 35, and Samajwadi Party is leading in 34 on the ECI website.
So this trend is going to change, and it's too early to say anything. Right. And
but such a big change would be very unusual, frankly.
No, let me tell you again from the ground reports that we have is something that.
Look at the maps, the two maps, 2019, 2024.
This is early trends.
Right.
I don't put much emphasis on it. By 2:30, I think we should be able to.
But it doesn't look like the landslide that the exit polls are predicting. Even if the BJP wins and crosses 272 on its own, a win is a win, and for a third term, that is a great performance. But it doesn't look like that 400 par or whatever 350 plus. What are the implications of that if it settles to?
Exit polls don't show early trends. They are final trends.
Yeah.
Finally, you've put a picture in front of the people. So I still believe these early trends are going to change. And
350 plus?
350 for an NDA.
For an NDA.
For an NDA. And plus minus error margin of 3% that we always keep in mind. And
but if it doesn't, and if it does settle below,
if it doesn't, then we'll do analysis afterwards. But right now, it's not proper for me to do that kind of analysis right now, because those final figures we don't have. But then there would be certain factors which I'll be able to speak freely if this trend holds.
But can I ask you on Rajasthan?
Speak freely now. Why wait?
No, it's not that. It's not
Look
that.
at us, we've been speaking freely.
There are few
We're all
things.
here.
There are few things on my own. Even I have told
Good
you
example.
on your previous programs, also in 2019. There are few things I don't agree with.
Right.
But if it is an early trend, if I have to speak my mind, then
fair enough.
those reasons would come into play.
Correct.
If this trend holds. However, I believe these trends will change.
But let me ask you about Rajasthan, where we are now into from the 10th to the 15th round, which is quite far down the line. You know, I mean, 20 rounds is about the max that they go to, depending on the thing. Here, obviously, the Congress has done much better than expected. They've got 11. They're leading in 11 seats. Did you expect this?
No, the fact is, see, Rajasthan BJP bringing a new face is trying to build some kind of, things. There are disgruntled people in BJP out there, and therefore it needs time to settle immediately after, assembly elections, and the Lok Sabha elections are there. And we know assembly and Lok Sabha elections work on a different footing. And if the trend holds, it will go in favor of the BJP, Congress. But I still believe it will be better for BJP, but may not be as good as it was in 2019.
But this is your worst performance in Rajasthan since 2009.
No, I agree. There is, so far as of now, I agree. The way the earlier trends were there in 2019, it was straight away. The BJP was,
May I ask a question? You're saying that what we have now, it will change. Now, when people ask me this question, I said, it will change, but I don't know how it will change. So I want to understand, what is it that makes you say this or that? I don't know which one it is. I know that it's too early to call, but I don't know which way is going to move.
Given the groundswell for Mr. Modi that we witnessed during campaigning, it shows that it has got to translate into votes. And if you look at the roadshows of the Prime Minister and those of others, there was a qualitative change in the two. It's kind of, there was a lot of feelings and emotions with the Prime Minister's roadshow compared to the opposition party's roadshow. The connectivity and emotions with Mr. Modi is way higher than that of the other side. Other side may be, deciding to defeat Mr. Modi. That was the common parameter. And that emotional commitment does not come just to defeat a person. If you have your own persona or your own personality and you have got such wonderful connect with the people, that kind of emotions will only come for a particular leader. That lack I have seen with the opposition. And that, in my opinion, as we progress in the election and the counting progresses, that would change in BJP's favor.
Even at this stage of the 60 crore votes, while we are still rounds and whatever, 10 odd crore votes have been counted. So I'm saying it's not that you are talking of one guy in Rajasthan, one guy in Gujarat, 10 crore. And we have no reason, we don't know how to select the machines to be counted. They're all batches of 16, one at a time.
Yes.
So I'm saying I would,
I'm not at all on voting machines, how they are counted. I am only telling you how the people felt on the ground. Before the elections, now certainly.
But why isn't it showing it?
No, it's too early a trend. Too early a trend.
Right. But, what the exit polls seem to suggest, and now, of course, it's kind of irrelevant to talk about them, but was that, there would be expected losses. And I think the BJP was expecting that there would be marginal losses in the north, which would then be offset by good gains in the south and Bengal, and again and Orissa though it is showing a very good trend for the BJP at the moment. Bengal is not, and neither is the south. So therefore, perhaps that push hasn't quite worked as per these trends at the moment.
See, there are two ways. If we look in terms of seats, possibly in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, maybe there are no seats coming, maybe one or two. That could be. But in terms of vote share, the penetration of BJP is increasing in the south. Probably in the next election, they'll be able to, do a lot of work. Their organizational structure is still weak in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Not to the extent they would have hoped that the way they have it in the north. Even in West Bengal, they have not been able to put up that kind of a structure. As you expect they have in UP or Madhya Pradesh or something.
Actually, the BJP is not very strong in the state unit in Bengal, it's not. But there was quite a national push in Bengal.
No, that's all right. Obviously, there
and
votes.
Tamil Nadu.
See, that's all right. But you need to have a cadre-based structure, which is not as strong. No, it is there. And it has improved as compared to 2019. But still, it is. Will it cross the threshold level or not? That is still to be debated.
So the interesting data point from the ECI website is that BJP's vote share in Tamil Nadu is showing at 9.55%. Which, if I'm not,
BJP on its own or the alliance?
BJP on its own. BJP on its own.
Could be also to do with the fact that they're getting alliance votes in that.
Yes. Yeah.
But still,
yeah.
that's
but
still better than...
It's an improvement from there, a significant one at that. But I don't think it's yet getting, it's converting into
it's getting
seats.
2.
It's gone up to 2?
See, PMK is a strong partner in where it operates. Is a strong partner where it operates. But it operates in a very small area, the 1 year area.
Do you agree with what Ram said, that it's the 3 alliances that you made which is really helping you in this election? In Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, and taking Nitish back into the...
Yes, it is. And in fact, the early
Okay, we
trends
have, sorry to interrupt, we've got Salman Khurshid with us. Thank you, Salman Khurshid, for joining us.
Thank you for asking me.
Everybody in the BJP is saying it's early days. Everybody from the Congress says the story is over. Where do you stand?
No. It's all very clear. There are always early days till you get the final call. It's always early days. It's how quickly you believe that these early days will now be permanent. It's a matter of how you perceive things and how you proceed with those things. Now, we were saying during the exit polls, we were saying that this is not absolutely correct. This is far from the truth. And today it's already established that what the exit polls were saying is far from the truth. Now, the truth takes us to what point and how quickly this will consolidate into a sense of satisfaction that we've achieved something. It's a matter of a few hours. Let's wait for those few hours and you would know better.
But are you honestly, a little surprised at how well India is doing in this? Did you really expect this, or this is better than your expectations?
Well, let me just say it's a pleasant surprise, because we were against a lot of cynicism. Our own reading of the ground was that something like this will happen, perhaps something better than this will happen. That was our reading on the ground. But we were against the trend of the last 10 years, and therefore we had to be a little cautious and a little sensible. Therefore, when the exit polls came, we didn't react very aggressively. We just said, please wait for the time, let the polls open up, let us see what happens, and then we will give you our response. But certainly, it's a pleasant surprise.
What would you, sorry?
Sorry, no. I was saying that you'd be, I'm sure, pleased with, where the Congress is, how it's doing on its own, hovering around that 95 to 100 seat mark. Did you realistically expect that? Can you be honest?
Well, look, anything I say now will be taken with a pinch or a barrel of salt. But the fact is, when we sat amongst ourselves in the last 4, 5 days, 6 days, and we brought back the sense and information we had picked up as we moved through UP and other parts of the country, we felt something very similar. We felt that Congress, on its own would certainly cross the 100 mark and could go up to 120 and so on. Now let us see how it finally turns out. We certainly had hoped that we would get some good figures. And let me just say this, people sitting amongst ourselves were predicting that we would go up to 35 or 40 as far as UP is concerned. But obviously we didn't make a big show of that because that didn't make any sense. That was our calm calculation and therefore a bit comforting to us. But then it was all set aside with the exit poll saying, no, 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 you are far off the mark, you are far off the mark. So now the truth is out, and the truth is a pleasant truth for us, and therefore gives us some reason to celebrate quietly, if not
So
widely.
what is the reason behind this? What are the 2 or 3 core reasons why this trend is happening? It's still early days, things are going to change definitely, but
Sure. They will probably change one way or the other.
yeah.
Therefore, we'll have to go back. We'll have to go back to this exercise.
But what is the reason for this? What did you sense in the politics of it?
I think there are several reasons.
Okay.
The politics of it
Yeah.
basically is emphasis that Mr. Rahul Gandhi gave to our approach to communities that come forward, vote for you or reject you as a likely candidate. And I think a lot of that has made a difference. Reaching out to communities that had left us for a while, and reaching out to communities that were potential for us, etc., on an analysis that we did, was an exercise. I think that has paid off. Has paid off. It may still be requiring some fine tuning, etc., for future, but it's paid off. And the alliance in Uttar Pradesh, the alliance with Akhilesh Yadav was part of that exercise. There were a lot of people who didn't want the alliance. But our leadership very sagaciously decided that alliance was necessary. And I hope that Mr. Akhilesh Yadav also realized that. And therefore, after the initial speculation, decided to come into the alliance.
That is a key point. You're right. That's a very key point. Thank you very much for sparing the time to talk to us.
Similarly, I hope we've contributed as well. Thank you.
Of course. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, we were talking about, and Enram's point about the BJP and the alliances. It's worth also talking about the Congress and its alliances. And the fact that through this whole exercise, the Congress has, where it managed to work the seat shares, Delhi and UP, willingly, and to a degree even in Bihar, willingly took a back seat, willingly allowed the alliance partner to work it with them. Congress is fighting for in the fewest of seats it has ever before in this election. And I think some of what we are seeing here is a good illustration of the success of that effort as well. And, you know, Rahul Gandhi has, I think he will now have a little bit more legitimacy within the party going forward, regardless of what happens from now on, in terms of how to think through the organizational structure, which has been the weakest point of the Congress so far. So more than anything else, this is going to be really interesting in terms of what the Congress does, regardless of what happens from, you know, midday today.
Yeah, but this time they have gone into, you're right, into alliances, which earlier on they were like...
They always were the bullying partner, remember?
And, you know, and they just suffered as a result. So this... Sorry, I interrupted you because Salman Khurshid came on. What were you saying? I've forgotten.
I think I've also lost track of what I was saying.
I was asking you about the allies. Is that what saved you?
Yeah. See, the alliance in the Andhra, Tamil Nadu, that they in Telangana and Karnataka, it has held them in good stead. There is no doubt about it. And similarly, probably in UP, if Dalit vote is counting, then somehow I think Mayawati should have been taken on board. And she's been just, isolated, and probably her vote bank may shift because thinking that she on her own may not win a seat. Probably there could have been a tactical voting, but we'll see. It's too early to say that.
They show that the SP and the BJP neck and neck. BJP have lost a little. SP gained a lot, primarily at the cost of Mayawati.
Yes. Which is a reverse of the past, which is the reverse
last
of the
time
past.
She brought the seats in, this time she's out.
And I do think the constitution and reservations issue is what ensured that switch.
We've got Ghanshyam Tiwari with us. I think he's just come on. So congratulations. Are you there?
Yes.
And the Samajwadi Party has done very well. Congratulations. So far, things can change. So were you expecting this? Because nobody predicted this kind of thing. You're ahead of the BJP right now. I mean, that is just unthinkable earlier.
Good morning, Dr. Roy, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers, and I congratulate everyone. India across the country, from Uttar Pradesh to Bengal to Maharashtra, across the country is saying, "Fut off dictatorship. Fut off Godi media, fut off exit polls." This whole abuse of machinery that was rampant in Uttar Pradesh, the verdict that we see in front of us is not the final verdict. The anger that people have against BJP, against Narendra Modi, against Amit Shah, and their dictatorial fantasy is much bigger. And even if by chance, because no one in India today, no political party in India today, without signing their own death sentence, wants to align with BJP. So if by chance Mr. Modi becomes the Prime Minister again, then we will see everyday protests across the country by youth, by farmers, by women, by tribals, and we will see that this government will not have any popular basis to stand. Because people understand that they wanted 400 to change the constitution, remove reservation. They had dictatorial fantasies, and people of India, starting from Uttar Pradesh, are saying end of game. So Prime Minister Modi is going down. Whether he goes down to the level at which he campaigned by calling opposition campaign as Mujra, or he goes down even further, then that time will tell. But by any sense of this verdict, it is clear that people of India are angry at BJP. They want them to be routed. It is the abuse of machinery, the Godi media overall, that has hijacked the public narrative in India, that has somehow ensured that BJP is, and with this Narendra Surrender Alliance, which has Narendra Modi and set of parties that have surrendered due to blackmail or greed to Mr. Narendra Modi, this Narendra Surrender Alliance somehow is going about 272. But people of India would not want this government to stay for a single day, and they don't want to see.
Just want to ask you one last thing. Thank you very much for that. On the ground, which issues had an impact and which issues did not? Did the mandir have an impact? Did Hindu, Muslim and Mangal Sutra being stolen, did that have an impact? One of the things we found on the ground that was worrying about the Samajwadi Party was law and order. And the BJP was seen to be doing better. Was that an important factor? What was the key factor? Give me the one key factor that changed things.
There are four things I will say. One, the reliance on positive agenda by the India Alliance. Employment of youth is a positive agenda. Caste census is a positive agenda in the life of people who suffer due to being backward and Dalits. The respect for women with Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh, the MSP for farmers, these are positive agenda. This is the thrust of India Alliance campaign. The BJP, they thought in February that the entire nation will vote on Mandir. It was a religious issue. The fervor went away immediately, and brand Modi melted like a ice cream on a hot summer day. So there was no positive agenda from BJP. Suddenly, when they realized that there is nothing going for them, they started going towards a hateful agenda. They spoke a language that people had nothing to do with. What will Mangal Sutra and Mujra do to common man of India? They are fighting for a basic betterment of their life. And BJP was not speaking that language, and it was obvious that the Hindutva laboratory, the toxic laboratory that BJP has created in Uttar Pradesh, when it falls apart, their toxicity of politics will fall apart across the country. They lost the language of common man, and that's why they are losing Uttar Pradesh.
Right. What impact will this have on assembly, the power in the assembly in UP? Will it have any political,
As Arvind Kejriwal ji put it, that Mr. Amit Shah wanted to become a backdoor prime minister. Now he is not going to be backdoor prime minister, because Mr. Gadkari and Mr. Rajnath Singh will try to claim the leadership role in BJP. It is already beginning.
What about Yogi Adityanath?
And as a result, this tussle, this zero-sum game between Adityanath and Amit Shah, Yogi Adityanath has more days to survive, because in that zero-sum game, Amit Shah has lost. He had selected every candidate, and as a result, the sword was hanging on Adityanath. With Amit Shah's leadership in BJP going down, and across the country, Mr. Modi's leadership going down, Yogi Adityanath.
You're being a bit speculative, but Yamini, you've got a question.
Ghanshyam, hi. I wanted to ask you, what is yours? So the Congress SP alliance, it's always it's blown hot and cold on many occasions, but it did seem, even from traveling on the ground and just from the rallies between the two leaders, that this time it worked well. Partially, in my reading, because the Congress took a little bit of a backseat and allowed the Samajwadi Party a lot more room. But wanted to hear from you how you think the alliance has played out, and from the Samajwadi Party's perspective, what have been the strengths and weaknesses of it?
The strength has been that we spoke the same language. Congress and SP spoke the same language on the Pehli Naukri Pakki to the youth. BJP had nothing to answer. We spoke the same language on the caste census. We spoke the same language on the Man Samman of Betis, given Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh was a candidate and his son was a candidate for BJP. And we spoke the same language against dictatorship, price rise, and the MSP to farmers. In return, the allies of BJP didn't speak. The Prime Minister Modi, he was caught in this battle of Amit Shah and Yogi Adityanath. There was nothing to offer to people who had voted them in power again in 2022. And it is this commonality of narrative that worked. BJP was caught in its own trap. Their plan A did not work. Plan A was that the nation is mesmerized with the Pran Pratishtha.
Yeah, talking about, just get down to your success. Success of the Samajwadi Party, is it largely this time to do with the decline of the BSP? Have those voters switched to you?
Well, BJP did two things. One, it brought RLD at the last minute in this Narendra Surrender Alliance.
BSP.
Yes, I'm coming to that. I'm saying from an alliance perspective.
Sorry.
They brought RLD to their side in this Narendra Surrender Alliance. That did not yield them anything. And they thought that BSP, if they prop up BSP as an independent force, it will weaken and fracture the anger against BJP that exists. That did not happen. People were smart. They knew that BSP was just a mask that was preventing them to vote against BJP. And as a result, they en masse voted against BJP whoever they wanted. I also want to emphasize, this is an August panel, very learned. I want to emphasize that this election broke the boundaries of caste and religion the way we analyze. Youth in large numbers voted against BJP, breaking the boundary of caste and religion. Women in large numbers have voted against BJP, and farmers across. These are all casteless communities.
On all that yet. I think if you look at the exit poll data, it doesn't say that, but the exit poll data will not say any of that. But thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations so far. Things may change. A lot of rounds still to be counted. But you are certainly on the right trend at the moment.
I could be wrong on this. Remember that SP this time has given fewer than 10 tickets to Yadavs, half of his family.
Yes, it's a big
change.
change.
It's very unusual for them.
5 in all family.
Yeah. No, 10 seats in all. But
no, 5 to Yadav seats.
Only 5 Yadav seats?
Yeah, only 5 in all of family.
If I base my opinion on these early trends,
yeah,
then what has happened that there is a consolidation of Muslim votes in favor of the Congress and the allies, and the Muslim candidates that the BSP used to, field.
You're talking about only UP or all India?
UP and the all India consolidation of Muslim votes. So far as UP is concerned,
so the tactic of the BJP to really attack Muslims may have backfired?
No. It was Bharat Jodo Yatra primarily. If you look at the districts, they went through Muslim majority, where the Muslim votes were more.
Wouldn't that hostility to the Muslims in the speeches,
I
was
don't think
that
so.
could have backfired?
See, not exactly backfired. See, BJP gets, last time probably got 4.5% Muslim votes.
But goes to Hindu consolidation.
No, Hindu consolidation, the final trends will show, whether it has taken place or not. But certainly Muslim consolidation has taken place out here. And if I concentrate on UP, the Muslim votes of the BSP, if BSP is not doing well, they have shifted to SP and the Congress.
Yeah, BSP is shifted. And did you feel that
not the Dalit votes, please remember, not the Dalit votes.
The Ram Mandir
nobody leaves Mayawati so far as Dalits are concerned.
What about the Ram Mandir? Not quite.
Ram Mandir was never an electoral issue this time. It was. No, it was not. Banaya. You must be the only person in India who believes that. No. If they had done an election immediately after that, one could have thought about it. But
one of the things people are saying.
The speech of his that we heard in Gaya, It was a big part of his speech. He repeated it at least five
That's
times.
fine. That's fine. You know, as the time passes, between the inauguration and the Pran Pratishtha of the temple and the elections, it was
But
not like
it wasn't Pulwama.
No.
As an election.
No.
So did you do well in 2019 only because of Pulwama?
No, not that. See, BJP, obviously people wanted to give BJP another chance, not to create that kind of a mistake that happened with Atal Bihari Vajpayee. So allow them to, there is schemes to go to the people, it had started going on the grounds and a positive impact was being built. So they continued that impact. And this time, certainly, I still believe the trends are going to change. I still believe the trends are going to change.
They can, yeah. They can.
Based on?
Based on analysis. No, obviously, I mean.
No, it may change, I agree with you, but it'd be very, very unusual for it to change very dramatically. To be anything like 400 par. Is that out?
Would you say that seats?
One second.
What Prime Minister said during the interview.
400 par is out.
400 par, it's difficult at
and 370 for BJP out?
370 for BJP is also out. But certainly, BJP will have majority on its own.
One interesting thing, we'll just come back to all this, is the Orissa Assembly elections. And let's have a look at the data there. Orissa Assembly elections. Look at that. The BJP is in the lead there. The BJP is going to, so Naveen Patnaik and BJD, 57 down, they've lost half their seats. I must say the BJP has done extremely well in Odisha. And if Naveen Patnaik had stayed on as Chief Minister on the 19th of August, he would have been the longest serving Chief Minister in the history of India. That may not happen.
The difference in votes, difference in votes is 1% so far.
Difference in vote 1%.
In Odisha, as of now, is 1%. Odisha always was,
Okay, we've got Shikha.
Yeah, Ashika, please.
Who knows everything about Odisha. Tell us, amazing change, amazing decline of Naveen Patnaik, and the big three issues, the keys to the Bhandar, the Tamil aspect, and the health of the Chief Minister. Which one worked? All three worked. I mean, they're just not, it's not about life, it's not about development, it's not about the economy. Three weird issues and they're winning.
I think these were never issues for the people of Orissa. These were issues for the leaders of the opposition. I think the people wanted change. 20 years or more in power is a very, very long time. And whoever we spoke to, whether they liked Naveen Patnaik or didn't, and most of them do, they adore him. Despite that, they wanted change. And as Mr. V.K. Pandian, the controversial Mr. V. Naveen Patnaik's right-hand man, said that, Orissa wakes up slowly to change, maybe 5 years behind. So while in the last 5 years, we saw the BJP sweep the entire country, I think those winds of change are now blowing into Orissa.
Right, but what has caused this? It's just the feeling that they want to change, or did some of these actually have an impact? I mean,
no, I really do think it's about change. Although Naveen Patnaik's welfare schemes worked well on the ground, but I really don't think the outsider issue, for instance, which the BJP focused on, that Mr. Pandian is running the state and he's from Tamil Nadu. Now, we've seen that the BJP MP from Bhubaneswar, Lok Sabha MP, who is winning again, Aprajita Sarangi, she's also an outsider. She's a Bihari. So
no, but they say
I think
daughter-in-law, and daughter-in-laws are accepted, but
and Ghar Jamais are
sons
not.
are not.
Yeah, so Pandian is a Ghar Jamai and he's not acceptable. But I really don't think these were any issues for the people. In fact, I think the voters showed a lot of maturity when asked to comment on these issues. on this whole business of insider, outsider. They said if somebody's working for the development of the state, then what difference does it make from which region is he? After all, he's an Indian, and some people said that, Naveen Patnaik is now, at a certain age where he needs a shoulder to lean on, just like Narendra Modi has Amit Shah. So what's wrong? So I think they showed a level of maturity which was lacking in some of the campaign speeches by the opposition. But ultimately, I just think that the anti-incumbency sort of took over.
Right. We did do an analysis of the data, and to win a 7th time, the probability is 0.4%, and that is pretty low to beat that one. He beat the 6th time, which was about a 4% chance, and then the 4th time, which was about a 7% chance, but 0.4% he couldn't beat. Okay, quick break. Back in just a second. Literally a second. welcome back. We have Sanket here from Red Mic. Thank you very much for joining us. Now you'll have to work.
Yes, I knew. The moment I walked into the studio, I know I'll be greeted by exactly this. And so it did happen.
I do apologize, but now you'll have to really work.
Of course. I'll try hard.
You'll try hard.
As hard as I
Red
can.
Mic is doing very well. We love it.
Thank
we
you,
love
Doctor.
it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, I mean, what is your opinion on these numbers?
I never answer questions. I'm a journalist. I only ask questions.
He loves to throw questions at us.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, it's a habit.
If it's a tough one, we duck.
Really?
You can introduce everybody and get to know them yourself
But
also.
everybody knows everyone over here.
No, he's just joined.
Yeah. Shivam Vij, thank you so much for joining us. Deshatan Nigam is also here. Baj is here, and so is Mr. Dorab. Thank you very much. Let me just start by saying that though it is still early, one will get an idea of how things, the word that I use is solidify these trends.
Right.
But I think there are a few deductions that we can draw, and let me just ask all of you to weigh in. Number one, these early trends show that all exit polls got a basic trend wrong. None of these exit polls,
shocking.
None of these exit polls could see a resurgence of a kind for the India alliance. And if this continues this way, a lead of 117, a gain of 117 from their 2019 tally, then this is a trend, very clearly a trend which has been missed by all exit polls. That is point number one.
I mean, you're right in the sense that although this may change, a lot of it may change as he was saying, it's not going to hit 370 to 400.
Exactly.
That's not happening.
Exactly.
Even you said that,
Yeah, the early trends do show that if you compare the early trends of 2019, there was a distinct pattern out there, and we did the program together. Even Dorab was also there.
Right.
And here,
Very different.
here BJP has to have, if they're thinking of forming a government, have to have a majority on its own.
Really?
That's the most important one.
That's an important
The biggest fear over here is that you could have a situation, if the BJP, what I like to say is, if they are in the Yogendra Yadav range of 240, that's not a comfortable position for the BJP. Narendra Modi does not like to operate like
That's what we were saying. This election was not Modi versus Rahul, it's Yogendra versus Prashant Kishore.
And we know who's winning right now. Early trends suggest that Mr. Yogendra Yadav is in the
Just on early trends on the EC side, they are saying almost 200 million votes have been counted. So that's a lot of
Out of
votes.
600 million.
Yeah.
20 crore votes out of 64 crores. I
Yeah.
think.
You know, for any sample, that's...
But things can change. Okay, carry on. Sorry, we interrupted you.
No, not at all. I think one, we can discuss about the exit polls, but I think it's too late because we can talk about other things as well. Exit poll is looking like, like looking in the rear view mirror.
Exit poll is exiting.
Exiting, exactly. The exact poll
That
is
is a real bad one. But I love it. It's my level.
But generally speaking, these results, they send a very positive message. For instance, you have at least on the face of it, a simple majority alliance. Now suddenly you're not talking about BJP plus, you're talking about NDA, right? So they are at somewhere around 289, 290. And then you have a strong second axis as well, which means if this is what happens and if alliance partners stay the way they are, you will have a government in majority, but a very strong opposition. All in all, great news for democracy.
Yes, absolutely. And Sanket, if this government has to depend a lot on TDP for its support, remember how pesky an ally TDP was in the Vajpayee years, for example, right? So we are going to have something very, very unexpected in terms of the kind of government we'll have.
Right. And Chandrababu Naidu was very strongly against Modi actually at that time.
Absolutely.
Remember?
He forced Vajpayee to take a certain line on the Gujarat riots and so on.
Exactly.
No, there are a lot of iffy allies in the NDA right now. You think that Mr. Nitish Kumar may not want to make yet another switch?
Everybody in Bihar, when we travel, they called him Paltu Ram.
Yeah.
So, switch is second nature.
Wasn't he in Delhi yesterday begging for an early
He
assembly
was there,
election?
yeah.
And now he'll have second thoughts.
Was that the reason he was here?
That's what the media report said.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we have Mr. Sameer Dalwai from the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, a very happy faction of the of the NCP. Mr. Dalwai, so far, yes. Most important point, so far. Those health warnings will have to be in place. Mr. Dalwai, good afternoon. Do you think that this is the way it is? And Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi is taking the lead?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. First and foremost, give me a minute to say how much it's a pleasure to be speaking with you, Mr. Roy, and you are the epitome of how anybody in this country has fought back, and the media, you have fought back to keep the media independent, and the results today that we are seeing are in many ways synonymous with the struggle and with the uprightness of many people in India display. So thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here.
God
I'm
bless you.
very
God
happy
bless you
to
for
look
saying
at the
that. Thank
results
you.
already, and if the trend stays. But I'd like to say that we've always been saying that the BJP has been the fourth player in Maharashtra traditionally, and it was alliance with Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena that brought the BJP any gains in the past. And today, if you look at, I mean, on my screen just now, you have BJP leading only on 11 out of the 48 seats. And of course, though the Shinde Sena has been down to 4, Ajit Pawar faction is down to 1. If you remove that part, which were traditionally the original NCP and Shiv Sena, BJP on its own is only 11, and those 11 seats have the support of the part of NCP and Shiv Sena rebels. On their own, had the MVA stayed the way it was in 2019, the BJP would have been reduced to 5 or 6 seats in Maharashtra, which is what their position was. Point number one. Point number two, especially in Marathwada and Vidarbha, which were always traditional Congress NCP strongholds, and Western Maharashtra, you see especially in Vidarbha and Marathwada, Congress making a big comeback, and NCP making a big comeback in Western Maharashtra, Marathwada as well. In the north, that is the Khandesh region, and in Mumbai, you have Shiv Sena reclaiming its original space as the original Shiv Sena, leading in 4 out of 6 seats as we speak now. The reasons for this are, and before I go there, just let me read out the names of the BJP candidates who are trailing all the big guns, Mr. Rane, Bharti Pawar, and Hina Gavit, the ministers in the erstwhile in the union government, as well as Mungantiwar, who is a very big prominent BJP player who had been sidelined after getting in the NCP rebels and given a very small position. He is, trailing. Rahul Shivale is trailing. Mahadev Jankar, who has always been used as a joker in the pack, flitting from one side to the other, is trailing. Even right nowadays, Pankaja Munde is trailing. And Navneet Rana, whom the BJP has used to a great advantage, also is trailing. So the issues are the people in Maharashtra, which has always been a progressive state, do not take nicely to these below the belt issues like breaking of families, this vitriol, hatred, and very importantly, nobody in Maharashtra likes mocking seniors, and calling Mr. Sharad Pawar a Bhatakti Atma was probably the biggest mistake Mr. Modi made in Maharashtra, though he visited the state twice as many times, twice as many rallies as compared to 2019. But that one remark is going to come back to haunt him. And Mr. Pawar and our party is now leading on 8 out of 10 seats, which we contested. So an 80% strike rate as of now. So I think these are very important issues, and this is going to be the place from where the rest of the country also is going to work out the BJP.
Mr. Dalwai, I want to talk to you about Mr. Ajit Pawar. You see, he has been, a colleague of mine, he quipped when he said that he is the Paltu Ram of Maharashtra politics, because he has been in and out of your faction of NCP. What is the likelihood that you would be welcoming him back? Because clearly his faction is not doing that great.
I don't know about that, but as of now, he's just Mr. Tatkare is the only person who's leading from his party. They've been wiped out. And the message right now is the way he has been played by the BJP. We all know he was forced by the BJP to field his wife, Mrs. Sunetra Pawar, against Mrs. Supriya Sule. And everybody knows he was forced into doing it. So it is one to break away a family and then to go to the level of pitting them personally in fights against each other. But he succumbed to it. And the fact that he succumbed to it and she is losing badly is a very loss of face for Mr. Ajit Pawar, who otherwise has been a very strong leader in Maharashtra. But the fact is clear that without Mr. Sharad Pawar at the helm and supporting him, it's very clear where he stands right now. many people are also saying that the BJP has double crossed him, but it is his mistake to have chosen the side that he did. But we also know that there was a very big the mice that the BJP has been using, and we all know what ICE is: income tax, CBI, and ED. But the M also stands for money and also stands for the media, and having got the entire Gudi media going. So he has fallen for probably one of the ICE factories, but I think he is in a very poor position at the moment, and he stands completely discredited.
Just a second. As we're speaking, the Sensex is now plummeting. As Bharat said earlier, down 2% was not much. Now it's down 7% and falling. Wow, that is serious. And same with the Nifty, down 7.38%. Serious stuff.
But wasn't this expected with these results? I mean, you had the UBS giving out 4 different scenarios. I don't know what business UBS has talking about, they started playing a cephalogist.
They have clients who've been told to buy as the market falls.
And I think this, of course, comparative with the expectations raised by the exit polls. Went up then, now it's plummeting down.
But Prannoy went up by 2,000 points. This is 5,000 points.
Yeah.
It's real. But normally, even if a party wins, it tends to drop it and then pick up in a few weeks' time. I mean,
I think Ruchir made.
So you're buying or selling?
Both.
Both. Just a Parsi, yeah.
Ruchir, what's your position?
Ruchir made a point, I think, on a program that it'll go down, but it'll recover within 6 months once there's a certain amount of stabilization.
Only time will tell.
No, the economic policy of the government will not change. Mr. Modi still supports the public sector that the Congress did. He's still the same giveaways or whatever. So the policy
we're going to get into the who is going to be what and
well,
what are the policies.
The markets is just like the exit polls. It is the domestic investors who got it wrong, and the foreign portfolio investors, whom we thought, what do they know? They were right in being cautious.
Yep, you're right. Exactly. Sorry, carry on.
All right, yeah. Mr.
Sorry to interrupt.
Mr. Deshatnigam and Mr. Dalwai are also there, but I want to bring you in. From a situation where we were talking about the BJP taking the lead, Modi ki guarantee, now we are suddenly talking about the importance of a national democratic alliance. We are talking about alliances being together. Do you think that now most of these alliance partners will be extremely iffy dealing with this Bharatiya Janata Party, knowing how exacting Mr. Modi is?
See, let us be very clear now that this election is become kind of a bipolar. Two groups are contesting elections, something like a presidential election. So, which is good for democracy in the sense, otherwise you have hundreds of parties, actually diluting the mandate. We don't know what kind of a mandate one gets. So that's one thing. And secondly, there are about 100 seats right now where the margin of votes is less than 10,000, for which about, as we said, 540 million people is still, there's nothing. 540 million people is still to be counted, as 200 million people have been counted, voters have been counted. So those 100 seats are very important right now. So still we can say things can go either way. Certainly, the trends as now stand, the India alliance is not forming the government right now.
I noticed something very interesting today. Most of the channels who used to call it the India Alliance, many of them have started calling it the India Alliance. From this morning.
From this morning?
Yes.
After they replaced Modi's photo with Nadda's photo.
No, but then,
Sanket, just briefly on what he's saying, the margin is very close, things can go any which way. In terms of seats, yes. But in terms of vote share, if you just look at the Election Commission website, which I know is behind your numbers, the Congress right now is at an all-India vote share of 25%, a decisive jump from the 19-20% they've been holding since 2009, right? And I think the larger trend, therefore, of the Congress gaining vote share, the BJP is gaining also maybe 1 or 2% at the cost of regional parties. But the Congress increasing, reaching 98 seats, 97 seats is, yes.
But this is again on very few seats. For these seats, it's 46%, but overall they didn't get that. Down 2% and India up 8%. Better to look at the change.
I think what will be interesting in this election is that you cannot call these elections just yet. You do see a trend, but I think a lot of things will get cleared maybe towards the evening or late afternoon. That is when one will have a clear idea of which way we are headed.
Right.
But that point that Baj was making a short while ago, I mean, I'm really interested in at what point can you say that this is largely the trend, plus minus
look at
5%?
you'd be interested to see the percentages. Now, these are, again, just a few rounds. There's going to change. We've noticed votes change dramatically over time. But Rajasthan, down 8%, and Congress up 8%. Look at the change, it's a little better. Bihar, the BJP JDU alliance down 7%, RJD Congress up 12%, but they're still not getting seats because the margins of victory were so big in the previous election. Moving on to the next one. This is the
vote swing.
Vote swing, 7%. We just saw that.
For Bihar.
Yeah, against BJP, JDU. And RJD Congress, 12% in their favor. So they got all the BJP votes plus some others as well.
And I think this had a lot to do, Dr. Roy, with the alliance that that the RJD stitched together. Yeah, Gujarat.
Gujarat 62. So in Gujarat, they've done extremely well. They were sort of trailing
It's the same as 2019 though. This vote percentage is the same as 2019.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, this alliance of the Congress with the Aam Aadmi Party seems to have worked in Gujarat. And I don't know whether it will be successful in Delhi or not.
Not really much there, just a 1% improvement.
But I think they are leading on some seats.
Yeah, again, so similar to previously, except the BJP has done better in Kerala, but up 5%. The others are 1% here or there. Kerala is solid, most intelligent voters in this country. If you go and do on the ground chats with people, you learn more than you ever learn.
Dr. Prannoy, Kerala is one state where if BJP does well in terms of vote shares, the UDF gains. So, and the left is routed out there. That's the trend, and BJP is certainly increasing its vote share. Right. You will see UDF doing very well out there.
So sorry, not you. So you're saying that the BJP helped
No, it's always,
the UDF win the elections.
Left is considered as a Hindu party out there, which is very strange. That's the kind of logic that you have out there.
Okay, next one. The next one I don't quite agree with this. This is too early. The Shinde group, 46%, I would say don't take this too seriously. Look at the change, more important. Next one. These are very, very early stages of, early counting, 1 or 2 rounds, and they do change dramatically percentage votes.
The BJP was expecting upwards of 20% as their vote share. That in these early trends has not happened. But still,
17 is huge.
Yeah, 17 is huge.
8% gain.
8%.
I mean, from Sengal to quoting Tirukural, the Prime Minister did it all.
Don't forget
for Tamil Nadu.
PMK is part of that, and PMK in its area of operations very strong.
Yeah,
it's a small area, very strong.
Look, this is the real story.
This is the story of this election. You're right.
SP Congress 43%,
up 19%. Wow!
I mean, as we were discussing, finally an Akhilesh experiment seems to be working. A failed
BSP lost half its votes. More than half.
There is significant for a variety of reasons, including the lack of division of Muslim votes. BJP won 72 seats in UP in 2014, for example, because Muslim vote was split 3-way. Right. Now Muslim vote, like the 2022 UP Assembly elections, has only one way to go.
Right, that is true. Consolidation of the Muslim vote and also a very good ticket distribution done by Akhilesh.
Surprisingly good, matched by a very bad ticket distribution by BJP. In fact, I would say the number one reason why BJP is doing badly in UP, and I traveled a bit and everybody is complaining about the quality of the BJP candidates.
Give us some examples. I mean, I want to understand this better.
Carry on. Yeah, just to reinforce what you're saying. The UP data.
For example, I went to Kerala, and they repeated the BJP sitting MP who was a Gujjar, and even Gujjar voters were not voting for him. Rajput voters said, we requested the BJP give it to another Gujjar, but not this guy. And they just wouldn't change it. In Meerut, Arun Govind, the Lord Ram actor, people are not happy about him because it's a Bania dominated seat. The sitting MP who's a popular Bania, and they wanted him again, right? So everywhere they're giving tickets to just any random person. Allahabad, they give it to a son of Kesrinath Tripathi, who was not even active in public life 2 months ago. I met RSS VHP guys who were not happy with him.
But on the other hand, we say that Mr. Amit Shah selected every single person on merit, what as he saw it. So are we saying that he's supposed to be one of the best strategists in the country?
Sir, this might even be deliberate, because I met RSS VHP people who said that लोकप्रियता का कोई महत्व नहीं इस पार्टी में. Local popularity does not seem to matter. In fact, it's a demerit. Like Indira Gandhi style, they want to give tickets to people who actually don't have the roots.
I want to ask you something else which people kept telling us on the ground, but you would know better. This tension between Yogi Adityanath, people like him and they feel if Modi does too well, he'll go the way of Shivraj Chauhan. Modi will get rid of him, so they said we are not voting for Modi. Is that...
Absolutely. This was one of the reasons why the BJP RSS core constituency was unenthused, was not active, was not making that mahal. And first I thought the sentiment is limited to Rajput voters. Rajput voters were saying things like, last time Yogi was number 3 in the star campaigners list, this time was number 19, as if it's a ranking, which it is not.
It probably
right?
is actually.
and if you notice, then after third phase, Modi started giving attention to Yogi, praised Yogi at some point, because obviously they got feedback that this is hurting them. But the sentiment was not just limited to Rajputs, it was Brahmins as well, it was across the board.
I think the one slight problem with this argument is that we assume that the BJP is like other parties. You see, this is a very, very, at the risk of being misunderstood, disciplined party when it comes to its structure, the cadre. Right. So if a decision has been taken, then it will percolate. It's like a CEO of the company.
Sanket, another thing I noticed when we went around this time, and you can verify it or not, you felt the same experience. Previously, when we used to go around, every village we'd meet some people, suddenly the Panna Pramukh.
Yes.
Analyst. This time none.
Never. Absolutely. I met a BJP worker who said, I met a BJP worker who I've known for many years, and he said, I'm in BJP, but I'm not campaigning for them. In fact, I'm going to myself vote for Sapa. I said, why? Because I haven't got a job. In fact, he said he was spending his own money to campaign for Sapa while being in BJP, in the mid-level district hierarchy.
Well, that may be an extreme, but why was it not? Why was it the RSS cadre and the Panna Pramukhs of the BJP and why were they not as active this time as earlier? Is there something?
I'll keep the RSS out of it, because we know in the RSS there are no directions given to the Swayamsevak. They decide on their own. Okay. And most of them go for BJP.
Fine.
So
they don't help organize and things like that?
No, it's a Swayamsevak's job. There's no direction from the Swayamsevaks have their own voting rights, and you can't take that away.
Fine.
And therefore they have their own political preferences also.
Really?
Swayamsevaks, yes.
Wow.
Let me tell you, I know enough Swayamsevaks in Congress who meet me because they've studied in Saraswati Shishu Mandirs and they are in Congress, but you will find most of the Swayamsevak majority with the BJP.
I think it's great fun to get rid of very monolithic understandings of how organizations work.
And therefore, so there are no specific directions. Swayamsevaks work on their own, and obviously their natural choice is BJP.
Okay, let's just quickly bring in Mr. Mohan Kumar, spokesperson of the Congress party, who's now with us. Mr. Mohan Kumar, as the famous dialogue from a Hindi movie, "Aaj khush to bahut ho gaye tum."
I was just thinking of another Hindi movie. I remember when the Prime Minister said, when Akhilesh Yadav and Mr. Rahul Gandhi got together in an alliance, that ये दो लड़कों की flop film हम पहले भी देख चुके हैं. And at that point in time, I remember saying that Sholay, when it first came out, was also a flop. But then when it ran and created history. And that's what's happened today. The fall of the BJP in Uttar Pradesh is probably the defining trend in this election. The fact that the people of UP have decided that they will vote for their children's future by rejecting the communal and divisive politics of the BJP is actually quite historic. At the risk of upsetting some people, I would even say this election is about the revenge of Ram Lalla. And I think Mr. Modi knew this was coming. Because it makes sense why he suddenly shifted from talking about Viksit Bharat in the first phase to all about mutton, Musalman and Mangal Sutra after that. He was basically going back to his familiar model, his familiar, formula. This time it didn't succeed. I think
Mr.
another
Mohan
story in
Kumar,
this
you know,
election is the revival.
Mr. Mohan Kumar, you see, in 2009, I remember 2009 Lok Sabha elections where the Congress did really well. For the sort of organizational structure that you have in UP, the party did really well in 2009. This time too, your alliance seems to be doing well. And in both these cases, one of the things being discussed is the consolidation of the Muslim vote for your alliance. You didn't have an alliance with the Samajwadi Party in 2009, but you do now. So do you feel that the Muslims have come to your rescue?
I don't think any one particular community has come to the Congress party's rescue. And I'm sure that when you actually delve into the results, when they come out finally by the end of the day, you'll see that we've got votes across all communities. In fact, we're the only ones who didn't make our messages about any one particular religious or caste community. We spoke generally about people's problems. We spoke about unemployment. We spoke about price rise, and we offered real prescriptions on how to deal with these problems. I wanted to say one thing when I was interrupted, which is another defining theme of this election is the revival of the Congress party. The Congress party is likely to hit a century in this election. This signifies not only the success of our guarantee model, but it's also Mr. Rahul Gandhi's long walk to vindication, finally reaching its destination. For the amount of ridicule that he's been faced with, for the amount of times he's been written off, there could be no sweeter day than today if you're Mr. Rahul Gandhi.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's quickly take a look at some bellwether seats.
Yeah, let's have a look. Doram, take us through the bellwether seats.
Bellwether seats are those seats that if any party wins them, say in the country as a whole, that party is the leading party in the end. Now for last 12 elections, here are some bellwether seats that are all India, but they're not the top. They're actually these are not bellwether seats. They're not. They're low.
These are
anyway,
all bellwether.
let me tell you, there are two seats in India.
Yeah, more.
Valsad and
You're
West
looking
Delhi.
the final one, yeah.
These are, we don't know the number. You know, anybody who's won those seats for the last 12 elections is the largest party in the Lok Sabha. West Delhi, it used to be called Outer Delhi, the name has changed. Yes. And Valsad, these are two seats. And these are all the bellwethers. Some are 7 out of 12, 6 out of 12, 8 out of 12. But these two are the ultimate ones. Who wins those is the largest single party. May not form the government, the largest single party. In the states too, they have their own bellwethers. And
here they are.
Yeah.
Valsad and West Delhi.
Actually went to Valsad this time and in 2019 as well. And again, the same story, an unpopular BJP candidate from outside, from Surat, nobody knows him, and a popular Congress candidate consolidated tribal votes. I felt the BJP margin would come down by a lot, but they would still win because last time they had won by 3 lakhs or so.
Is that difficult to overturn, a 3 lakh margin?
Quickly on UP, it's interesting that SP is winning in SP plus. In Awadh, they're winning 12 out of 15 seats. Wow. And again, in the eastern portion, it's 12 out of 15. And if you look at the rounds, most of them have crossed 10 to 12 rounds.
That's
and
significant.
Sultanpur, Amethi, Rai Bareli are all going with
I'm
them.
really interested in my hometown, Faizabad. The Ayodhya constituency.
Viewers, you can switch off for a second.
For a brief moment, the
No,
SP
we are
was
all
leading.
interested.
For a very brief period, the Samajwadi Party was leading.
It's still leading.
Really?
Yeah.
In Faizabad?
Yeah.
So this
don't
is...
show any expression.
Okay.
By 3,000
Of
votes.
joy or sadness.
By 3,000 votes.
By 3,000. Now again, see, this is... It's very close to call. This is too close. 3,000 is not a margin where
very, very
you know you
small.
can
It's crazy.
come to any deduction.
No, but there are also 25 seats in UP just now, which have margins of less than 15,000.
Yeah.
So it's not a done deal.
It's not a done deal.
But once again, I'll say the vote shares also tell a story. I know they're emerging vote shares and they could change, but the vote shares are just too high from last time. We are seeing swings of 8%, 10%. That is quite significant, I think.
Right, but this, I think you're right, Sanket. This is the most shocking and politically the most important turnaround
You
this
went
election.
to, for your program, you went to Uttar Pradesh. Did you right across, exactly,
yes.
from Varanasi to Lucknow to Ayodhya, Agra. I remember.
Yeah,
I
oh
saw the
my
program.
God. Sometimes you actually watch.
Yeah. I guess, who do we have? Okay, so we have the other co-founder of the Red Mic, Saurabh Shukla, to talk about Uttar Pradesh.
He is the most brilliant reporter, and I've said that before and I'll say it again. Really amazing journalist.
Can we have Saurabh? And Desh Ratanji says he's also from Kanpur, like him. There's a lot of UP right here in the studio.
Everybody wants to be from where you are.
Coming in, see, coming in from Dr. Roy, I am on cloud 9.
No. Please, 100%. I just wish you were Bengali.
So Doc, I think we were before I've joined. You people were talking about Uttar Pradesh, and I watched your chat with Akhilesh Yadav and Brijesh Pathak and your report from Varanasi as well. UP is very interesting. Interestingly, in fact, Dr. Roy, when I was with you a few hours back, I clearly said that Western UP has started this trend this time from first phase. If you see, Nagina is going Chandrasekhar's way. People have not voted for Mayawati. People have shifted to Chandrasekhar. Number 2, Muzaffarnagar seat, where Dalits are significant. They are number 2 after Muslims. Dalits have gone with Samajwadi Party. Harinder Malik is leading with a margin of 30,000 votes as of now. Then Saharanpur seat, where Dalits are again number 2 after Muslims. Dalits have voted for Imran Masood. Congress, he is leading with more than 38,000 votes. So these 3 seats where we can see that in West UP we have seen a significant shift of Jata voters, core Mayawati voters towards India Alliance. And in fact, I was talking to somebody day before yesterday, and that BJP worker said that now Jatavs are trusting Congress in Uttar Pradesh. Dr. I will tell us better. Before 1993, 1992, Dalits used to vote for Congress. So this time we can see in Uttar Pradesh, Dalits have shifted a little bit towards Congress. And I would like to talk about Congress perspective. In fact, Congress is leading in Saharanpur. Congress is leading in Amethi.
Before 93, I can't tell you. I wasn't born, I'm not that.
Come on, Doc.
He said only Dr. Roy can talk about before 93. Nobody else can talk.
Doc, we were like, we have seen you. You were elections. Matlab Dr. Roy.
That's the trouble. I wish it was Dorab because he got so many polls right or wrong. Sorry, right or wrong? I can't remember.
50 seats now in UP have counted more than 10 rounds.
10 rounds?
10 rounds would be 50 seats.
Wow.
Out of the
But again, after those 10 rounds, also, you see the margin is only 5 to 10,000.
No, it's at 15.
15,000.
Doc,
even
one
15,
point.
yeah.
Doc, one point I would like to make.
Please.
Just talk about Meerut seat. I just saw Arun Govil trailing. So in Meerut, it's a general seat. But Akhilesh Yadav gave ticket to a Jat leader. Her name is Sunita Verma. Firebrand Jatav leader. Maafi chahta hu, Jatav leader, Dalit leader. So on general seat, Akhilesh Yadav has given ticket to a Dalit leader, and that has sent a message across several seats in West UP that Akhilesh Yadav is coming forth and giving tickets to Jatavs, Dalits in general seats. For example, Faizabad, where BJP and Samajwadi Party are neck to neck.
Right.
I think, this is, Dr. Roy, very, very significant Uttar Pradesh, and we'll just take some time to discuss this more because it's a key state. Sakshi Maharaj from Unnao trailing. So you've got some real... Menaka Gandhi trailing, exactly. So big wins.
Smriti Irani trailing.
Trailing, exactly. And by a big margin. By the way, in Amethi, we went there, both Saurabh and I went. A lot of these BJP supporters on camera said, Didi has done so well and all. The moment you switch off the camera, they said, had Rahul come here, he would have won.
Achha.
And I said, why don't you say this on camera? They said, Pagal hai kya?
We're not crazy to admit
Which
this.
is one reason why the exit polls may be wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was ask this. The live factor this time.
Yeah. This is like the budget, in the break they tell it's a great budget, terrible budget. When they come on TV, they say it's a great budget.
One of the important reason for Smriti Irani right now trailing is earlier Dinesh, who's contesting from Raebareli, used to manage the elections.
Oh.
Now he's been given a ticket on his own. So that, and he knew Amethi and Raebareli like a back of his own hand. So that thing was not available to Smriti Irani.
Where is it contesting from?
Raebareli. Against Rahul.
You see, BSP's vote dip, and that instead of going to the BJP, going to the Congress SP combine is a very interesting trend. I don't know whether this will continue or not, but it is an interesting trend. Because so far we have seen a weak BSP, meaning advantage BJP. So if this is the change, it is significant.
In the 2022 UP Assembly elections as well, we saw that the BJP actually marginally increased their vote share, and yet the seats dipped, partly because of the decline of the BSP.
Yeah, but it did not result in a favorable result as far as the
maybe not to
overall
this
tally.
Maybe not to this extent, because there are many factors that play here. But the BSP's decline, the biggest implication is the Muslim vote is not getting divided.
Yes.
Right?
Look at this, the votes are neck and neck in UP.
That is just
43,
look at the
44.
swing. Look at the 19% and 9% down.
I'm saying total number of votes secured is neck and neck.
Yeah.
But that's the thing.
Can't take it
takkar. Small vote swings.
Exactly.
Look at that. 19% up for the Congress and SP, and for the BJP, 9% swing away. So they see that 9% swing
28.
away. So the 19 they've got is 9 from the BJP and 10 from the
I think this is why most of the wins that we will see in Uttar Pradesh will be with a wafer thin margin.
Because the majorities were huge last time.
Also where there was a BSP candidate doing well last time.
Yeah.
He's now out.
I think collapse of the BSP is one reason which has translated into a greater vote share for the SP Congress, and the second is which Saurabh also spoke about, a very, very smart ticket distribution. Extremely smart ticket distribution by the Samajwadi Party. I mean, extremely, by the way, in Bihar, Tejasvi has done exactly the same. They've gotten some success, but not this
that
kind.
much.
So let's look at Bihar then.
Which is a surprise.
I think Saurabh wants to come in.
34-6, my gosh.
Before Bihar, Saurabh wants to come in on UP.
So Bihar, JDU, BJP holding.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Saurabh Shukla wanted to come in. Yes, sir.
I was just listening to all. In fact, I was about to say that this time Akhilesh Yadav has given a lot of tickets to non-Yadav OBCs. So let's talk about Menaka Gandhi's seat, Sultanpur. BJP, no one has campaigned for Menaka Gandhi. I don't think Yogi did not go there. Modi ji did not go there. Amit Shah did not go there. Samajwadi Party smartly fielded Ram Bhuar Nishad, who is from Nishad community, and he is, I think margin is 3,000 to 4,000 votes, but he's giving very tough fight to Menaka Gandhi. Second seat, Balia. Samajwadi Party has given to a ticket to a Brahmin, Mata Prasad Pandey. He's leading with very narrow margin, but he's leading. So only 5 Yadav tickets from Samajwadi Party and 5 family members. Akshay Yadav is leading. Dimple Yadav is leading, Akhilesh Yadav is leading, Aditya Yadav is leading. So all the 5 Yadav from the family, they are leading. And apart from these 5, no Yadav tickets, very few tickets to Muslims. So this time not.
An MY party this time gave tickets to only 4 Muslims and 5 Yadavs from their own family. Rest were all other castes. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
So that's what I'm saying. This time, Samajwadi Party banged highly upon non-Yadav OBC, and especially in East UP, you can see they have given ticket to Ramesh Kumar Bind, though he is losing against Anupriya Patel. But there are few seats here and there beside Mirzapur. Samajwadi Party is getting benefit because they have placed Ramesh Kumar Bind from that seat, again a pichli backward caste in East UP. So Akhilesh Yadav has played his card well. In fact, he told me day before yesterday over a phone call. I've asked him that you've been to India Alliance meeting. How much number you've given to Sonia Gandhi and Kharge in that meeting? So Akhilesh Yadav said, I've given 35 to 37 seats. So I said, that very ambitious. So he said, this time you will see my non-Yadav OBC ticket distribution will help me out. So he was very confident.
You know, in UP, I just want to tell you, Doc, you go to each and every village, and you know this onslaught of Mr. Modi is great, and you know how the media covers it, mainstream media. This time, and Saurabh and I do a lot of this program on the Red Mic called Janta ke Dil Mein Kya Hai. Everywhere we go, extensive conversation with people. You know, you get to sample the mood, and it was so interesting to see that whether it is a village in Mahua, Vaishali district of Bihar, or whether it is the remote parts of some village in the back of beyond of Varanasi, issues like mehengai, berozgari, they were top of the mind conversations, and it was perhaps came as a surprise to me that at a time when there is extensive campaigning to portray that there is free ration being given by the central government, the PM Awas Yojana is quite a success, I must say, in the villages, and yet these messages were there in each and every village, in every conversation.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You know, berozgari is something, Prannoy said this often enough on the programs, that an issue is important if it satisfies two criteria.
Yeah.
It's important, and that you can distinguish two parties about it.
Correct.
If both are chores or both are good at doing it, this doesn't become a voting issue. A voting issue where it's important and you can distinguish one party from the other. So, I mean, berozgari is something where
I'll tell you why
the
the distinguishing happened. It should have happened more in Bihar. Yes, but it did not happen. They could see that most of these opposition parties are talking about, and the Congress manifesto has actually percolated right to the
while
villages.
we speak, I should warn you that point out that the NDA and BJP are going up a bit. They've gone up now. They're touching 300, and they've gone up to 245.
They've gained 10 seats.
It's not.
Correct.
Yeah, it was.
It's not over.
It's not over.
It's not over until it's over.
And somebody else said that. Not
Yeah,
over yet.
See, the fact is, I have said BJP and NDA are forming the government, and how much is the lead that they're going to secure above 300 is the question.
Above
BJP
3. Above 300?
NDA above.
But you see BJP over 270 in this?
That's the big question.
No, I think it will touch about 272 on its own.
So it will be a closed run thing.
No, it will be. They will have a majority on their own. As I said earlier also to Dr. Roy, that BJP will have its majority on its own. Numbers we can, debate.
But tell me, if it gets 272, 275, will that be seen as a victory or a real setback?
The kind of targets they set, certainly it is
they
below
raised
that.
expectations.
And it could be a strategy also, giving they were in the third term, and generally there is a complacency among the voters if you're going for a third term. So they said ab ki baar 400 par, which means they set a target for people so that even if they come down, they're not going to lose. They will form a government.
Yeah. I think that was in one of the interviews.
Galvanizing people.
In one of the interviews, Dr. Roy,
Prime Minister
Narendra Modi actually said this. He said it in an interview that now everybody is talking about 400 par.
When was this interview?
This is very recent.
Jawahar Sarkar.
So what I'm saying is that is it because he felt this was happening? Because Mr. Modi is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Modi is a person. I mean, if you were a person, the Prime Minister, and you'd say 370, and you got 300, wouldn't you be disappointed?
Of course.
I mean, it's a great disappointment.
Yeah.
He's won so many terms in Gujarat. He's won 2 terms here. He'll win a 3rd term here. The first time he will not meet a target.
That's a point, no doubt. But since it's a bipolar kind of a contest, 2 groups contesting 1-to-1. So that's the probably difference that the India Alliance has got. The NDA was already
Jawahar Sarkar with us, of course, Rajya Sabha member and great personality from the Trinamool Congress. Mr. Sarkar, thank you for joining us. Are you doing better than expected, that you expected, or this is, you're really 31 out of 42 seats. Huge improvement, 9 more than last time. Congratulations. Why is this happening? Oh, sorry, you're on mute. You're on mute. You have to unmute, actually, your...
Okay.
Ah, lovely. Yeah, I can hear. Thanks.
We knew we would get 30 despite whatever the Modi pollsters have been saying. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now, lovely. Thank you.
Okay. Now, we were confident, and as you remember, the CM had come out quite sharply yesterday saying that this is a bunch of lies. We knew, I mean, the pollsters, on the basis of which stock market made a lot of money yesterday, was a bunch of lies. We knew a bunch of lies because we knew all along that we would surely cross the last year's thing. So we were the TMC, the Chief Minister and Abhishek were confident that we would touch 30 or cross 30. Okay. Now, the reasons for it are many. Okay.
Go ahead. No, sorry. I just was...
We can hear you, Mr. Sarkar. Please carry on.
Very clear.
Okay. The first is the sincerity with which small schemes had been executed in favor of the woman, in favor of the depressed, and also the support given to the, let us say, the all classes of Bengalis, all classes of people in Bengal, which includes the Muslims. Now, for some weird reason, the BJP is failing to understand why is there so much amity between the Bengali Hindu and the Bengali Muslim. They just can't figure it out because they are on the West India mode of thinking. So they have understood the game wrongly from day one. But we have gone through hell. Hell because 6 to 7 different strangleholds. 6 to 7 different strategies were used against us. Number one, the maximum amount of fund cut was on Bengal selectively. We haven't got any funds for the poor for the last 2 years, which has hurt the people of Bengal. It has backfired on them. Number two, the courts have played a rather questionable role, and the game was up when the most vocal of the judges decided to take off his black robes and put on saffron. So you can understand the nexus between the section of the courts and the BJP. This also gave the government a bit of an advantage in the sense that people could understand that the courts are pouncing on the TMC as they have never pounced on any other, let us say, state or party, except perhaps the up in recent times.
How's the judge doing who stepped down and joined the BJP the next day? Do you have any data on his constituency?
Are trying to run a parallel government in Bengal by making a point of arresting one or many per day. Every day somebody is under arrest and somebody's scandal comes out. The number 4, the mainstream media of Bengal, the main mainstream media, I would not like to name it, is completely in their pockets and sensationalizing activities, sensationalizing a lot of, let us say, agency arrests and agency charges as if they are the gospel truth. I mean, so you have the agencies hounding you with a success rate of 0.3%. 0.3%. You have the high courts and the other courts after you. Then you have the BJP in its full splendor coming out with money that Bengal has never seen. Never seen. Modi has made it a point of coming to Bengal as a personal mission of vendetta. I'm using it a personal mission of vendetta, which the people of Bengal, Bengalis or otherwise, have responded most vociferously. They have shown Modi the door not once but twice.
Yeah, Mr. Sarkar, can you hear me?
Bit of a fluke, and they took that fluke to see a
Mr. Sarkar, if you can hear me, Mr. Jawahar Sarkar, if you can hear me, Monideepa Banerjee wants to ask you a question. Monidi, please go ahead.
BJP did not see the right.
Oh, I think he can't hear us.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes, Monideepa.
Just that Mr. Sarkar was spot on. You know, there's a saying in Bengali, and it goes, Bangali ke high court dekhache. You are showing the Bengali high courts, whereas Bengalis are traditionally very litigious. So Mr. Sarkar may have a point in the way the courts sort of played a role and became an issue in this election. We had the case of Mr. Justice Abhijit Ganguly, who just quit his job as a judge and then turned into a BJP candidate within days of his retirement, or early retirement, or whatever it was. And then subsequently, we had justices retiring from the Calcutta High Court and publicly saying that they belong to right-wing organizations all their life. I mean, this is something that could have shaken a lot of voters' faith in the justice system here in Bengal, if not elsewhere. Certainly, that is something that may have played on the minds of voters. But again, as Mr. Jawahar Sarkar said, the key factor really was at a time when, from the north, the drumbeat was Sandesh Khali. Here in Bengal, what really won the day perhaps for Mamata Banerjee is Lokhir Bhandar, her amazing 1,000 rupee scheme to benefit women. 50% of voters in Bengal are women, and we can assume that a huge percentage of Bengal's women have voted with the Trinamool Congress. The minority factor is also very important.
You're absolutely right. Sandesh Khali is one of those scams. Sandesh Khali is a pre-planned scam of a proportion and of a viciousness that independent India has hardly seen. It was mainly an optical operation supported by a mainstream TV channel, followed by other TV channels and newspapers, and blown completely out of proportion. People who have broken the law are being punished and will be punished. But the thing about women and all that, for a party that supports Revanna, for a party that supports Brijbhushan Singh, I mean, it's scandalous. They wanted to cover up their side of their depredations by conjuring, if I may use the term, by conjuring and by exaggerating a local incident. They have lost the Sandesh Khali assembly seat, which is a slap. Assembly seat, we are yet to see, and I'm sure we will gain the parliament seat that contains Sandesh Khali. So the conspiracy that is being hatched, imaginary incidents, exaggerated happenings, poison spread all over through the Godi media, all over India, so that all over India believes, all over India actually comes to believe that Sandesh Khali was the worst disaster that has happened in Indian politics or something, that the TMC is a completely back-footed party. I mean, this sort of, you see, they did it in 2021 as well, when all my friends from Delhi told me that you have lost. I said, no, we haven't lost. We will win 2021 elections. And Amit Shah went on to say that he would get 220. He didn't even get 1/3 of 220. He didn't get 1/3 of 220. They don't stop lying. That's a problem. You know, people like us who are otherwise not prone to politics had to take on to the ground to see that such depredations upon civil society, such depredations, such devastations of constitutional principles are resisted. And even if that entailed joining a political party. One can't be sitting on the fence all the time. So one had to take it up. And I'm glad that the TMC has got its lost ground back and pushed back the BJP despite all its anti-Muslim tirade, despite every attempt to break the Muslim vote. But I must say that the left and the Congress also played a rather unsatisfactory role.
Mr.
The
Sarkar,
left actually flirted with the communal elements.
Yeah, Mr. Sarkar, if you can hear me.
The Muslims, they left nothing unturned
Okay.
to sabotage the prospects of the TMC. Their supporters supported
Mr.
the
Sarkar, you know
BJP and the
let's do one thing. What you see on screen is the vote share vis-a-vis 2019. I think it will also be a very good comparison to have the vote share of 2021. Though
almost identical.
Yeah, that's not a good comparison, but you get an idea. So a swing up to 47% is a raise of 4% from 2019. But this is, you said, very similar to 2021 assembly.
38-48. BJP was 38.
10% difference.
10%.
38 and 48, 10% difference. That's exactly what you see right now. So this mirrors 2021, the Bengal vote share. Now this is very interesting, which means that the BJP has not made any significant gains. Shivam, would you like to weigh in on this? They've not made any significant gains from 2021. And the Prime Minister is on record to say that it will be my best ever performance in Bengal.
You know, we've been discussing UP, but West Bengal is actually a surprise in the extent that it was widely expected the BJP to at least hold, increase 2-3 seats in Bengal. And this is a big surprise. It's not supposed to be like 21 because, you know, in Bengal, like across India, BJP did well in Lok Sabha, but not that well in Vidhan Sabha. You know, national election, Modi, this, that. Somehow, the Trinamool, you know, this victory of Trinamool, these numbers hold, is actually much more interesting than the Vidhan Sabha victory because in a national election with the Modi factor, with Sandesh Khali, after so much ED, CBI doing this, it's quite amazing.
But what is surprising to me is the good performance of the BJP alliance in Bihar. They were expected to lose a fair number of seats.
Let's bring up the Bihar numbers.
Let's see the Bihar vote shares as well.
Yeah, the vote share and the numbers. We'll just get Bihar on in just a moment. There was a lot of expectation that the India alliance had from Bihar. Tejasvi with a sort of a broken back, struggling. And here you have those numbers vis-a-vis 2019 for the BJP and the JDU. Even though they have dropped 7% to 48% vote share, they still maintain a very commanding lead over the India alliance. RJD plus Congress, the Mahagathbandhan is at 39%, which is... Yeah.
I think that's what happened in Bihar. Ram alluded to it. He said, if it isn't for these alliances that they made, the BJP would have been in serious trouble in Karnataka, in Andhra Pradesh, and in Bihar. These three alliances have really boosted them, that the NDA is where it is, because 13% gain is a lot of gain, but he's brought back the whole coalition here that happened in 2019. You know, Chirag Paswan had been pushed out during the assembly elections. He has come back. He, I think, has brought his vote and support back, and I think that has helped.
You know why UP is not happening in Bihar is because there's no BSP. The others are declining by less than half. So there was no third party which is now
I'll tell
collapsing.
you something. The party that could have played BSP went to the NDA. So you had both factions of the LJP now with the NDA. You had the champion of the EBCs, Mr. Nitish Kumar, back in the NDA fold, and I think that is what has, so they've been able to contain their damage in Bihar better than UP.
But now the BJP will have to live with Nitish Kumar because they can't afford to lose him.
Yeah.
So he is going to sit again like a king for the next 18 months.
But you know, the Bihar election is only 18 months away,
That's- I
so a
know
lot
that.
is to be played out.
18 months is a long time.
Time with Nitish Kumar, he could do anything.
Let's quickly bring in the Maharashtra numbers, and as we do that, in the studio we have Professor Geeta Bhatt. Thank you so much. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
And meet you, Sanket. Long time.
Absolutely. Maharashtra numbers. Again, a very, very interesting state. Most of the exit polls, they expected a 50-50 in Maharashtra. With the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi up 25% from 2019. And remember, this is actually, it's very difficult to compare this from 2019.
I don't think you should look at the change figures at all.
We should
because
not.
every party is broken up. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, this mega split of Maharashtra, it's very difficult to compare vote percentage. However, for a 42% vote share for the Shiv Sena, UBT, Congress and NCP Sharad Pawar combined is a very impressive feat as of now.
But it is actually, this is one state where they probably have got it right. It's 24, 23, 20.
Correct.
It's been shifting around between a range of...
But can you see the BJP numbers alone in Maharashtra? Because it's the BJP tally nationally that is underperforming quite a bit. And I think the BJP's own numbers in Maharashtra, they won 23 seats last time.
Can we please have
Yes,
them?
I think they've gone down quite a bit.
BJP is down 10 in Maharashtra.
Yes, that's very significant,
But
I think other than UP,
Shiv Sena is down 11.
But the Shiv Sena is hardly the Shiv
Shiv Sena
Sena of
is the
old
Eknath
days.
Shinde
Yeah.
party. Yeah.
One
Yeah.
part.
Yeah.
Shiv Sena only a part.
Yeah. So what the BJP did in Maharashtra was they let the factions fight each other, and they were contesting seats where they had done well last time. And they,
You see, it's so interesting, and I would like to ask you.
They were against the Congress, basically.
yes. I mean, for BJP to go down in seats against the Congress tells you
Let's
something is
quickly
changing.
bring in Sohit Mishra
But it'll be
from.
interesting to see which seats they lost. Are there any along the route that Rahul walked through, or I mean, is that an area that he had some influence?
That'll be a good comparison. Sohit Mishra from SM Official is now with us, our old colleague. Let's quickly bring him in. This is the BJP's figure. These are leads on 13 seats. BJP is down 10 from, and I think that is the only fair comparison that we can make for the Shiv Sena and the NCP, because they're a divided lot. So I guess it will not be right to look at last time. Sohit is with us. Sohit, how do you look at Maharashtra? I mean, the one state which I guess the exit polls predicted correctly, that it'll go down to the wire.
It is very interesting at the moment, and what we need to also see, if I look at the election commission right now, the BJP is currently leading in 12 seats. The biggest gainer over here is the Indian National Congress. They are leading in 11 seats. Now, this compared to what happened in 2019, where they just won 1 seat, this is a big margin gain for the Indian National Congress. And as I heard right now, was there any impact of Rahul Gandhi? Yes, it seems like, if you remember the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, it went through Maharashtra and it ended in Mumbai. In fact, the day when elections were declared, that the dates were declared by the election commission, the next day we saw Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra ending in Mumbai. After that, we also saw a huge meeting of India Alliance in Mumbai. So Indian National Congress is the one which is gaining a lot. In fact, even Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, they are contesting on 21 seats and they are winning 10. Now, at the moment, they are leading in 10. If I look at the Election Commission's website, NCP Sharad Pawar is leading at 7. Now, viewers need to remember that they are contesting 10 seats and they are leading in 7. Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, they are contesting 15 seats, they are leading in 6. And Ajit Pawar's NCP is contesting 4 seats and they are just leading in 1. So this shows that despite a lot of Narendra Modi visiting Maharashtra, doing road shows in Mumbai, doing 6 rallies in 48 hours, it seems like the local issues of Maharashtra have played a huge role in over here. Be it the job losses issue, be it the Marathi Manus issue, or as I and Sanket were talking, the issue of Mumbai or the industries of Maharashtra being taken to Gujarat, as well as other issues like jobs going to Gujarat, issues like Narendra Modi calling Sharad Pawar Bhatakti Atma. This all has not gone well among the people. In fact, another thing which the people say is that it's fine that you break the party, it's fine that you break the government, but how can you give the Shiv Sena symbol to someone who is not a Thackeray? Now, this is a party of Bal Thackeray, and how can you give the symbol to someone else and you can ask Uddhav Thackeray that no, you don't have your own party and your own symbol. Same goes for the NCP, and this does not seem to be going well among the people. In fact, let me also tell you that Sharad Pawar has played a key role over here, especially in Western Maharashtra, where out of 10 seats, last time the BJP won 7. And this is the place for audience who I should tell them that all the cooperative sectors of Maharashtra belong in Western Maharashtra, be it the sugar sector, be it the bank cooperatives, or be it the milk cooperatives. So a lot of impact it also has on Maharashtra. And even over there, what we see is that the India Alliance seems to be doing pretty well. So overall, what we can say is that despite having Ajit Pawar as well as Eknath Shinde, the BJP doesn't seem to be performing well in Maharashtra. And I spoke earlier the same thing that Narendra Modi failed to set a narrative in Maharashtra. He tried twice or thrice, but they failed to do so. He even called Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena Nakli Shiv Sena. He also said that the corruption was done by Sharad Pawar and not by Ajit Pawar. But that doesn't seem to be going well among the people. The farmers are facing a lot of issues. They are not getting the right prices for onion as well as for soya bean. This was a big issue. There's drought issue in Maharashtra, and all these issues were raised. So this is one state where the local issues had more impact than the national issues. In fact, Hindutva did not play a huge role in Maharashtra, because if Narendra Modi speaks about Ram Temple and Hindutva, so does Uddhav Thackeray. So overall, it seems like with a new symbol, both Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar seem to be performing well, and so is the Congress.
So it will be very interesting to see how these results affect a state assembly elections in what, another 4 months, 4 to 5 months.
No, how will it affect the running of the government that's there right now? I mean,
no, the assembly election now is very difficult for the NDA in Maharashtra. Very, very difficult. After this, even before this, people were saying it's going to be tough. But now with public sentiment clearly not on the NDA side, I mean, you're seeing region-wise sweeps in Maharashtra, wipe out of NDA there, in Vidarbha, in Marathwada. I think it's going to be very tough in Maharashtra.
Dr. Bhatt, would you like to weigh in?
Well, definitely, you know, the biggest festival of democracy, and especially after what the exit polls were showing, and, you know, with the real counting happening today, yes, definitely there are certain upsets, but if you look at it in terms of whether in north of the country or in Maharashtra, in terms of NDA or BJP, they already were in a way, you know, one of their best scores in terms of the number of seats. They were already there. So they getting something more than that was, I don't think practically, if you look at it, it was going to happen. So, and the way things had changed in Maharashtra in terms of splitting of parties, so there was a lot of confusion and lot of misunderstanding also in terms of the way the two parties, the big parties, regional parties had split up. But at the same time, in terms of how much will they able to gain in the states where they had no presence, that is what is going to actually define, if we look in terms of the exact numbers, how BJP is going to, you know, come closer to the 273 marks.
No,
in that sense,
you know, they said they want to hit through 370. They may, but I'm saying that so 63 had to come from outside.
Yes,
because where they won everything almost.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They were already there. There was nothing much to lead. So Odisha, they have done very well, very well, extremely well they have done. Andhra also, Telangana also, they are +4 already.
BJP might still sail through to till 272, we don't know. But I think the ED has already failed. Two states where ED CBI were working the hardest, Maharashtra and Bengal, they haven't really produced results. In Delhi, that is not the case.
I think one of the things that needs to be mentioned here is that you have these results where a very powerful incumbent had everything at their disposal, and the opposition had everything going against them, from the media to an ED CBI on an overdrive, finance.
If we had a more level playing field,
yeah,
I think
you think this could have been different?
Very different.
Very
we
different
could have been
results.
seeing India alliance at 272.
But Delhi somehow is an exception, which is
Yes.
surprising, because the way the present Chief Minister, Mr. Kejriwal, when he came out of the jail, and the way he was projecting himself and asking for that you vote for, against the jail sentence. Well, the way the trends are showing, at least it does not seem to show that. I think probably in all the 7 seats...
Delhi was the one state last time when every single seat the BJP had more than 50% of the vote.
Yes,
Every
absolutely.
single
Yes,
seat,
yes.
which doesn't happen in other states. It's
Right.
very unusual.
But is the vote share falling in Delhi? I'm not sure
I
about
don't
that
know.
either.
Yeah, it has a little bit.
But you, if you're 50
It's
plus, you can
2%
afford
down, 3% up. Delhi has traditionally been a big BJP bastion.
Yes.
You had what's
So
her name?
many chief
Sheila
ministers.
Dixit, who kept Congress thing alive. Otherwise, we've been basically.
But 2009, I think Congress did well in Delhi.
Yeah.
Yes, they did well.
But if you look at the vote share, and we'll take a break after this, you see Delhi's vote share right now, and this is constantly changing, 54% for the BJP at a 3% drop. So you can imagine what it was in
10%
2019.
difference, you can't win a seat.
Yeah, you can't.
So 7-0, 6-1, that's the kind
And
of...
then Delhi, I don't think did particularly well in turnout either.
No, it did not.
I think Sohit made a very important point that in Maharashtra, they were able to localize the election. There were local issues, something you didn't see in Delhi, for example. In UP, in Bengal, I think localization was a very important factor in reducing the national impact of the
But
Modi
I would
figure.
have thought all AAP is all about local. AAP is, AAP throughout its governance always talk about Delhi,
Just-
free pani, free this, free that, Mollab committee. And
But
yet,
AAP itself made it about
hold
Modi
on,
Kejriwal.
Shiva. Just hold on to that thought. Let's quickly take a short break.
Sure.
And we'll be right back. This broadcast continues. Stay with us.
I just go around the corner.
Welcome back. It's been a completely amazing election. No one predicted it, and especially after the exit polls, this is a complete turnaround. Things may still change because there's lots of rounds still to count. But let's now just do a quick run through the situation as it is now state by state. First, overall, all India. The moment the NDA is at 299, it's going around 297 to 303, back and forth, back and forth. So it's still moving. And India at 226, that's up 107, and NDA down nearly 60, and others down 48. Tamil Nadu, the DMK and Congress alliance 37, just down one since last time. The BJP, PMK, mainly PMK has got one seat, that's up one, and AIDMK one. Looked like doing better earlier. Telangana, again the BJP was doing a little better earlier, but as each round gets counted, things change. So BJP 8, Congress 8, both are 5, and all because the BRS, KCR has really hit a nosedive here. In West Bengal, the TMC is doing extremely well. It wasn't earlier. Again, as rounds were counted, it got better and better. So it could go even better than this. The BJP down to 10, the left and the Congress won, but it looks like the left and the Congress vote, which had gone to the BJP earlier, are coming back, so the BJP is losing out. Rajasthan, this is another big surprise. Most people thought Rajasthan would be about 22, 23 to the BJP. They're down to 14, that's down 11 seats. Down 10 seats, and the Congress up 10. Moving now to Uttar Pradesh, the biggest turnaround in this election, the biggest surprise and politically most significant, of course the largest state as well. The Congress and SP combined up 38 seats, and the BJP 35 seats, down 29 seats. The BSP, again, like KCR in Telangana, literally wiped out here. I don't know what the future of that party will be now. Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray and the Congress doing much better than Shinde. I mean, that's a huge change, 26 to 21. Wonder what that impact will be on the state assembly. Punjab, BJP has lost a little bit here, Congress has lost a bit, and Aam Aadmi Party is up too, but more or less the same, not much change. Moving on to Odisha, BJP doing extremely well here. This is Naveen Patnaik after 25 years, almost 25 years as Chief Minister, feeling mood for a change, all kinds of attacks on his health, on whether he's stolen the keys to the Bhandar, and various issues. His Tamil assistant is accused of taking all the Tamil contracts and sending them to Tamil Nadu. Crazy campaign, but it seems to have worked for the BJP. Kerala, the Congress and UDF are doing almost as well as last time. BJP and BJDS, 2 seats, that's up to, that's an interesting development. And the left down 1, 2 down to 1. Moving on now, let's see any other states, or we've done the lot. Gujarat, 24 to 2, most people expected this. Really one of the most predictable states. And now moving on to Assam, BJP plus AGP doing very well, 11, again not unexpected, I'd say. So Manipur 2, Congress getting both.
In Manipur,
yeah,
because of course the situation in Manipur and the Prime Minister not visiting. This is
and then getting
clearly
both of
worked
them
for Congress.
Yeah. That is
getting both these seats is clearly worked for Congress.
Meghalaya, Congress, same as last time. Mizoram, ZPM, and they're just, the main parties have no presence here. Jharkhand, here the BJP was expected to do worse, but it's not doing so badly, 10 to 4.
And you see the Congress and JMM may not have gained as much as they thought post Hemant Soren's
incarceration.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is not a very happy state for the opposition.
Right.
Jammu Kashmir.
Jammu and Kashmir.
Record voter turnout. But
yeah, 14% up this time. What about the same as last time? Chandigarh Congress.
Oh, that's Manish Tiwari.
Yeah.
Manish Tiwari is leading. I think what we can do is maybe go back to Tamil Nadu.
Let's just finish the entire lot because some people from these states write and say, bother about us. The smaller states. Well, here's Andhra. Chandrababu Naidu doing exceedingly well. Jagan Reddy, I thought he was going to get a landslide. I think he got a little distant from reality and he's got a real...
TDP is leading in the Vidhan Sabha elections also.
We should look at the assemblies also. These two assemblies are very important.
Exactly.
Andhra and Odisha.
This is an absolute drubbing actually. It's a drubbing. Haryana, BJP losing half its seats, Congress, so that's another setback for it. But that was kind of expected.
I think what was expected was greater gains for, not in the exit polls, but generally, mood on the ground, greater gains for the Congress. Remember, Congress is in an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party here.
Yeah.
That is not happening.
Yeah.
This is one of those areas where they were expecting more.
A little more. Yeah. Goa, one each.
Same as last time.
Same as last time. Arunachal Pradesh, 2. Same as last time. That was earlier. We had the results a couple of days ago. Right. Oh, Tamil Nadu again. I think, did we just do that? Yeah, 38. Yeah. 38 out of 39. Okay.
So this is one gain for the BJP, and we have Manu Sundaram of the DMK with us. Manu, good afternoon. From the Sengal to quoting Thirukural, the Prime Minister did it all for Tamil Nadu. There was an Annamalai project also. It is considered as a long-term project for Tamil Nadu for the BJP. Clearly, this time around in 2024, it may not have worked for them. But you see, Manu, there is a story in the vote percentage as well. Let's quickly put up, if we can, the vote share in Tamil Nadu for each of these parties. And you will perhaps get a sense of how things are changing a little. Not in terms of seat share, but vote share. How do you look at this, Manu?
Well, politics itself is a long-term project, Sanket, and whether it's one personality or otherwise. But the story is quite, I think, consistent. If you've seen over the last 10 years, it was for the next 5 years, given the trend today, which is that there is no space for the BJP in Tamil Nadu. There was no space in 2014 when Modi came first time. There was no space for the BJP in 2019 when Modi and Amit Shah were at the peak of their powers, so to speak. And today, when after 10 years of consolidation in the union government, and after has bringing Sengo Thirukural, which may I just point out to you the obvious, these are very symbolic gestures. What people of Tamil Nadu have always rewarded is development policy, which is what DMK, and to some extent, I'll be fair enough to concede that the ADMK has been able to deliver over the last
if you can see on the screen the vote share as of this moment, you see it's not there is a trend one can see in here. While you may have won a majority of the seats, which is all that matters, but in the vote share, DMK and Congress is down 6% from 2019. ADMK has gone up 4%. The BJP and the PMK are up 7% in double digits, 17%. They expected 20%, but 17 is also not that far behind.
I'll just point out one thing, Sanket, which again, might be obvious for somebody like Dr. Roy sitting with you, which is that you can't really compare 2019 and 2024 vote share, because 2019 ADMK and BJP, DMK went together. But in 2024, ADMK went with DMDK and BJP went with PMK. So it's really apples and oranges. But please also this other data point, which is in 2014, BJP's alliance share was 95%. So to be fair, they've not even been able to keep up with their own 2014 vote share percentage, in spite of what you called the Annamalai project, right? And really, it really sounded like a project and not that they were really serious about it. And clearly, it doesn't have any real political realities on the ground. But nevertheless, see, I firstly make two points, Sanket, with your permission. One is that this is a total rejection of the BJP brand of governance. It is a repudiation of the Modi-Shah brand of politics for the last 5 years. It points to a revival of the Indian National Congress across the country. It's a fantastic thing and it will lead to a stronger Indian National Congress alternative political model. And thirdly, you've seen the role of regional parties. Mark my word, this is going to be a hung parliament, it's going to be a coalition government. Whether it is One India Alliance or the NDA, it is going to be a coalition government. Whoever wants to play ball has to step away from the central political model that the BJP has espoused over the last 5 years. Federal aspirations matter going forward. Regional parties like DMK, Trinamool have been very well rewarded. Samajwadi Party coming back is a great sign. It shows how Uttar Pradesh has made up its mind that it would rather back development politics rather than symbolic religious gestures.
Manu Sundaram, you see, you spoke about other states, but I would like to get you back to your home state. In Tamil Nadu, for the BJP and the PMK to get 17% vote share is a green shoot, is a beginning. Do you feel that if not addressed, this is one area of concern for you? They're growing. In percentage terms, they're growing. Maybe not grown up enough to defeat you in these elections.
2014, they had 19%.
Sorry?
And they won one seat. And today, this seat 2024, what you're showing as an early trend lead, it seems to be for the PMK, Patali Makkal Kachi, not the BJP. See, what I think really BJP should be worried about is when they first came to power in 2014, they were able to win one parliamentary seat in Tamil Nadu. But whereas after 10 years in the union government, they're not able to win a single seat for a BJP person. In fact, it is only the ally who is showing leads as of 1:30 p.m. today. Nevertheless, assuming these trends hold, BJP, for all its, the huge machinations, and don't forget, the entire alliance, opposition alliance with Tamil Nadu and otherwise, we fought this whole thing with one, if two hands tied behind our backs. Election scheme, use of law enforcement agencies, use of extremely biased Election Commission of India. All of this meant that the fact that today we are moving towards a hung parliament only says one thing, which is across the country, BJP stands rejected. In Tamil Nadu, there is no gain compared to 2014 or 2019. It is just that, to answer your question, Sanket, it is only because BJP has contested more seats in 2024 than they did in 2019. In 2019, if memory serves me correct, contested in 6 or 7 seats. Today they've contested in 21 or 22 seats. So 3 times the number of seats that they've contested. So vote share has to go up. It's only arithmetic logic that it has to go up a couple of times. So don't at all be too taken away by this particular 17%. Even if it goes to 18, 19%, it does not matter. The fact remains that after 10 years and after many projects that they have done in Tamil Nadu, Sengol, Chittivu, Tirukkural, nothing seems to have really worked on the ground. And that is a tremendously good sign that the Tamil Nadu voters have not been swayed. And it's an even better sign that our brothers and sisters in Uttar Pradesh have also seen the light and have decided to show Bharatiya Janata Party place.
Manu Sundaram, thank you very much. And before I end, I would like to flaunt a little bit of my Tamil. Nalla irukengala. Thank you. Whatever you said, thank you.
Now Bengali will demand to speak in Bengali.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Okay, Nilanjan Sarkar, former senior fellow at the CPR, is now with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Sarkar. Your assessment of these All India figures, and Bhatt just told us that 54% of the votes have been counted. So
this is according to the EC side.
According to the election, which I believe is
no, it's a little delayed from the rest.
delayed.
Yeah,
Exactly.
little bit, but
still, I mean,
you know,
50% is done.
Maybe 60%. Yeah.
So I think now we are actually seeing these results solidifying. We know what the range is going to be, plus minus. I don't know.
These are amongst the slowest counting that I have witnessed
On
in the last
EVMs.
4 or 5 elections. Normally by 2 o'clock, almost everything is done. It's very, very slow.
We don't know what explains that.
Sorry?
We don't know what explains the slow counting.
No, but I must say there was this conspiracy theory going that the exit polls are done because they're going to actually fiddle the AVMs. That does not seem to be true. This
Now we'll have to settle on the
theories-
stock market theory. Exit polls were meant to manipulate stock market.
Some conspiracy.
So maybe Durab did it.
Yes.
What do you feel?
See, I think that, irrespective of what the exit poll said, because ultimately they have exited today, the exit polls. But the point is that, that faith in the Indian democracy and the institutions, which are looking after the Indian democracy, the opposition was trying to question them. And on the contrary, we are seeing what the pattern, the result is. So the way the opposition came out after the exit polls were done by certain private parties, certain, companies who were actually doing those surveys. But coming out and, trying to put in conspiracy theories and also trying to do a mobilization where there were certain politicians who were trying to even say that people will, if the results are really so, there is going to be a mass movement. And so this kind of threatening was something which I think was not in good taste. We need to have faith in the institutions.
The thing
But
is
before
and that
just-
is being
just
proved
one
by
second.
the results that
Before
are coming.
we finish on exit polls, a friend of mine, Rahul Sood, just sent me this. We were lucky that we didn't have exit polls before our school exam results. Otherwise, our parents would have started thrashing us 3 to 4 days in advance.
So exit polls, they have lost a lot of credibility.
Also, I think
after this.
EVMs have gained a little bit of credibility and respect thanks to these results.
In EVMs, I think it is, we all know that EVMs, they have, the chip, it's a ROM chip, it's a read-only chip which is there, which once programmed. You can't change it. And that is done months before actually the election,
And the
it
most
gets
brilliant
inserted.
thing about them, they're not connected to the internet at all.
Yes, absolutely.
Everywhere else where there's electronic voting is
Yes.
connected to the internet, hacking can happen, but yeah, this is very tough to
So
do.
this EVM conspiracy theory,
But
actually,
then it went
it
from
really does
EVM
not...
to VVPATs.
Yeah.
VVPATs,
Now
yes.
from VVPAT maybe to something else.
But
I think if you conspiracy theory right now, according to us, 13 of the seats, the voting is over in Rajasthan. But there's nothing on the EC side.
No,
They
it takes
haven't-
time. It
haven't
takes time.
declared
No, no,
it.
no.
They haven't declared them.
Yeah, it takes time. That's not that's very common.
Mr. Sarkar, let's quickly go to him. Your assessment of these results.
Sorry.
So look, if we look at, what was being predicted in the exit polls, but also just sort of people were generally saying, it was an understanding that if, there was some frustration with the BJP, it wouldn't hurt the BJP too much in the Hindi belt, and that the BJP would be able to break into vernacular states. Now, what we noticed actually is that neither of these things happened, right? The BJP did take a hit in particular states, particularly like Rajasthan and UP. And in the vernacular states, it didn't just not break in or win just a couple of seats, other than certain obvious places like Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. It actually took a hit in a place like West Bengal. So I think the major story here is that whereas the last two national elections, we've had wave-like national issues that have worked for Modi. Here, what you see is the BJP took bad hits in a small number of very important states for it. So it lost a disproportionate number of seats in UP, in West Bengal, in Rajasthan, in Maharashtra, right? So these 3, 4, 5 big states that were in play, that is actually the lion's share of the 60 seats that the BJP is losing in this election. And the larger story here is that without a particular national issue working for the BJP, the pressure it was putting on state institutions, the questions about the legitimacy of the democratic system. You see, it took the language of the constitution in Uttar Pradesh among the Dalit community. It took the language of federalism or delimitation in South India. It took the language of investigative agencies elsewhere. But it all sort of boiled down to the same concept. And I think what this has shown is that there were certain red lines that were crossed with the electorate. The BJP will still form government with the NDA, but definitely it has not done as it had expected. One thing that I'll just quickly say, because the panelists were talking about this, I wouldn't dismiss the EVM thing as a phenomenon among the population. I also believe the EVM is fair. I don't believe the EVMs can be hacked. But we were talking about internet chips and VVPATs and all this sort of fancy technology. To the common citizen, if you believe that the electoral process is not fair and you have not invested in understanding what the technology is, you may also believe that the EVMs are being biased. So it is a bellwether for how fair people think the electoral system is. It's not a technological point about whether the EVM can be hacked. So I do think that the Congress and the opposition was picking up on a genuine frustration and concern that existed on the ground. I don't think they were trying to somehow subvert democracy, and I don't think that's the right way to see it. And in fact, I think that in many ways, in many shapes across the country, is exactly what hurt the BJP from 2019 to today.
Right, Shivam. A point on EVMs first.
Yeah.
Do you think that it has been able to pass an Agni Pariksha once again today?
EVMs pass the Agni Pariksha every now and then. So many state elections BJP has lost, but this lefty Luddite obsession with technology being rigged, I never believed in it. But I agree with Nilanjan that even in villages you could find people saying, oh, if the EVM is not rigged, then BJP will lose. So that narrative of people could not believe the scale of the BJP victories. And I think, in a larger sense, the surprise of today is a surprise that keeps democracy alive, not just in terms of EVMs, but in every which way.
But do you know who the culprit here is? We spoke to Mr. S.Y. Qureshi, and he had a very interesting thing to say. He said, it is a terrible thing to do this to the EVM, but it is even terrible for the Election Commission to not speak up and take those questions. So not doing press conferences, and then you remember... The
Commission has taken a huge hit on their credibility. Not just the EC, all state institutions have been under pressure, and I think that pressure will reduce now with a coalition government.
Which in the election commission, 2 commissioners had not even been there for a week.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, you actually, but they have an enormous staff. If you go to the office, Nirvachan Sadan, you have plenty of staff who conducted election after election after election. So it's not that they're inexperienced.
UP, I want to make a quick point that what about Ram Mandir? The state which has Ram Mandir, Pran Pratishthan, that state is the biggest loss for BJP.
No, all our trips, everybody was quite happy with, but it didn't have any resonance politically, and it was very clear. That was one thing that was very clear.
You see, Ram Temple is a matter of religion. It became a subject matter of politics for the BJP, but not for the people at large. I've been to the Ayodhya Ram Temple post the Pran Pratishtha.
So did we.
Exactly. And there was a 1.5 to 2 kilometer long line, mostly women from South India.
Interesting.
Mostly women from Tamil Nadu, which is why there is a theory that if there has to be some Ram Temple gain, you may see it perhaps in some time from the women voters of Tamil Nadu.
So when we went there to the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya, it's not done. It's a lot of work still to be done. So I asked one of the Pandits, how long will this take? And he gave me a very good answer. He said, about 2 more elections. Can you? That's what he said. It's quite clever.
We count our lives in election cycles, not in coffee spoons.
No, I just wanted to add what Shivamji was saying in terms of the election commission and its credibility. But I think even in the past, there have been many times when the questions have been raised on the election commission and on election commissioners. Because I can recall there was one certain election commissioner called Mr. Naveen Chawla. And that time it was the Chief Election Commission who had given a written complaint against him to the President. That he used to take, short breaks, slew breaks in between the crucial meetings which were taking place in the election commission. misinformation and, making phone calls to certain Congress leaders and, leaking the news. So these questions have been arising, many times. And also, what the earlier speaker was saying, Nilanjanji, when we are saying that, that people in the villages were saying that that somebody, the BJP can only win if they rig the EVMs. So, in a way, the opposition was able to successfully build that narrative, that misinformation about EVMs. That is also one aspect of looking at it.
But now they don't need to do brakes. They've got software from the Israelis, which is...
There is a...
By the way, just to interrupt a
that
second,
also.
we have some breaking news from sources that Jagan Reddy has sought time from the governor to meet him and to resign as chief minister. Sources, just sources. And still to be confirmed. Now let's go to Karnataka, because that's... Sorry, yeah.
When the election commissioner declares its views on anything, it doesn't give a written answer. The Supreme Court, if you disagree, 3 judges, they refused to give their opinion in 2014 and 2019 writing. I mean, how do you expect credibility when if a commissioner disagrees, he's minority, too bad for him. Yeah, but you can't give a written opinion. The Supreme Court, every single case gives a written opinion. That's true. Now, this would increase the credibility that we are open, you question us, we tell you why I've taken a call, fine.
I would say next chief election commissioner should be Dorab Supariwala.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. Then they've had it. Not a bad idea.
I'm way past the
Okay, let's get to Karnataka now. Let's get to Karnataka, because that's another interesting story where the BJP has done probably better than expected, but still down 8. It was down less earlier, actually, down 8 now. And Congress up 9. We got Maya with us. Maya, you followed this very closely. The BJP dropping like this, why? Why did it happen? And normally the party that wins the assembly elections a few months ago gets a majority in the Lok Sabha as well. But this time that hasn't happened. The Congress won the assembly, but they haven't got a majority in the... So what was the disconnect? And they actually implemented all 5 of their promises or something, right?
Yes, the Congress did, of course, do a whole lot better than last time, than in 2019, where they won just 1 seat. So they have done better, given the good assembly performance last year. But the BJP also tried a lot of different things. They actually changed a lot of their sitting MPs. They changed a lot of sitting MPs, which may have worked, may not have worked in some places. And also there was a feeling that, these 25 BJP MPs in Delhi, were they representing Karnataka's interest as well as they should have been? Whether it came to issues like drought relief, Karnataka was very unhappy about the amount of drought relief it was receiving or not receiving. Water sharing issues, the whole tax devolution issue was used by the Congress here in the state, by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who went to Delhi to make his protest as well. So this could be a reason why the number of BJP MPs has fallen significantly as far as the leads go. We're still waiting for many results to come in. But I think really that the Congress, it kind of reflects what's happening around the country. The BJP still has the numbers, the larger numbers, but the Congress has done much better than may have been expected, certainly than was indicated in the election polls, in the exit polls. They certainly have done a whole lot better than that. And interesting results coming in. I mean, there's a lead in Bengaluru Central for the Congress candidate, and Bengaluru has been pro-BJP for a long time now. And of course, in Hassan, it's looking like Prajwal Revana, the man accused of sexual assault, will not retain that seat. So I think that the Congress actually has reason to be happy at this stage. They were insisting that they would get to double figures, and if these trends do continue, they will do so. The BJP, it was a tall order really for them to maintain that 25 seats out of 28. So I think that by still having the edge over the Congress in the Lok Sabha polls, I think they would be too unhappy with this either. I think it's also a question of the survival of the JDS now. Former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy has won his seat in Mandya, but really they tried to survive by hitching their wagon to the BJP. So we need to know the future of the JDS as well. That's another very interesting aspect of Karnataka elections.
Maya, I just wanted to ask you, you see, do you think that the BJP, and of course, since most of the decisions are taken here in New Delhi, had a sense that they will not do well in Karnataka, and that's why this alliance or this formation came into being? So in a way, the BJP has actually done damage control. I mean, these results could have been far worse than what you see right now.
Well, they did, of course, tie up with the JDS to try and make some inroads into the southern part of Karnataka, the old Mysuru region, where the JDS does still have clout. So that was what was in it for them. For the JDS, of course, they were trying to stay relevant by being aligned to a party which they assumed would form the government at the center. The BJP, yes, by aligning with the JDS, which by all accounts would seem to be a party in decline, even before the latest scandal, a party in decline, it did realize, I think, that it was losing out when it came, especially to the south of Karnataka. And I think they were also taken by surprise just last year with that stupendous victory of the Congress in 2023 in the assembly elections. While it was anticipated then that the Congress would be ahead of the BJP in terms of numbers, that it would form such a strong government in terms of having all those numbers, I think the BJP was not on totally solid ground here in Karnataka. And those 5 guarantees of the Congress did work well. And there was a response by the BJP, even at the national level, with similar responses, which of course were called welfare measures when it's your party, it's freebies when it's the other party. That's always the case. But yes, the JDS alliance was to try and make some headway in the south of the state.
Maya, just a quick question. If you look at the voting and the seats results according to phases, the BJP plus JDS do very well in the first phase, 11-3. But in the second phase, it's 7-7.
Yes, in the first phase, it was the southern part of Karnataka that voted, the old Mysuru region, which has traditionally been a stronghold of the Congress and the JDS. That is really where the alliance partner JDS does have some strength, and it did contest 3 seats here in the southern part. The second phase was the northern part of the state, which has a large Lingayat population. The Lingayats, of course, another very dominant caste group in Karnataka, and one which has traditionally aligned with the BJP. So the northern part of the state, which voted in the second phase, are really considered a stronghold, followers of the BJP, which is why probably they did so much better in the second phase.
So you don't think that the Revana issue had any impact because that happened after the first phase but before the second phase?
Well, of course, it happened the day after voting happened in Hassan itself. Prajwal Revana has lost anyway, so despite having left the country before this actually came up. But unfortunately, I think the reality of it is that women's safety, women's security, assaults on women is not an election issue for us here in India. It's not an election issue. I have a sad feeling that would not have played on the mind of voters much when they went to vote. It's very sad. I wish it did. But I don't think the Prajwal Revana case would have in fact impacted voters in the second phase, by which time the allegations of horrific sexual abuse.
Just to ask, are your dogs upset with the election results and mentioning the JDS and all this?
He certainly did want to make a point here. What point, I'm not quite sure. But certainly...
Just have a chat with him and get back to us.
I will talk to the dog. I'll try and get a bite.
Do you have 10 dogs or 11?
I have 10 dogs, 10 rescue dogs, Prannoy.
You're going to get a bite from him?
I hope a bite, a gentle bite from him.
What we heard was a sound bite. An uncut. We have in the studio with us the member of the Manifesto Committee of the Congress Party, Mr. Amitabh Dubey. Good to see you here.
Thank you for joining. This feels like a very familiar place.
And we also have Dr. Kartikeya Batra, as a political researcher, joining us from Washington, D.C. Dr. Batra has been a regular with us at the Red Mic. And his organization, though, is slightly off the mark when they perform their exit poll. So we'll ask him. The Sea Voter. He's a visiting fellow for Sea Voter. Dr. Roy wants me to name the organization.
No, his organization. But so we've been there, done that. Dorab has never got it wrong, but I have. But what happened this time?
First of all, Dr. Roy, if you can hear me,
I'm very
this
clear.
is a big fanboy moment for me to be talking to you. And the wonderful NDTV election team, which I grew up watching and which had a big influence on me. And of course, Sanket has been a fantastic person to know in the circuit. So, Dr. Roy, I honestly,
By the
because
way,
I'm a
it's
visitor,
just one correction. This is the deKoder team, as the Bengalis call it. deKoder. deKoder team.
that's no, absolutely. And I will not make the mistake of calling you Mr. Arnab Goswami, as was done by Mr. Ravi Prasad some years back. So,
Chalo bach gaya.
so
Another Bengali, you might have made a mistake. How do you know?
Assamese.
Assamese. Oh, Assamese Bengali.
Sorry, carry on.
Dr. Roy, let me clarify first that being a visiting fellow, my task is not to engage in the daily activities of the organization. It is basically to present my own views, and the organization lets me do that. And of course, when they need my inputs, I help them with that. So I have a very peripheral role in the organization's functioning. I think Mr. Deshmukh, who's the whole soul of the organization, can be better tell you exactly what. But I can tell you what wrong. Okay, so. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, I think it's a classic case when not a lot of people saw this coming. And the one reason, I don't know why it happened, but it's visible to me in the numbers, is that in our poll, the BSP polled at 14%. But the BSP's vote share has plummeted to 9 or 8%. And my sense is that, contrary to what one would have thought, some part of that vote, of course, has gone to the BJP, but some of it has also gone to the SP plus Congress alliance. Which means that the engagement of the Congress has probably allowed the SP to gain some Dalit vote. That is my first impression. And that's just an example. But broadly put, Dr. Roy, and I was on Sanket's show 3 months back, and I had outlined a pathway for the India Alliance as to how they can challenge the BJP. In my playbook, 6 states, Karnataka, Bengal, Bihar, and Maharashtra. And then I also had half of Haryana. And my sense was that in these states, the BJP will have to contain its losses, otherwise things can go bad. And it seems the BJP was proactive in these 4 states. So it seemed they were capturing their losses. But the other part of that process would have been that the India Alliance gained in these swing states, but then the Congress in the Hindi heartland, along with the SP, had to conduct surgical strikes, as I call them, where they had to pick up 3 seats from Haryana, 5 from Madhya Pradesh, 3 from Chhattisgarh. That was the only way they could have denied BJP 272. I was always clear that the fight is not for the India Alliance to form the government. The fight is for them to deny the BJP 272. And to some extent, the fight is for the Congress to cross the 90 to 100 mark. So for me, the 2 numbers that were being tested in this election were 272 for the BJP and 90 to 100. And today we can see Congress has breached its target. The BJP has been denied. And the reason is, in the 4 swing states, 2 swing states have dealt big blows to the BJP, Bengal and Maharashtra. To some extent, Karnataka, less so in Bihar. But the biggest swing has happened in Uttar Pradesh, which nobody saw coming. And as I told you, I think the PSP vote share has something to do with it. But to the Congress's credit, its performance in Haryana, Rajasthan, and Dr. Roy, I was watching the podcast, you said Gujarat is expected 24-2. I didn't expect that. I thought it would be 26-0 all over again. So the fact that the Congress could secure 2 seats in Gujarat tells me that something worked for the Congress. It's a clean sweep in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, but the 2 seats in Gujarat are symbolically very important, I feel. So this is how I was viewing this election. And the other thing is that the losses that the BJP clocked, which it expected to clock, people expected those to be compensated by gains from the south and the east. The only positive sign coming from the east is Odisha, and the south has not delivered so much, apart from some gains in Andhra and Telangana.
One thing is clear from this election that India is not a uniform swing zone.
Yeah.
Totally different swings from state to state. And actually even within states there are regions which are homogeneous zones. But by and large for a state, the swings go the same way, it seems to be. Very interesting. Yeah, a lot of it was not really a huge national election, a lot of local issues. And we have seen over the last 15 years the growth of regional parties rather than national parties. Major gains by them. So we're becoming more of a federal federation.
But you see, the point that I want, and me and Dr. Batra discussed this a lot, is the performance of the Congress in a direct contest with the BJP. Right. In 2019, the strike rate of the Congress was 7%. 7%. And that's where things went wrong. This time around, I believe that it would be much higher. I don't know how much.
Just 1 second. Before we come to you, Amitabh, we just wanted to ask a stock market expert what's happening in the stock market and to explain it. It had gone down 7%. It's bounced back a little bit. It's down 4.37%. We're joined by Ambrish Baliga, a market analyst. Could you explain what's happening in the last 3 or 4 days? It's been terribly volatile. Some bits I understand, but most of it I don't. Dora has made a lot of money in the meanwhile.
Dr. Roy, I think what's happened in the last couple of days was that the rhetoric was there of plus, but then we were expecting anything between 300 to 330. And that's one of the reasons when the markets were decent. But the exit polls, I think, surprised everyone.
Right.
And because of it, we saw that huge rally yesterday.
Right.
And these numbers are as compared to what the exit polls had indicated. It been a disappointment, and because of which we thought that a major crack today. But I don't think there's any doubt whether NDA would form the government or not. But the question is how soon the government would be. Because with the sort of numbers which are coming, it seems that the new government will spend more time managing the alliance than the economy and the focus on growth. So I think that's what, in fact, disappointed the investors, and because of which we are seeing a correction.
But what do you expect? Do you think the markets will go up from now or fall further tomorrow and day after?
No, I mean, there can be one bump up of the market when the government is formed, and based on that speculation. I don't see the market sustaining at high levels. I mean, basically, for the reason which I told you, that the focus of the government could be a bit different this time, and which may be more at the economy, what the markets are bothered about. So the way I see it, at markets could over the next few weeks, maybe the next couple of months, whatever.
Sorry to interrupt. Your audio is not very clear. I could hear a lot of it, but apparently it's not that clear. Can we come back to you after fixing your audio? Please. Thank you. We'll be back with you.
Just want to revisit. Let's get in a word from Mr. Dubey, and then we'll talk about that very important Faizabad state in Uttar Pradesh. And even after so many
Faizabad, his hometown. No, but tell us, you are a data man. You analyze. You're a strategist. Is this? I mean, UP surely didn't see this kind of.
So I'll be honest with you. UP, we knew we were doing better than everyone thought. But personally, I didn't think we would overtake the BJP. Right. We were having a lot of feedback. So this is the Hindutva citadel, right? It's the Pran Pratishtha happened just a few months ago. This is the double engine Sarkar, Yogi, Modi, all of that. And the India Alliance barged in and dominated this very powerful combination. Just a few months after Pran Pratishtha, which was sought to be made into a political weapon by the Prime Minister. And Awadh has fallen. I mean, I'm looking at the map. This is Awadh which has flipped, which is, very unusual, in the last few years. Normally, Eastern UP would go, Western UP would go. So we were certainly getting a lot of traction for the issues we raised, which were all the issues in the manifesto and our Panch Nyayas, Mehengai, Berozgari, etc. So we were seeing a lot of traction. But given the history, people were a bit skeptical, yaar, 20 nikal lenge to badi achhi baat hogi, And here now we're seeing the result of this entire campaign. So it's a very pleasant surprise for us.
As a person from the manifesto committee, do you think that the Prime Minister helped popularize your manifesto more by calling it a Muslim League manifesto?
Look, we were actually
people
tracking.
Started reading.
No, we were tracking our data points because the problem we had in 2019, when we also had a very good manifesto, that it didn't reach the target voter, it only reached the people who were going to pay for it.
Because you released it very late.
Yeah, we released it late. So there was a lot of learning. So we had our 5 Nyais, which we were focused on very specific. We were tracking how it was being disseminated. We had an entire mechanism to disseminate it. So we saw that the Prime Minister's bringing up the issue was actually helping us because we were tracking our messaging. We were doing surveys to see how many people had heard about it. So we have to thank Mr. Modi to some extent, even though he did a very distorted version of... But I'd like to thank the people of India for reversing a course that seemed like it was taking us in the direction of other countries which have become electoral autocracies.
Just to get a bit boringly psephological on this, your votes have gone up about 19%. 10% from the BSP and 9% from BJP. Of course, 9% down from the BJP is a huge thing. But the BSP switching votes to you has made a major difference as well, right?
I think when you look at the India Alliance in UP, I think the combination was important of SP and Congress because the BSP voter is not very comfortable voting for the SP. Right. So this is where the Congress comes in as a bridge. Right. And that's exactly what's happened. And for many years, the BSP has been playing in our natural political space. So I think this was an opportunity when our narrative, of course, on the constitution and other things that the BSP's vote base cared about, connected, and they saw a combination that would work for them. And so it ended the division of minority votes, and it created a platform that the BSP's vote base was willing to step into. So I think this combined to create this outcome.
Right.
Plus the Mehengai, Berozgari issues, which the youth were very concerned about. And throughout UP, we saw a lot of traction.
Not important at all. Didn't have any...
I think people were happy that,
it happened.
Ram Mandir was there, and then they moved on.
As the Sardar say, aage chalo.
Amitabh, the votes that have come in so far, you're leading the BJP by only about 0.5%.
In?
UP.
Right. I mean, it's a close fight.
It's a very, very close fight.
Yeah.
0.2% is so far what's coming.
That's why even as thought.
But the seat difference is 44 to 35. Yeah. That's what happens in the
close contest.
Takkar is 1-1.
Yeah. Similar in Rajasthan, I think.
Yeah.
What do you think has worked? Just the manifesto?
No. It's a combination of events, right? We started off with the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which motivated the base. It brought in people who were very depressed for 3 years after the 2019 sweep, and it said that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress are here for you. So it cemented the base to some extent. It raised the issues. We went in and we saw what the issues were for the youth, the women, and so on. Then we stitched up alliances. There were some hiccups with obviously Bihar, for instance, but the Congress party worked with partners, and we reached a situation we were willing to give up a lot of seats to create, and I don't know what the index of opposition unity is. It must be much higher than previous couple of elections. And then with the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra and our manifesto, we converted that into concrete proposals. So we said, we hear you, these are your problems, and these are our solutions. So there was a value chain for the voter. They're like, okay, if I press this button, this is how my problems are solved. So then the voter, obviously, this is a different election from 19, there are different issues, and so that connected with the voter.
It became. And you think you were much smarter this time on alliances, because earlier on you've been a bit kind of reluctant to go into alliances, being the bigger party and all. But this time you've formed a lot of them and they've worked.
Yeah. See, I think it's unfair sometimes the criticism, because in 2004 and 9, the Congress party did work with the allies and successfully so. In 14, people were running away because the wind was in the other direction, right? So, I mean, it was not easy to find allies then. But now, given all the issues and the fact that many of these allies, the Shiv Sena was broken, TDP, which is of course now on that side, was under a lot of pressure.
If they were to switch and say, I'll join you, would you take them now?
I mean, that's not for me to decide. That's for the party leadership to decide. So we'll
everybody's
see.
talking about
that.
Yeah,
of course. The question is, if these trends hold, and if the BJP is the single largest party, as it seems to be, who's leading that up?
But under 272.
Yeah, I mean, considerably under 272. Of course, if it's over 272, it's not much of a discussion. But if they're down at 230, 240...
But even over 272, it is a bit of a setback compared to the expectations that they generated.
It's a self-inflicted injury to some extent, because they set expectations so high, because that's how they're used to doing it, right? Set a very high target, get somewhere near it. But clearly they misread.
Do you see any parallel with India shining and then losing? And this is 400 par, and there's something...
Well, 2004 India shining, the vote, if one looked at the vote share of the two groups like NDA and the parties together in UPA. So that time the vote share difference between them was not so much. So, there was a possibility that, although at that time, of course, the exit polls are also showing the same thing, that the NDA is going to come in power, but absolutely the reverse happened. So, there was a possibility of reverse happening here. Before the actual counting began, the reason that was being speculated was that here the vote share difference is much larger. So, this kind of a toppling of or the changing of the result, whether it is going to happen or not, that there was a question mark and thought. But I also, looking at about the Congress manifesto, there are few.
Just sorry, you just hit 100. Carry on. Century ho gaya.
Oh.
Carry on. Sorry.
Phrase country, that's important.
Raise the bat like this.
But sorry. Carry on.
So in the manifesto, they have also mentioned that they are also going to bring reservation in private jobs. Besides about the minority issue, there is a indication there about that.
That's a misreading of it. We have not said anything about reservations in private jobs.
No, it is there. It is there. There is a line which is actually indicative of this. That that.
As Prannoy says, never debate matters of fact. Check them out.
You just look at the thing.
Never debate matters of fact.
So, as far as I remember, there was a mention regarding this. So, one wonders that trying to, especially the model that they have tried to brought up in their manifesto, which talks about that they are going to do a survey, or the economic survey of the country, and then according to the percentage of people, the share of economy is going to get divided.
To criticize. It's all over.
No, the point is that
to debate.
I'm happy to clarify.
Why don't you clarify?
The point is that, in future, if this kind of looking at the trend, that if people are also accepting it, that they are thinking that this is something which is logical, where is it going to take the country in future? That is also something that,
where will it take the country?
Yeah, it is.
We have called for a SECC, Socioeconomic Caste Survey, which was done in 2011, which informs the Modi government's policies today. They use the data, they don't use the caste data, but they use the socio-economic data for their own schemes. So we're just saying that why don't you release the caste data? So because we're spending a lot of money on different disadvantaged groups, including OBCs, but we don't know how many there are. We have data from 1931 and it's 2024. So we're saying we need that data. And the census also has information on assets. If you have a house, do you have a vehicle, etc., etc. So we just want to put together a picture and have a discussion. That's all we are saying.
Before you come in, just want to put some things in perspective right now, especially because of these type of results. Number one, the opposition has not won. This is not a victory for the India Alliance. You've gained significantly, but not won. That lead is still with the NDA. They've crossed that 272 mark. But the one thing that has happened in this result, Shivam, is that this halo of invincibility around Mr. Narendra Modi and his BJP, do you think that is gone or diminished?
Is diminished hugely, let's say. But to be fair, this is the third successive election. Anti-incumbency rules still apply, right? Even in Gujarat, when Mr. Modi was the chief minister, if you look at the vote share, then every election as CM, the vote share came down, right? In 2017, they were almost going to lose the election. So the rules of anti-incumbency still apply, and this election shows us that they do, right? The BJP thought they'd increase the seats, but they're decreasing and they're still going to be in par with the NDA.
I just have to say that I've been told we are trending higher on Twitter and other things, YouTube, than anybody else.
Yeah, that is true.
Including Red Mike, and Sanket is not happy
Red
about
Mike Red Mike and us are the same,
It's the same family.
Yeah, we don't distinguish.
You're seeing a merger and acquisition happening in front of us.
There was never a split.
I want to make one quick point. One thing that has worked is the fact that there was an India alliance with the best possible name ever for an alliance, so much so that Mr. Modi was fretting about the name for some days. In UP in 2019, the BJP workers went door to door saying, BSP, SP alliance, even if they win all 80 seats in UP, they're not winning the nation. This time, even in sort of villages, the India Gadbandhan, the idea that there was a national alliance and therefore a possibility, right? It helped to increase the votes, I think, for the India Alliance as a whole.
Right.
I think let's quickly, and I'm particularly interested in Bihar as well.
Yes. No, you were talking about Faizabad. Why don't
Faizabad. Let's do that. I don't know the exact, but last heard, the BJP is still trailing.
Trailing in Faizabad.
Trailing in Faizabad. In Ayodhya, exactly. And one of the things that a lot of local journalists there told me, and a lot of local residents, including my relatives.
After 16 rounds, they're still Faizabad.
Lalu Singh. He is the BJP candidate.
11 rounds, they're still trailing.
Lalu Singh is the same man
by how
who
much,
said
sorry?
BJP is
how much trailing by?
That I will have to check.
Okay, fine. Okay, sorry.
Lalu Singh, the BJP candidate from Faizabad, was the one who went on record to say that we'll change the constitution. One of the Jyoti Mirda, Lalu Singh, and I think one more. So the entire opposition campaign that they will come and change the constitution, and it's not just about changing the constitution. The opposition's narrative was that this will affect the reservation. It will affect the SCs. It will affect the OBCs. That is one message. Secondly, for Faizabad, and this is something which is not often discussed under the euphoria of the Ram temple. You see, what has happened is a lot of houses of locals have been demolished to, for road widening, and some of the shops and their reallocation. And this is very significant, Dr. Roy. Many of those shops are now owned by Gujaratis, Rajasthanis, by South Indians. So the locals feel
he's so happy.
Gujarati, 13,000 votes.
13,000. Not a huge margin.
Sanket, when you build a temple of this size, in fact, when we went there, we felt it wasn't, the pathways. In fact, you build a monument like this, you've got to make it accessible to people.
That's true.
So there is no option there.
There is no option
but it wasn't. All the roads there, all the houses are dilapidated, not looked after.
Two large cars couldn't pass.
Just the mandir and then everything around it in terrible condition.
It should have been great, a great monument, a good city around
mistake.
it.
The huge tragedy of Ayodhya is that you have at least 600 to 700 temples which are at least 400 years old.
Wow.
And they're in terrible condition.
Yeah.
Terrible condition.
Don't spend money on
unless you can spend a little more and look after people around here. That was a negative.
Faizabad is going to be very, very interesting. Imagine if the BJP loses, this will be a huge commentary, not on Mr. Lalu Singh, but on Mr. Narendra Modi.
And the BJP lost Faizabad once or twice in the past as well, after Ram Mandir. I think some assembly elections.
So many elections since then.
By the way, Ayodhya has a very sizable left influence as well. Right. If you remember Mr. Mitra Sen Yadav. Right. So a huge, I think his son is also in play this time around. Right. It's very interesting what is happening there.
The head priest of the Ram temple before the new one was built was a CPI person as well. Yes. And when we for the 22 election we went and met people in Ayodhya because we were doing manifesto consultation. A lot of the pujaris and religious people were not at all pro BJP, and they came to us and talked to us about the issues.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that it was a ek tarfa kind of a situation at all.
Correct. It's very interesting. UP will be a study in itself.
295, 231. Who could imagine this?
Who could imagine this?
Thank God we haven't done a poll, otherwise we'd be dead.
I mean, we would have got it spot on.
That's right. We always get it spot on.
No, but I've been meaning to ask you. You toured Uttar Pradesh. Could you have predicted this?
100%. Spot on.
That's why Dorad bought in the market. Now, when
after the event, I told you.
But the question is, can you predict it now? Don't forget
there is
now a lot of counting to be done.
Optimistic liberal friends of mine in Lucknow, media, etc., was saying 40. 40? Okay, 40 for BJP. There were some people saying 40, God, and I was shocked. I said, surely they're not possible, right?
62 to 40.
50, 55 were the more moderate, neutral people saying nobody thought this. Nobody thought this.
Vandita Mishra, National Opinion Editor of the Indian Express, is with us. Ms. Mishra, how do you look at, let's begin with UP because that's what we are discussing, and then we'll move on to other states.
Maybe UP because he's from UP.
It's a surprising result. I'm torn for it too. And Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Yeah. No, so the result is unexpected, and it, the general sense that when was on the ground, I didn't go to UP, but the other places that I went to was that there was a lot of distress on the ground, but it was a battle between people's living conditions, which where there was distress, and the bigger ideas that the BJP was also showing them that the disconnect between the living conditions and age. The BJP was exhorting them to look at age and not look at their living conditions. I think people didn't follow that.
Oh, that's interesting. So you got a sense that there was going to be change.
I didn't go to UP. In other places, the sense I got was that there is a constituency for change. I wasn't sure that the opposition was occupying that constituency with the force that they should. And the BJP, on the other hand, was constantly telling people that don't look at your lack of job or your महंगाई that affects you. Look at the fact that देश जो है वो दुनिया में आगे बढ़ रहा है और हिंदुत्व है. So the BJP was urging a disconnect, a constant disconnect between people's living conditions and their larger goals.
Repeat that.
All right. Thanks very much, Ms. Mishra, for joining us. Just want to repeat what we broke, breaking news just a short while ago. Chief Minister Jagan has sought time from the governor at 4 p.m. today to tender his resignation. I think it's perhaps... do we have the figures for the state? It was inevitable. Do we have the figures for the...
We should have the state
Vidhan
assembly.
Sabha?
We have the Vidhan Sabha
Yeah,
figures.
we just put it up.
Yeah, let's put out
Vidhan Sabha.
Vidhan Sabha numbers for Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, and maybe talk about that also.
Okay, it'll take 2 minutes.
Okay, sure. In the meanwhile, Mr. Dubey, what next? Do you look at a situation where you would have to deliver on your manifesto promises, or will it remain a situation where the Congress is a sizable opposition? But
I mean, it really depends on how these numbers pan out. It depends on what the NDA allies decide to do. I mean, everyone's speculating about this.
What if? Let me ask you, completely hypothetical. What if Mr. Nitish Kumar says, I want to come back to India,
as PM.
India Alliance? What if Mr. Chandrababu Naidu says, how about I join too? Then what do you do?
Then if the numbers add up, perhaps we form a government.
Are you okay to these alliance partners?
This is not my decision, so I'm happy to pass the buck on to our senior leadership. But if the numbers add up, there could be a government. And if that were to happen, then our manifesto would be the basis of a common minimum program, because allies have to be on board. This is a party manifesto. Now, many of the things in the manifesto they'll be okay with, but that's a discussion that would have to happen.
You see, one thing that has worked for Narendra Modi, and this is based on my travel and understanding in UP, Bihar and other places, people do acknowledge that the PM Awas Yojana and the Labharthi benefits them. So that delivery and that connect has actually worked.
But
and that messaging has also worked.
No, but it's old news. It was
It's
Modi,
old news.
It's Modi one. It's worth pointing out that except for free ration, there's been no big new scheme of the Modi government in the second term. There's no new scheme in the second term. No new scheme in the second term.
Well, let me just ask you, if these numbers continue, and it may not, they may go up from 242 to 255, 260, what's going to happen in the BJP? What do you see happening?
Well, I think there will be voices questioning Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah. They'll be emboldened. People who were not able to speak out might be able to speak out. It will depend on the exact number. And key here is to look at the RSS. I think it's very significant that during the campaign, the BJP president, no less, said in an interview in the Indian Express that we no longer need the RSS like we did. We are now self-dependent. हम पहले अक्षम थे, हम सक्षम हैं. That's a very big statement. RSS would be gloating today after this statement. The RSS, unfortunately, Mr. Ratnagam has left, but the RSS would be very happy because this election reinforces that without the RSS, the BJP can't really perform well. And I'm sure you saw RSS workers not being happy.
Grumbling within the BJP, there of course lots. I mean, there always is. Is that going to come to a boil now?
Well, you see, I mean, in any political party, it is not that it is not possible that all people think alike. There will be the different thoughts which are there. Like the munde matir bhinna. Every mind thinks its own way. So now definitely there were there were select people who were doing some kind of a orientation or thought process was there, which is there in every political party. There is a group which actually looks into in terms of, especially politically, how there would be in terms of having coalition or in terms of placing of candidates in different states. And there has to be an introspection into the kind of a result that has come and what was expected. And in that there will be some kind of a homework which will be done, how things can be corrected, because I mean this is not the last election in the country taking place. There will be many more to come.
May I say something? May I say something, Dr. Bhatt? Within the next few months, from the way one understands this Bharatiya Janata Party, not just opposition from the opposition, Mr. Narendra Modi could face an opposition from within.
That's the exact point. Is that,
These results mean...
Amitabh.
Just to add to that, the BJP-RSS relationship,
Here's an unbiased view of the BJP.
No. I'm saying that I'm not privy to the internal dynamics of BJP-RSS. One hears things, but that I'm not. But the opposition, the alliance partner is also in the driving seat. Because they make up the difference between 272 and wherever the BJP ends up. If that gap is big enough, imagine you're a former chief minister who has felt the brunt of ED and CBI, or you've been mistreated by the ruling duopoly. This is your one chance to free yourself. So who knows how it plays out?
And that's true about any party, that when the leader has not managed to get a majority, there are other potential leaders that will use that.
So I just want to point out that until a few months ago, Nitish Kumar and TDP were not in the NDA, right? So if they were still out, NDA right now would be below 272.
Right.
NDA 295, right? 294 now.
And in that case, the RJD alliance would be doing better if Nitish were on the other side.
Absolutely.
So actually, that would
aggravate
that
even worse
difference.
Very good.
Do we have the figures for the Vidhan Sabha? I think we'll soon.
I think Naidu issued a statement saying he is firmly with PM Modi.
I mean, we have in 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Let's count down.
Naidu is more interested in the
India. 10 seconds is.
Naidu is much more interested in the assembly, because last time he was in the Lok Sabha, he backed the BJP. What did he get? One speaker who unfortunately passed away and one minister of civil aviation. So when one party has more than 272 or 300, it can afford to treat the others as chalo bhai aana.
Absolutely.
Have crumbs. So these guys are all fungible. It depends upon what they can get. All
Amitabh, one of the things
parties
is in Delhi, the alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party just hasn't worked. It's 7-0. What happened?
Delhi, I mean, was a clean sweep last time also.
Yeah.
So it's a disappointment. We were hoping for 2 or 3 seats perhaps. Wow. And in the initial results, it seemed might happen. I'm not aware of the victory margins or the defeat margins at the moment are.
Right.
But it's a disappointment.
And the whole putting him in jail, Kejriwal in jail, didn't seem to backfire in Delhi.
Yeah, surprisingly.
A lot of political advisors we have been speaking to who deal very actively with politicians and also corporates. They told me that if there is a situation such as this, which is now a reality, you will see corporates also watching this with a lot of interest. And their investments into political parties will also be it will also see some amount of shift.
Media, judiciary, all kinds of institutions.
Everything changes with this result.
Will now be little more neutral.
If this continues, is a major change.
Isn't the terrible thing the judicial, people should change with change in government.
I
Will
don't
be
know.
expected not to change.
I don't know much about judiciary.
Unfortunately, that's how our institutions are. I think judiciary as well.
Terrible.
Okay, let's have a look at the Andhra Assembly elections. What happened there? Look at that. That is a landslide if you've ever seen one. 159 out of 175. YSRC 16.
The map
That
looks
is
amazing.
phenomenal.
No wonder
That
he's
is a
resigning.
phenomenal. Yeah.
No, he's opened a 16% increase in gap. He was 8% down, now the 16% up.
How much is BJP in this, in the Andhra?
No, I think a majority of this is TDP.
No, TDP only.
TDP mainly.
Yeah, I think BJP was only fighting about 18-20 seats.
18-20 seats.
And there's also Pawan Kalyan.
But-
So the three
Pawan
parties.
Kalyan was
Yeah.
fighting.
You know, I asked Jagan, why didn't you go into an alliance with Pawan Kalyan? Because he's very, very popular. I said, why do I need him? I'm going to sweep. So that distance from reality, he genuinely believed he was going to sweep.
Yeah, yeah.
And also he had one very articulate and very good MLA who wanted to carry on in the same seat, and he just said, no, you move. And the guy said, no, I won't. He said, well, if you don't move, you're out. And so he switched to BJP and he must have won easy. So a bit of distance,
The
overconfidence.
question now is Chandrababu Naidu going to put Jagan back in jail to take revenge?
That is the sad part. One
That
putting each
is-
other in jail is a bit like...
What do you mean jail for an offence that was committed 14 years ago?
14 years, and-
Bail before jail, I think this is in Supreme Court. Any witness I had to influence, I would have done till last 14 years. Now you put me in jail?
Let's have a look at Orissa Assembly. What happened there? This is closer, but still BJP is...
Prannoy is 0.3% in votes in the Vidhan Sabha.
Yeah. No, but is it past the halfway mark? 147? That's
77.
17?
72 is the halfway mark.
74.
74, yeah. But he's
So it's
77.
2 seats over. But others may join.
This is the
Will there be
Pandyan effect.
Operation Lotus and all now? Or?
You mean by the Congress and
No,
BJP?
no, no.
That's the only scenario.
You will do Operation Hand.
Operation Panja.
The hand can slap as well.
But it doesn't have the power of what it was earlier to do all these things now. Probably a good thing for
You
India.
would never think of such a thing.
You never.
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 Purity of the Congress Party. Well,
But this then means a BJP government in Odisha.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
This is now this is a huge shift after what, 2 decades, more than 2 decades.
No, but the key point is, oh sorry, that's not meant to be a pun. Will they get the key
To the
Bhandar?
temple.
That was a big issue in this election. The key has been stolen.
That's worse than exit polls have exited. I'm sorry.
I told you same level.
No, the worst story was that he is selling electricity to Tamil Nadu at half the price that is supplied to in
No,
Odisha.
but you see, that is the use of exaggeration to make a point. I mean, Naveen Patnaik handing over both party and government to a Tamilian bureaucrat is just ridiculous. There is no state where this will not backfire. I had a friend traveling Odisha. He told me this Pandian is costing them at least 10,000 votes per assembly constituency. The result tells us that the Pandian effect has backfired. Naveen Patnaik has been
Pandian key and health. The third big, developmental issues these are.
Naveen Patnaik has been a ridiculously successful chief minister. 24 years now. He was just 2 months short of making history and becoming India's longest serving chief minister. But he ruled so long by not having a good second rung of the party, by shuffling nobodies as his aides and so on, and that is now costing him the end.
But you see, he's done a lot for the state. For instance, the one thing that I really like is giving hockey a brand new identity, becoming the sponsor for
hugely successful development,
and the way he
cyclone
handled the
management.
cyclone, that was
Absolutely.
still people remember
One of the
that.
best chief ministers India has ever had. But you know what they say, all political careers end in failure.
That's a lovely thought.
to Donald
You
Trump.
don't go around telling every politician.
So this is so true in the context of Uttar Pradesh
I
because
just wanted to ask, which school did Naveen Patnaik go to?
The failure school.
I think it's in
Some third grade school in the hills.
These guys, yeah. Most successful. Okay. of the larger states, not Sikkim, which is okay. He was chief minister for 3 months longer. But of the larger states, he's the largest, longest serving chief minister, more than Jyoti Basu.
Absolutely.
Which school?
Should we discuss all the other DOSCO politicians?
Just because we did not contribute to 72, the DOSCO elitism is back. It's wonderful.
No, let's talk about something else now. Oh.
You know,
Kiran,
you mentioned Sikkim. I don't know if you've discussed it, but Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Congress doing very well.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
really
Manipur,
happy
I
about
think you're
Manipur.
getting both seats,
Outer
yeah.
and inner, yes.
Both. That is amazing.
It's a big deal.
Manipur both go to the Congress.
Yeah, and we were there during the Yatra, and I was there.
And I think the mismanagement of that, they deserve to lose.
Absolutely.
Terrible, terrible. Okay.
Do we have an idea? I think it will be very important now to see how many rounds are done, how many votes have been counted, so that we can have a little bit of
Any idea
surety
what
about
the exit poll people are saying? Have they conceded that they were wrong or not yet? Only time will tell.
Yet to come out of their slumber.
I think India Today channel went from saying we have always been right to how did everyone get it wrong?
Yeah, that's what it is it?
The
Smart.
poll he has put out, seat by, I mean, the detail is phenomenal. So
Yeah.
obviously, how you can get polls wrong, let's be honest, I mean. But it's a huge sample with enormous detail.
5.9 lakh sample.
Dainik Bhaskar was different. I think all others were on the same line.
Dainik
Dainik
Bhaskar
Bhaskar was.
You know, there's something very interesting Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh told me yesterday on our broadcast. And he said that all over the world, people predict vote share, vote percentage. That is a more accurate prediction. The moment you go into seat prediction, you tend to get it wrong because there will be many different formulas.
But that is the art of
But the parliamentary system, that is what the art is.
But they would have got the vote share wrong for opposition for sure.
They would have.
Yeah. So I asked him, then why are you projecting the seats? He said, because editors are they're
wants
about
votes,
to kill me.
nobody wants
A
votes.
reader doesn't understand the votes.
Who's forming the government, he wants to know.
Yeah. But then you go wrong.
And there are 4 parties, 5 parties, so you can't really.
No, but the reason why Axis in the past has been more right than others is precisely because they survey every seat separately, whereas others convert vote share into seats, which is completely
And
tukkebazi.
huge sample sizes. Actually,
Yes.
last time they did over 7 lakhs. This time 5.9 lakhs.
So there is only one thing that can explain what is happening, that all those people that they spoke to were either lying,
fear factor,
or fear factor.
No,
They did not
as
tell
you were saying
fear
earlier, when you switch off the camera, people see something else.
Exactly.
I think there is something to the fear factor that people don't want to openly say they are against BJP.
But you know, let's try and protect the pollsters a bit because we've been that in the past.
Don't say we.
You know, now you don't have to say who you're going to vote for. You're given a tablet on which there are party things. You just press the button, it goes immediately.
Yeah, but you
so
don't
there is a
trust the
certain
person.
degree of privacy. I'm not saying total, but there is a certain degree of protection. Before that, we used to carry boxes into which we used to give them a piece of paper on which all the parties were, and they had to fold the thing and put it in. So, you know, we've tried
But then you used to take their fingerprint and check what they did later.
You know, because let me tell you, this is before you were born, Bhajan Lal was once going to win an election by a huge margin. And you know, that's what the polls said.
Okay,
and they got trashed.
I'm being told Miss Kangana Ranaut is speaking.
Wow.
Because she is leading in Mandi. Let's cut across live.
जो होता है वो हर तरीके की, जैसे आप जानते हैं, अनसर्टेनिटी से भरा हुआ होता है और ये मेरी पहली जीत भी है। इसके लिए मैं दिल से आभार करती हूँ हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष जयराम ठाकुर जी का, जिन्होंने ये पूरा कैंपेन जो है वो लीड किया। हमारे सारे विधायक और विधानसभा के नेता प्रतिपक्ष सबका मैं जो है पूरे दिल से धन्यवाद करती हूँ। और सबसे बड़ा धन्यवाद जो मैं आज करती हूँ वो मंडी की जनता का, जिन्होंने अपनी बेटी को, अपनी बहन कंगना को जो है वो आज इस मुकाम पे पहुँचाया। और मैं आश्वासन देती हूँ कि जितना भरोसा उनको हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है, उनके प्रशासन में है, उनके विजन में है, उनके विकसित भारत का जो विजन है उसमें मैं उनका, जैसा मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि एक सेना के रूप में जो है मंडी के विकास के लिए, मंडी की प्रगति के लिए जो है सदा ही तत्पर रहूँगी। और इसके साथ ही ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही भावुक कर देने वाला आज वो दिन है जिसमें हमें न कि सिर्फ एक जीत मिली है, जैसे कि हमारे नेता प्रतिपक्ष जयराम ठाकुर जी ने कहा, एक ऐतिहासिक लीड जो है हमें लगभग सभी क्षेत्रों से जो है वो मिली है.
You heard the lady who said that India got independence in 2014.
Himachal, I think all four BJP is leading. All four of them.
All four, but you know, in Himachal, BJP last time had 70% vote share in 2019, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
It's down by, I think, 15 points or something like that this time.
Yeah, but then from 70% down.
I think that's an important point. There's a swing away everywhere, but in many states the margins were so large that they're not converting into seat changing hand. But a general swing away from the BJP in almost every state.
And another interesting data point, in the Hindi heartland in 29, the BJP's lowest vote share was in UP, 49%. So maybe that's why you're seeing a big fall.
Bigger fall, yeah. But actually 49% not bad.
It's huge.
Yeah. And that too after 10 years.
But
if you
as
drop
compared
9%,
to other states, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Himachal, Haryana, it was much less.
So that's why Rajasthan is quite an amazing
but they
change.
also won the least proportion of seats in UP. In 2019, all the others were
reduced over 2014.
Yeah, all the others were 0, 0, 0
They
for the
increased their
opposition.
vote share, but they lost their seats because SP and VSP came together. They increased the vote share by almost 10% and lost around 8-9 seats.
Can I ask all of you to perhaps, in one word, try and help us understand what these numbers mean, the overall numbers. Like for instance, if 2014 was change.
Exactly what I was going to ask. I'm not answering it. Carry on.
If 2019 was about nationalism, post Balakot, what is 2024? What is this verdict? Like according to you, what
back
is
to coalition era, the local is back, the regional is back to great extent. A lot of places where BJP lost, opposition parties have been able to localize the election, make local issues, local leaders, caste. We heard a lot more caste community candidate in this election than in 2019, for example. That way the absence of Balakot is really felt. Some that big bang Balakot, PM Kisan. Modi's whole pitch in 2014 was national election, think national. That has reduced a lot, I think. So I think coalition era and regional politics mattering more.
Okay. What about you, Dr. Bhatt?
Well, Sanketji, I think, it's a people's verdict and all political parties need to accept it gracefully. But at the same time, also one sees that, caste has dominated a lot in this election. Whether it is good or bad, that only, time will tell. But if you leave Delhi is somewhere, if we are seeing the kind of, leads that we are getting. These leads are showing that in Delhi, one thing which was missing in terms of the way people have voted is caste. But as you move outside Delhi, the caste factor has become, dominant, and that is how things
always at play in this country.
But this time it has been, caste is. I'm not saying it is an impact. It's a part. The communities within the societies, they are important, and and they collectively they have their own strength. But trying to manipulate with them is something that has happened in this election.
Manipulate?
Yes, manipulation.
With the caste.
Manipulation with the caste politically. In terms of coming together. I mean, the opposition has played around well.
Yes, but I think...
But did the BJP not do it in 2014?
In which state?
No, I think what happened in the Modi factor would make caste less important. And if caste is more important now, we have to ask, was the Modi factor a little weaker than earlier?
Now, one of the things which somebody said, it's not what but it did ring true and explains a bit of the fear factor. He said this election is all about anti-Tanashahi. People did not want this fear constant that if they do something wrong, they could be a real revival of democracy in India.
I think the biggest sentiment on the ground was the lack of enthusiasm. Everybody said there's no way, there's lack of enthusiasm for multiple reasons.
It might have been quiet. The point is they were scared. That's why the exit polls may have got it wrong. The fear factor was probably
possibly, but it's not
highest.
the only factor. It's also the poor candidates, the RSS being sidelined, all of the lots of things.
Also,
that's a new thing. The Tanashahi partisan.
Mr. Praveen Chakrabarti, I asked him, and he's done this study where he says that in I think over 115 or 120 seats in this country, despite the increase in the electorate, the absolute number of voters has gone down. when you compare it to 2019. In
No,
about
I don't think that would be
115
possible.
He did do a study.
30% of the seats, I think.
30%.
The electorate size has gone down.
The absolute
Size
number
has-
of voters.
No, voters, that's the
increased.
electorate size.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
those who
It has
actually
increased.
voted. Not the turnout.
The
You
total
mean-
number of voters has increased.
I think it was.
Yeah, hugely
Yeah,
increased.
hugely
That's not
it
that
has
difficult
increased.
anyway.
I think the turnout is marginally down. It's on less than 1%. Yeah.
You know, I
I
think,
think the
also what's
denominator, the base.
Also,
is
which I
down.
think all the other states have learned from Mr. Modi's first term. You know, there's Chula, there's this. So you find all the states now,
Yeah.
this competitive, this. So, you know, the exclusivity he had when he first did this is now perhaps lost.
Another thing that all state leaders have learned, how to carry cameras around them. Akhilesh has 6 cameras. Every leader has a lot of cameras.
They're becoming like you.
No, we are the ones who use the footage. They know the power.
Correct.
Just to answer that question, I think protecting the constitution was part of it. There was a reaction to the arrogance of power. I think that we saw a lot. And it was reflected in many ways. There's the percentage of people who have doubts about EVMs is now 50%, according to CSDS, up from 25% in 19. Now, this reflects a lack of trust somewhere.
Yeah.
And so I think that was one of the things. The second part, because the national election, can it be reduced to one thing? Our attack campaign, our critic, before we came up with our proposal, mere vikas ka do hisab, because the Prime Minister keeps talking about vikas. Lekin mera vikas hua hai ki nahi. So I think that to some extent would have connected, because it was about what about has your life improved, everyone else's life is improving, there are billionaire weddings going on, whatever it is. And so I think people felt ki 10 saal ke baad mera vikas nahi hua hai.
I think when I was asking, though you have not told me if you were to sum up this result in a sentence or a word, how will you put this? What is this? What is happening?
I find it strange that UP, where they have spent a lot of money on development. I mean, infrastructure, I don't know about development as much, but you see water in villages, you see lots of things. Doesn't match. I mean, it's much more than in Bihar. Bihar is much worse, yet Bihar seems to have voted.
No, actually, that way,
I mean,
PCR took Telangana to
I'm
the
saying-
#1 state. No, but UP is not anywhere near this, near the bottom. Telangana, #1 state, and is removed.
No.
It's the #1 state in per capita income.
Which is why I'm saying it's an unsexy explanation, but it's the BJP choice of candidates. Everywhere I went, tight ho gaya, Allahabad is tight, Pulpur is tight, everything is tight. Why? Because the candidate is really bad. And even in 2019, people are not happy with BJP candidates many places. But there was Balakot, there was PM Kisan, etc. to take care of it. The reaction to BJP's poor candidates was not simply I don't like the guy or he's not my caste, but also that Delhi is imposing these useless guys on us as if the candidate doesn't matter, as if we don't matter.
Actually, they did so much in terms of imposing people like Bhupendra Yadav, and big guys. I mean, look at the guys they put up in Karnataka. 2 chief ministers, Prahlad Joshi. So I thought that would actually, where they were weak, if they put up people who have never contested before, fine. But the big guys, ministers, that would help, but obviously doesn't seem to have worked.
But you see Maneka Gandhi, it's very interesting.
She's lost.
She's losing in Sultanpur. Piliphit has been her traditional seat. Even when BJP won 20 seats in
Or
UP
a sun
before the
goddess.
Modi era, she would win Piliphit, right? They've removed her from Piliphit and put her in Sultanpur. Why? What is the logic here? The only plausible logic is that they want to remove masked leaders. Indira Gandhi style, they want to make sure that nobody should win a seat on their own. If you win a seat in the name of party and Modi, that's fine. And I think that policy is costing them dear in UP and perhaps elsewhere as well.
You are here to explain what this result means.
It is a surprise, and I think it means that I think Mr. Modi in 2019 and Mr. Modi in 2024 is not the Modi of 2019. I think it's just, and I think the economy is not performing as well as we think it is performing well for the people around this table. It is not performing for the people, and they are the voters. We don't vote, they really vote. And I think the fact that it's grown the slowest, the 10 years, the slowest since 1991, any decade.
Correct.
I mean, that must finally, if you may give me free grain, but, wherever we went in UP, we were told, Berozgari. But I said, Berozgari has been your story for 20 years, 50 years. It's nothing new. But now I think they're finding this a way to kick the government
Can I
of
tell
the
you
day.
what really upset people in Uttar Pradesh, and wherever we went, we found this discourse: the UP police bharti parcha leak.
What is that?
Yes.
A lot of people we spoke to, and we do these random discussions everywhere we go. About 60 lakh boys in Uttar Pradesh, they sat for an exam for UP constables, and that paper was leaked.
They always do.
And they did not like it. Imagine 60 lakh families who were upset about jobs and vacancies not being filled.
Probably Agniveer too, partly.
But see, this is why I want to slightly disagree with you. Is the Berozgari and Mehengai issues have been there forever, particularly Berozgari. But the statistics show it's higher now than it was.
Yes.
40% plus graduates don't get jobs. The absolute number of unemployed is gone. And I think some credit should be given to the opposition and particularly the Congress for reaching out to these constituencies. Our manifesto had concrete proposals for them. During the Bharat Jodo Yatra, we interacted with them on the Agniveer issue. Rahul Gandhi was very visibly interacting with these constituencies. So I think this connect was built that there is at least hope with this formation, because this formation hasn't delivered what we thought it would 10 or 5 years ago.
Let's quickly broad base this discussion, especially around Uttar Pradesh. We've got Ajay Singh and Shikha Trivedi with us who want to come in. Ajay, if you can hear me, how do you explain or understand this massive swing towards the Samajwadi Party or the alliance?
संकेत, देखिए अभी जो आप लोग बात कर रहे थे जिस तरीके से कि जो मेन जो कैंडिडेट का जो सिलेक्शन किया बीजेपी ने वो बहुत ठीक नहीं था, उससे नाराजगी थी क्योंकि कोई वेव नहीं था, राम मंदिर का कोई वेव नहीं था, 2019 में की तरीके से कोई पुलवामा का वेव नहीं था और नरेंद्र मोदी का कोई मैजिक नहीं था। यहाँ पर कैंडिडेट सेंट्रिक चुनाव था, मैं पहले से भी बोल रहा था। जैसे चंदौली में महेंद्रनाथ पांडे के खिलाफ लोग थे, बलिया में आपने नीरज शेखर को दे दिया, इलाहाबाद में टाइट इसलिए हुआ कि नीरज त्रिपाठी को, किसीनाथ त्रिपाठी के लड़के थे, कोई उनको जानता नहीं था। जौनपुर में आप कृपा शंकर सिंह को ला करके रखते हैं, उनका अपना विरोध होता है। सुल्तानपुर में आप पीलीभीत से ला करके मेनका को लड़ाते हैं तो उसका अपना एक सेटबैक होता है। ये एक कैंडिडेट का विरोध था। उसके अलावा इसमें कई चीजें मिली जुली है, एक फैक्टर से आप नहीं नाप सकते हैं। दूसरा बड़ा फैक्टर है कि संकेत, आप तो यूपी में घूमे थे और आपने देखा होगा कि इस बार पहली बार ये देखने को मिल रहा है कि गेस्ट हाउस कांड के बाद दलित जो है वो वोटर जो है वो इंडिया गठबंधन में गया, कांग्रेस में गया और वो गया। उसका एक एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको बनारस में बताता हूँ कि 55% बनारस में वोटिंग हुई, 25 राउंड की काउंटिंग हो चुकी है, 30 राउंड की काउंटिंग होना है और मात्र 1.5 लाख की लीड है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अभी अजय राय से। अजय राय 4 लाख कुछ हजार वोट पा चुके हैं अभी तक। आप इमेजिन करिए कि अगर 2 लाख से नीचे इनकी हार होती है तो ये बताता है कि यहाँ का भी दलित जो है और पटेल वोट, कुर्मी वोट, क्योंकि खुद अनुप्रिया पटेल को फाइट करना पड़ रहा है अपने क्षेत्र में जो उनकी अपनी सुरक्षित सीट मानी जाती थी। तो यानी पटेल हो गया, कुर्मी हो गया, वर्मा हो गया, लोध हो गया, शाक्य हो गया, दलित हो गया, ये सारे वोट टूट करके गए हैं और उसके पीछे कई कारण हैं। दलितों का जाने का पीछे एक बहुत मजबूत कारण, मैं बार बार यही बोल रहा हूँ कि एक मजबूत कारण ये है कि एक संविधान उनके नीचे तक पहुंचा था और दूसरा बड़ा कारण एक नजर आ रहा था कि जिस तरीके से मायावती पर लोगों को ये मैसेज गया कि बीजेपी बहुत दबाव डाल रही है, आकाश आनंद को हटाना पड़ गया, अपने कैंडिडेट हटाना पड़ गया, तो उनके जो युवा वोटर थे उनको ये लगा कि बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर की जो पार्टी खड़ी, अरे माफ करिएगा, काशीराम ने जिस पार्टी को खड़ा किया था उसे बीजेपी खत्म कर देगी। और ये मैसेज एक ऐसी जगह पर गया जिससे कि उन लोगों ने समाजवादी पार्टी पर जाकर के वोट दिया, जो अमूमन देखने को नहीं मिलता था। गेस्ट हाउस कांड के बाद तो नहीं देखने को मिला, लेकिन इस बार देखने को मिल रहा है। उसके अलावा जातियों का जो गठबंधन और गणित दलित अखिलेश ने किया, सिर्फ यादव का आरोप लगता था, अपने परिवार के 5 यादव के अलावा किसी को उन्होंने वोट नहीं दिया। और जो उन्होंने समीकरण बैठाया वो इतना फिट बैठा, जैसे अनुप्रिया का आप देखिए कि लास्ट मोमेंट पे बीजेपी से, भदोही से जीते हुए रमेश बिंद, वो उनको बीजेपी टिकट नहीं देती है, वो आनंद फानंद में वो सपा ज्वाइन करते हैं और रमेश बिंद को वहां टिकट देते हैं और वहां पर वो उनको कड़ी टक्कर दे रहे हैं। अभी 10,000 से, अभी बहुत देर से पीछे थी, अभी अनुप्रिया 10,000 से आगे चल रही है। आगे क्या होगा ये कहा नहीं जा सकता है। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि कई चीजें यूपी में एक साथ देखने को मिली, और दलित वोटों का टूटना, जो बीजेपी का लाभार्थी था, जो चंक था, उसका जाना, ये एक बड़ा फैक्टर नजर आता है। संकेत
जी बिल्कुल। लेट्स ब्रिंग इन शिखा त्रिवेदी एज वेल। शिखा त्रिवेदी, you see, Uttar Pradesh and Ajay Singh just explained how BSP has played a critical and a crucial role in actually creating a situation where the SP Congress combined has won. That vote transfer has happened for the first time outside the control of Mayawati or the BSP. How do you look at this?
So I want to look at it in another way.
Sure.
If you see the graphic that has been playing on air, the Uttar Pradesh graphic, there is one other who is in the entire state who is leading, and that is Chandrasekhar Azad of the Bhim Army, who I think is now leading by about 1 lakh of votes in Nagina in Western UP, Central UP. Now, Chandrasekhar Azad, Mayawati has always seen him as a threat. He's a fiery Dalit leader. He's a Jata of her own caste. And she feels that he is ready to take over the leadership of the Dalits in Uttar Pradesh, and has always resented him. Chandrasekhar Azad was actually thrown into jail for almost a year and a half by the Yogi government on charges anti-national, on being an anti-national, after he was leading some protests against riots in which Dalits were killed in Saharanpur. He has always resisted getting into an alliance with any of the mainstream parties. He feels that they all use Dalits as a vote bank, and I think he is somebody, if these results are anything to go by, he is somebody who could emerge as a leader of the Dalits in Uttar Pradesh, which is something that really, really Mayawati is scared about.
Right. Right. These are Uttar Pradesh numbers, and I just saw the vote share.
That's so surprising.
It is surprising.
44. This difference in seat never seen before.
Yeah.
But sir, the concentration of seats.
I understand that.
That does not mean that
this is
the
40 years, so I understand there's some big wins and small wins.
But that is what happens when you have a large state.
It's scary. It's scary stuff. You're right, many seats were won with very small margins in UP last time.
Last time, yes.
But it really is, when you look at the numbers and then you look at the seat numbers, you say to yourself, oh God, what if I'm totally wrong, and the votes will prove me totally wrong.
So with a vote share like this, 44-44, the victory margin is going to be really, really thin.
No, all margins are wide on both sides. We don't know. But you get scared when you see 44-44 and then a large difference in seats.
Why would this happen?
There is something called a cube law, which says that if there are two parties fighting, essential is a two-party fight. The distribution of seats is the cube of the proportional votes. So which means, if it's 48-40, the seat distribution is 60-40. But if it's 44-40, what do you do? I mean, it could either be large margins on some sides or everything small. It's just that to forecast the seat, looking at this, when you look at the alliance, SP alliance leading by so much, you begin to wonder, is it going to happen, or is some change going to happen in the next 2 hours?
And their BJP has seats which they win by huge margins,
Yeah.
Much more than other parties. They have very strong. So, in a sense, they're also then seats where they're losing a lot of, their votes are below the 44 level, so it's not.
Also, if you look at the map, it's not like it's completely randomly distributed. No. There is a lot of clustering going on.
Yes.
So there must be sub-regional dynamics.
Just one moment. Mr. Sharad Pawar is reacting for the first time since the morning. He has had a spectacular show and a spectacular performance in Maharashtra. Let's cut across live.
काँग्रेस पक्षानं जयंत पाटलांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली आम्ही जागा मर्यादित लढवल्या, सगळ्या मिळून आम्ही 10 जागा लढवल्या. पण त्याच्यामध्ये असं दिसतंय की 7 जागेवर अंतिम काही त्याचा पूर्ण काउंटिंग झालेलं नाही, पण 7 जागेवरच्यावर आज आम्ही पूजा होती किती 7 होती
हो 7 वर
7 जागांच्यावर आज आम्ही पूजा होत याचा अर्थ 10 जागा निवडून 7 मध्ये विजय मिळण्याच्या संबंधीचं चित्र याचा अर्थ स्ट्रायकिंग रेट हा राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचा या निवडणुकीमध्ये निश्चितपणाने झालेला आहे. हा जो काही यश मिळालं ते यश मिळालं ते एकट्या राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसचं यश आहे असं आम्ही मानत नाही.
Right, so that was Sharad Pawar obviously giving out the details of how his party has performed. But you know, Dora, this point that you were making about vote percentage of 44 and how this is a very tricky situation for people who are monitoring as far as its conversion into seats.
But do you know in Orissa, where again the BJP is doing very well in the Vidhan Sabha, difference is less than 0.5%.
Or Himachal Pradesh for that matter. Himachal Pradesh Vidhan Sabha, the difference was 0.9%.
Yeah.
This is very interesting. Very interesting. You were saying, sorry, I had to cut you short because of
I was only
Sharad
saying
Pawar.
that there seem to be sub-regional dynamics at play because the vote in UP is quite clustered. It's not that there's like a chessboard, right? So there's certain regions clearly going one way and certain regions going the other way.
So it could be right, that could account for the balance.
So if you study the region-wise vote shares in UP, maybe the story will be very different. May not be 44-44.
Is there a way we can find out some data on the direct contest between BJP and Congress and how the Congress party has performed in terms of their strike rate? Because that will be a fascinating data. This is where the Congress collapsed in 2014, it collapsed in 2019, and these figures suggest that the strike rate is definitely better.
Even in UP, nobody would have thought this election Congress can win 7-8 seats, right? So I think the Congress versus BJP match will be up by a lot.
What does this result mean for the Congress party? I mean, look, from double digits to 3 digits. I mean, you were 145 and you were suddenly UPA 1.
99 for now, though.
99,
it means that you can never write off a 100-plus-year-old party that continued, even at its low points, had 19-20% of the national vote. 1 out of 5 Indians was voting for us, even when we were down and out. And now when we got our messaging greatly improved, we had the yatras that connected with people. Everyone used to say कि यार कांग्रेस वाले सड़क पे नहीं उतरते, ठीक है? उतरे. We went up and down from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, from northeast to Dharavi, interacted with crores of people, and we brought up the issues that we felt they cared about. And obviously it has paid off. Of course, alliance arithmetic also paid off. We contested the fewest number of seats we have in many years. Had a good alliance, even though there was some choppiness when Nitish Kumar left. Probably he was wishing now that he had stayed. But anyway, so it was a combination, all of these things, and it shows that our leadership was focused. Rahul Gandhi, Kharge ji, Priyanka Gandhi, they led from the front. The party worked, and I can tell you, everyone in the Congress will tell you today that the campaign this time was very much improved from previous campaigns. Much more focused, it was much more strategic. So I think it was that the system worked together and we picked the right issues and we stood up for the issues that the people cared about at this point.
You know, a lot of people say
no, but you've done well in states where you have allies. You know, especially Maharashtra and UP.
But we're probably the best performer in Maharashtra, if I'm not mistaken.
But nothing has changed really in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, you know. So it's not that the message that you are giving or trying to get across has worked everywhere.
But firstly, it would be interesting to see the vote swings. In Gujarat, it doesn't seem like there's a huge vote swing. MP probably, so we'll have to look at the numbers. But Rajasthan, Haryana, UP, Jharkhand doesn't seem to be a huge change. But many of the states, Himachal, there's a big swing, even though it's not converting into seats. I think wouldn't be correct to say that the Congress hasn't stood up, particularly northern India. We've barged into a lot of the heartland of the BJP and gotten a lot of seats.
Except for Delhi, I think there are significant swings everywhere.
Have you seen the votes in Delhi? Yeah, I guess it's a two
in
alliance,
Delhi, despite the Congress-AAP alliance, the vote share of Congress-AAP has improved by only 1 or 2 percentage points.
I reckon you'll be disappointed with Karnataka.
Yeah, Karnataka has often gone with the NDA for the general election, even when we have.
No, so I mean, look at it this way: you got 40 to 43% of Vidhan Sabha.
Yeah.
Those guys got 36%, and to that,
yeah.
To add 13% of JDS. So they were ahead, but normally with the 5 schemes and all this going, there is of course the Modi factor has been rather strong in Karnataka in the past too. But I mean, I was quite surprised to see the results that it wasn't even neck and neck. It's sort of.
No, but in Karnataka, I think with the JDS tie-up,
But they were trying to transfer votes.
Yeah, but obviously they did because they are doing well there.
Yes, don't forget you have also strong leaders like Shiv Kumar.
And a very good organizational base.
No, but
So two more factors in Karnataka. One is that the BJP infighting that we saw during the Karnataka Assembly elections has reportedly continued. It doesn't come out in the open as infighting other parties does, but it's still strong. The Lingayat versus the sort of RSS, BL Santosh kind of faction. Second factor in Karnataka, I believe, is that one strategy the Congress had is they gave tickets to at least 5 sons of sitting ministers, putting a lot at stake for the ministers, making sure they work very hard to convert those seats. And that kind of strategy is paid off. Some of those 9-10 seats for the
again, the story
Congress
is on
might
the
be
vote
those.
share for Karnataka. 45% for the Congress party, which is actually a gain, which means that some of their strategy did work. But the preparation of the BJP, because of their collaboration with the JDS, was able to limit their loss.
Both have gone up by 3%. If you add the assembly votes to BJP, JDS, they were 49, they are 52. These Congress was 42, it's 45. So they've not been able to poach the other votes.
Let's bring up West Bengal because Monideepa is waiting and we haven't visited West Bengal. I'm sure the Trinamool Congress will be very happy.
Sorry? Will be very unhappy to discuss in Bengal while he's not
He
there.
better be here. What can I do? Monideepa, now what was the TMC expecting versus what have they received? Were they actually expecting a performance like this? Obviously, they thought that the national exit polls were horribly off the mark. But realistically, were they expecting this sort of a seat share outcome?
Well, truth be told, one senior leader in the party, Derek O'Brien to be specific, he told me 30 par, don't worry about it. But down the line, on the ground, there was sufficient concern among the Trinamool Congress about what really might emerge. This whole business of, the BJP assault, as it were, the Prime Minister coming to Bengal 20 times at least, Mr. Amit Shah coming in as many times, the very strident campaign that they conducted, the vociferous campaign that the local leadership of the BJP conducted, all that definitely caused a certain set of nerves to go fluttering within the Trinamool Congress. But the core leadership seemed completely confident. Just the other day, we had Abhishek. Just before the last phase of the elections, Abhishek Banerjee, the National General Secretary of the party, he very confidently said that, even before the 7th phase, we've already got 23 seats. And then last phase, we had 9 seats, all of which seem to be heading into the TMC pocket. So a certain confidence within the leadership, on the ground nerves, which is also probably why we have had some incidents of, poll-related violence, post-poll violence, all that. But I would say that the leadership was confident. It's the people on the ground who are a little nervous, but obviously the leadership had got their finger on the pulse of the people. What will be interesting to watch is the percentages. Last time round in 2021, the percentage difference was 38 to BJP and 46 perhaps to TMC. How much that changes is something that we'll have to watch out for, because as I've been sort of harping on this one factor right through, Mamata Banerjee has an assembly election come up in 2026, and definitely she has fought this parliamentary election with one eye on assembly.
Exactly, and that is in 2026, so that will also be interesting. The way the exit polls predicted Bengal,
there were a lot of predictions on the ground that if this is the way results will go, perhaps Mamata Banerjee may not even be able to complete her term till 2026. I mean, many senior TMC leaders have started saying this. That doesn't seem to be happening. So, and also 26 will now become an even more exciting contest.
It's also a matter of turnout. Sometimes if more of your people come out, that defeats the other guy. So you can defeat him either by him getting less votes or you getting more votes. The turnout goes up in certain areas. It does help you to get a lot more seats. I think I looked at one of the seats was Sopal. That is the old Chapra, right? Sopal in Bihar. This Rohini Acharya is standing against.
Rohini Acharya. That is Saran.
Saran.
The seat is Saran. Yeah. Saran seat where Rohini Acharya and Rajiv Pratap Rudi.
In fact, I think Misa Bharti was leading. I don't know what's happening.
Patliputra. Against Ram Kirpal Yadav.
Who beat her last time.
Yes. Ram Kirpal Yadav is a relative of Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Rohini is trailing.
Yeah, Rohini is trailing. Rohini Acharya became very famous in Saran and the whole of Bihar as Bihar ki beti. She donated the kidney. There was a great sympathy wave also for her, but that hasn't really translated.
Misa is leading, exactly.
Misa Bharti is leading, and this is surprising because I went to this constituency. Mr. Ram Kirpal Yadav actually has a greater pocket of support than Misa Bharti. But for her to be leading, that means something has worked in Patliputra, and these are all very close to Patna, both these constituencies. Right. Yeah. So her leading, I was actually expecting Rohini Acharya to lead.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is a bit of
numbers in Bihar, JDU is leading on more seats than BJP. Is that correct? Who would have thought?
There are lots of surprises in this election. Lots of surprise. UP is a surprise. Bihar is a surprise.
I think one of the leading ministers is dropping.
Actually is a bit. I think there was the expectation that these people would go to 10,
well, they're at 8.
Yeah. But the ex-Home Secretary is trailing. R.K. Singh, I think he's trailing. It's amazing. I mean, important.
I'll be interested in Karakat. Do we have Karakat?
I think Giriraj
Pawan Singh, the Bhojpuri superstar who played spoiler in Karakat. That's
Raja Ram Singh leading CPI.
Raja Ram Singh. So that is a CPI ML candidate from the alliance.
But there's one CPI.
Leading by 63,000 votes.
Wow.
He's CPI MLLL. The ultimate of the
CPI. Leninist liberation.
Yes.
The ultimate CPI.
They call it Male. CPI Male. And he's leading. Imagine. It's amazing. What is happening?
You're right, Pawan Singh has got a lot of votes, 130,000 so far.
Yeah, he has. Upen Kushwaha will not be a happy man today.
He's number 2.
As an alliance partner in the NDA. Well, let's quickly take a short break right here on deKoder. Catch much more action on deKoder.com. We're going to come back again. Dr. Roy is going to come back again at 8 p.m. tonight to decode and a detailed analysis on deKoder. Stay with this platform. Thank you very much for watching. Amitabh Dubey, thank you very much. Shivam, thank you Dorav.
We will still keep on showing the data.
The data will always
keep coming.
Exactly. Data will keep coming in on the screen. So do tune in because on this day, more than analysis, data is more important. And Baj, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.